across the hazy moor through the ocean vast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragons of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of old, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of old, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Guys, gals, non-binary pals, I am done losing at the Pro Tour. So good news for you, I get to be back in the booth this weekend. Welcome along to another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Rotterdam. My name is Scott Mines, joined in the booth by your favorite player's favorite player, Gabe Sher. How you doing?
Thank you. That's very kind. I'm doing quite well. I'm very excited to host all of these people in my hometown who are visiting for the calling here. I have lived in Rotterdam for the last couple of years, so it's very nice to have an event that I can bike to.
Well, just rub it in, why don't you? I don't know. I look forward to being shown some of the local sites, some of the local delicacies. I'm sure you can take care of me in that front.
100%.
Well, what I'm going to take care of for now, though, I should say, is the schedule for today. Because we have quite a busy weekend coming up for you here at the calling in Rotterdam. There's a lot to look forward to, a lot of players in the room, and a lot of omens in the air, shall we say, as we make our way through the weekend. Of course, day one. 7 rounds of Classic constructed before we move into that day cut, a day 2 cut of 5 more and a top 8. But I noticed there's a small little bar attached to the bottom of this day 2 graphic that isn't normally there, Gabe.
Yeah, we have a set coming up, of course, in a couple of weeks. That's the world premiere up in Prague. And we get to share something with you if you're watching during day 2 tomorrow. I believe it's during one of the semifinals tomorrow. We get to share a new legendary card from Omens of the Third Age. And we promise this is a new legendary card.
At least we've been told that.
We've been told.
I want to be clear. We haven't seen it either. We're going to be seeing that legendary for the first time at the same time as everybody at home, which means if it's not new, you've been lied to, we've been lied to, and everybody will be universally upset one way or the other. Of course, that doesn't mean we're getting rid of our normal giveaway. If we're in the finals of the event tomorrow and you want to win yourself a young hero marvel from Compendium of Wraith, you still get to do that. But I get the feeling that kind of pales in comparison to our big reveal this time from the semifinals.
Yeah, very excited to react to that live.
Very excited. Very, very excited. But all round, 7 rounds of Swiss, 5 rounds tomorrow, and of course, that young Marvel giveaway, which is quickly becoming a favorite feature of these calling weekends. I tend to ask my casting partners, I might have asked you before, have you got a particular favorite of these?
I think I've answered this twice, and I've given a different answer both times.
Stellar.
But I think I'll go back to my Lexi answer, a hero that is very near and dear to my heart, and I hope one day we get to see Lexi return to the game in some form or another.
Don't get anyone's hopes up now, Gabe. That's
well, I mean,
dangerous
Silver Age is
territory.
still a way to play her.
Of course. I think I was lucky enough to open Kano over in Yokohama, Japanese version of that, so I will be ruining my Silver Age events near me for a long time coming. But I've acquired the chain ahead of time, trying to make sure that I'm ready for his inevitable return. But you'll get your selection of whichever of these you're interested in picking up. Just join us in the final of this event, and you'll find yourself in with a chance, as long as you're interacting with the chat one way or the other. This is the pricing available for the folks at home, but the pricing in the room, that's a little bit different this time around. Plenty to play for this weekend. Walk me through it.
Yeah, of course, this is a normal calling, which means you get $5,000 if you manage to win the event first place. And of course, money down to 32nd there. But always as a player, my eye goes to a little bit to the right of the prize money column. I'm attracted by those PTIs that are on offer for the top 8, of course, the Gold Foil Legendary to join them. But ever important as we get later and later into this year. We're now 1 Pro Tour into the year. We have World Tour points on the line. And this bracket, or I should say leaderboard, continues to change. These Pro Tours, of course, this year are very important relative to callings in terms of the World Tour leaderboard. But these callings, attending them and being able to take one down can really skyrocket you into the argument for Player of the Year.
We'll certainly see some of that later in the weekend when we go over that leaderboard. A lot of people jumped into a position they weren't in prior to Yokohama, courtesy of that event just a couple of weeks ago. I want to talk about the tournament packs for a bit, because if you've been floating around on social media or in the various Discord servers associated with Flesh and Blood, you may have noticed there's some new cards coming out of this weekend. That doesn't mean the old ones are gone. Fear not, you can still open them much like you could before, but there's a whole new range for, I believe, every class that's been entered as kind of wave 2 of cards inside the same looking booster pack.
Yeah, definitely some cards I saw around the room today that I'm already excited to try to pick up. You see Surging Strike for the Ninja. You see Blade Runner for Warrior. So those are some ones that are catching my eye. But if you attend an event in this season, of course, you could get some of those early ones, or you could get some of these new tournament pack goodies in there.
Some more new ones there. Boulder Drop, T-Bone, Cut to the Chase, couple of barraging beatdown, I'm told, by the Brute in my ear. As you can imagine, it's a very popular one in the booth this weekend. So look out for those if you haven't seen them already. Some beautiful marvels, and will be available in tournament packs moving forward. Is exciting stuff. You know what's not available in a tournament pack? Quick dodge flexes.
Of course, we talked about the World Tour points. That's exciting, but the real reason you want to win is the glory of winning, and that comes alongside this beautiful Calling Champion trophy in the middle of this slide, and of course, those Calling Champion stamped quick dodge flexors on the left-hand side. Ever famous and definitely an appeal to being able to take down, you know, that finals is important. There's a big difference between first and second at one of these events.
Yeah, hopeful to own one of these someday myself, but, you know, not been as so lucky as of yet. We'll see if we can figure that out in the near future.
You probably need to stop being in the booth with me if you want to be able to take down one of these callings at some point.
I took 1 week off. It wasn't good enough, evidently. But no, we're in a bit of a weird window here, to be honest, Gabe. We're kind of immediately after Pro Tour Yokohama, which is a format I think offered some unique challenges for players. It was a split format one way or the other, so it's a little bit of Silver Age, a little bit of Classic Constructed. Are you expecting similar this weekend, or is it going to change because we're a one-format event?
No, I think, well, there's a couple formats here, but or a couple events this format, but I think it'll be a little bit different than PT Yokohama. PT Yokohama probably gave us the lessons that will impact this weekend. That typically happens in these, like, this denouement season, the after the Pro Tour season before a new set. So I think it'll be a crystallization of what we've seen over the last couple of months, but ultimately we might see a little bit of a difference in terms of deck percentage or deck representation percentage, or maybe a regional flavor as well. Of course, we're in the EU, the Pro Tour was in APAC, so maybe we'll get a bit of a different representation for that reason.
Looking forward to seeing if you are right or wrong in a few minutes' time, but I do want to walk you through some of the upcoming events first. If you're not lucky enough to join us here in Rotterdam, fear not. There is many a stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. $2 million of prize money available over the course of this year. Most of that is still available, so come and find a stop near you sometime soon and join us to play for it all.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot to play for still in this season, even though the Pro Tour is done. We have this weekend here in the EU. We have Jakarta on May 8th to 10th. That's also a CC calling over in Asia. And then the calling returns to Brazil in Sao Paulo on the weekend of May 15th, 16th, and 17th. Very exciting, always an exciting part of our community, an excited part of our community, I'll say. And the last time I was in Brazil was a very fun weekend to watch from online, and I'm sure I'm an even more fun weekend to be there. So that calling will be very fun. And it comes 1 week before the thing we're probably all anticipating at this point, which is the launch of the next set, Omens of the Third Age, World Premiere Prague. It's the relaunch of Lightning. It's the relaunch of Limited in Flesh and Blood that we haven't seen in 7 or 8 months. I'm going to be there. You're going to be there. I'm very excited to see that event and to play that event and just be able to engage with this format as it shakes out in the very first days of the World Premiere.
Speaking of first days, it will be Auckland. It will be a first taste of sealed and draft at a competitive level in the immediate wake of Omens of the Third Age. If you want something a little more premier, however, the US National Championship is going to be the headliner there at the end of June. Of course, CC and Omens draft at the highest level as we tee ourselves up for Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Of course, there is an event just before that'll probably do the classic setting the scene for the Pro Tour. You get one of those events that is a week before the Pro Tour, and it always shakes up the meta. If something weird wins, I think it happens every time that something weird wins, often Dash or Dash.io,
Often Dash.
And then everyone has to suddenly switch and adjust their plan. So that's in Shinjuku at the start of July, and 1 week later, as you said. Beautiful, sunny, very hot Las Vegas, but you can be in a lovely air-conditioned venue to play the Pro Tour, which will be a mix of Classic Constructed and Omens Draft. So we're going back to this sort of mixed format with Limited and Constructed that I think a lot of players miss, and I'm very excited to see at that event. Of course, there's a lot still down the pipe after that. If you're not able to make it to the Pro Tour, I'll be at the calling in Edinburgh at the end of July. That's going to be very exciting. I've always wanted to go there. More taste of Classic Constructed, and then heading over to Bangkok and Hamburg and Kansas City throughout August to keep us busy for the entirety of the summer if you want a taste of competitive flesh and blood.
Big ups to the Scottish community there. Happy to see them being rewarded for their loyalty. Of course, there is another big one down the pipeline. Set 20, world premiere in Seoul. Now, I have a theory, Gabe. And I want to be clear again, this is speculation. I know nothing. Please don't make any assumptions based on what I'm about to tell you.
I will make all of the assumptions based on what you're about to tell
But
me.
we're in Seoul. Does that not feel like a rather monarchy keyword to you?
That feels like, look, I won't disagree with the theory for other reasons, but that homophone seems like a bit of a stretch for as a justification.
It's such an LSS thing to do. We love the puns. We love the puns. I'm going to go with the name I feel like it's going to be, but we're going to have to wait to find out as we make our way down into that region 4. I believe the very first time tickets on this one, they're going to sell out. They nearly always do, so make sure you keep your eye on the Flesh and Blood website for when those tickets go live, and make sure you come and join us. Speaking of places you're going to want to join us, World Championship Paris in November is going to be quite the sight to see.
Yes, Seoul is definitely the alley-oop. We set it up with the world premiere of that set 20, and then World Championship in Paris will be the knocking it down and trying to hit it into the net. It's going to be an exciting World Championship, of course, sort of in my backyard, just a 2-hour train ride away, so I will definitely be there. But Paris is a beautiful city. Seoul is a beautiful city for that matter. And we've got a year full of premier events, that's for sure.
And if you are joining us in the near future, you might want to attend as someone else if you're so inclined. If you fancy joining us for the cosplay contests for World Premiere Prague, the US National Championship, or the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, those sign-up pages are now available for our sponsored and featured cosplayers for those 3 events. Even if you're not featured, of course, you can come and join us. You're welcome to cosplay to your heart's content. But if you want to have a chance at being officially associated with the game, this is your best chance to do so.
Yeah, it's an exciting change to the way we've been doing cosplay in Flesh and Blood. So this is a good opportunity for players who want to, or cosplayers who want to break onto the scene. But of course, players are always welcome to just show up in cosplay no matter what. You know, it's a very fun thing to see around. People even playing the games in costume as they're going through their calling rounds on day 1 or 2.
100% true. If you're enjoying events in general and you want to make sure you get more out of the events you're attending, we've got a new method of doing that as well. I'm reliably informed this one is named after my popular co-caster Early Bird. The Early Bird specials now joining us in the booth. Gives you some free bonus side events if you're willing to purchase those packages during your respective Early Bird weekends.
Of course, the packages always come with those goodies themselves. They come with all of the promos that you see in the middle line. At least this is for the Omens of the Third Age season. You can come with the premium package. You get a calling entry and 1 silver and 2 bronze vouchers. But when you're purchasing it as an early bird on the first weekend they're available, you get one of those extra bronze tickets. I did this for the world premiere in Prague already. It allowed me to sign up for everything on the Friday. I'm playing as much sealed as I possibly can before that calling. I'm very excited, and the early bird was a good way to enable that.
That is a beautiful astral strike, and I really can't wait to get my hands on that one in the near future as well. Fantastic package, well worth coming to join us. If you want to pick up the Go Again package during that window, you certainly can. Silver and bronze tickets available as well there. Most importantly, of course, the third one, you do get that extra ticket for your travel alongside that package. And the dates will be on screen for you now. If you want to get in nice and early for Las Vegas, good news, you can do that. Don't close the stream. Don't close the stream. But you can go and do that on another tab in the process. While we have a succession of weekends coming up in the near future for Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City as well.
Good to note that Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City are all on the same weekend. So if you're attending any of those events, no matter what region you live in, May 9th to 10th is the weekend to go try buy your early bird tickets for the Flesh and Blood callings coming up.
Of course, if it's Vegas that has your attention, that early bird weekend is not far away. In fact, on sale now. April 25th to 26th was the name of the game here. So you can go and grab your tickets if you're going to be joining us in Vegas and making sure that not all of the fun stays in Vegas.
I won't be able to be there, unfortunately, but if you are attending, it's definitely worth getting one of these early bird tickets because those Pro Tour events are filled with side events and filled with goodies throughout the weekend in those packages as well, of course.
If you're looking for something more local, fear not. Skirmish season also on the horizon. As of this weekend, kicking things off, Skirmish Season 14. A little bit of flurry, a little bit of holla on display, plenty of blood as well. Running for a couple of weeks here. if you want to come and join us at the local game store level.
Of course, it does start today. You can come today or in the next couple weeks. There's a lot of prizes available for the winners, as you see in the top left with that Bolton Marvel and the playmats in the top right. But just showing up can get you something. You get a participation prize of a gem pack. There is a random draw spot prize of a Swordmaster Shine playmat. And of course, if you fall just short, you get some of those other holla goodies in the cut and carve or Swordmaster's Shine extended art, beautiful renditions of those cards.
Yeah, rainbow foil and cold foil respectively. I'll tell you about Swordmaster's Shine. That thing has been kicking my ass from players recently. The Holla Armory deck, of course, recently released. But also finding its home in like Dorinthia and stuff like that. And I'm not used to a +5 on a sword, Gabe. It's pretty big.
It's pretty nice to see. I think it actually might be this is a hot take, better card in Dorinthia than in Holla, maybe?
I'm unimpressed. You might be correct. You might be correct. But there's only one way for us to find out ultimately, and that's to watch as things evolve as we make our way through the Year of the Warrior, which is fairly safe to say that we're in at the moment, one way or the other.
I'm so excited as we go further into the Year of the Warrior, and we actually start to get some of those cards, for example, with Mastery Pack Warrior later this year. I love that class. I already bought the Armory deck, Holla. I'm very excited to put it to work.
Well, slowly but surely, we'll have to see if the Warrior class finds itself climbing up the LL leaderboard. It's been a hot topic of discussion in recent memory. We've had a few heroes disappearing from our midst, and unfortunately for my Pro Tour, one sitting in first place that didn't.
Were you knocked out by a prism?
I may have alluded to that.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry, Scott. Well, Prism is still alive. She can go away this weekend if she does manage to win the calling because she's on the precipice at 951 Living Legend points. I wouldn't put money on her winning this calling, I don't think, but I imagine she will probably leave the format around National season if she's able to take down one of those events. Further down the line, a couple other heroes knocking on the door. We have Dash.io and Victor, who are probably and maybe Syndra, who are probably the most likely to be the next over the line, taking out maybe a calling here or there in the coming weeks, and then, of course, possibly Nationals later in the summer as well to really knock them home. Down the line, there's a mix of heroes that have been here a long time, Bravo, Katsu, Dorinthia, who are slowly accruing those points, and some who are on the rise or have been a mainstay for a year or so now, but that being Arachne and Kashy. Those could arguably also go away within this year. So there's a lot to watch, maybe not this weekend in terms of what's knocking on the Living Legend door, but in the coming months, I would imagine that the format will shake up due to the Living Legend a couple times more.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Prism winning this calling and LLing this weekend, so got to keep your eyes on the ball there. I'm going to be very upset if Syndra laps Phi, I'm going to be honest. That's going to get to me on a personal level. But I am slowly enjoying the ascent of Arachne Marionette. Potential thing, as it came known in the community, has found the potential, and I'm very happy to see that deck slowly but surely climbing up.
Potential thing became is.
Did
Arachne
indeed
Marionette
become
is now is.
What a start to my weekend. Okay, well, let's look at a previous weekend before we get things rolling so far. I want to look at some top 8s to kind of set us up for what we're expecting this weekend. The metagame in the Pro Tour and the calling at Yokohama were surprisingly different one way or the other. And there was a lot of lamp in this one.
Yeah, I think this Pro Tour had the interesting meta of having two very clear good decks, that being Oscilio and Arachne Marionette, probably the best choices in the room. And then it had this like thin like Victor area of a probably the next deck. And then because of the way this format has been for the last many weeks, all of the next like 10 decks were viable and could have made those 7th or 8th spots into the top 8, as we saw Teklevossen make it in 7th and Rhinar make it in 6th on by Eugene. So I wasn't surprised by this result at all. You know, we saw the top end be the top end that we expected, and then we saw some of those dark horses that we've seen throughout the format with like Arachne Huntsman making some top 8s, Teklevossen making some top 8s, Victor starting to rise up again. So this, I'd say didn't surprise me, but was still pleasant to see that there was such a spread at the Pro Tour.
Worth noting, of course, a lot of these players had very strong Silver Age records. There was quite a variety in that format as well. We saw kind of Florian come into like Icelander having a bit of a breakout weekend over the course of the Pro Tour. So I'm very excited to see whether or not the same CC metagame converts over without Silver Age playing a factor, which was definitely true over in the calling. Less lamp by a lot, actually.
Yeah. Oscilio in this season has felt a lot like the deck that the top level players have started to pick up. Before, it was a deck that you played if you really loved. and then everyone swapped to it. So I'd imagine that in the calling there were a good amount of Oscilio, but it was probably something like those players have always been playing Oscilio, and they love Oscilio, and so they're showing up to all these callings on Oscilio, and it just didn't get its lucky break. Might have happened for some reasons that there are a couple more Guardians in this event. We saw the Valda in this quarterfinals make it all the way to the semifinals. Maybe that's a harder matchup for Oscilio. Doesn't surprise me that much, but I was excited by this too. I think the Guardian representation in this meta is real. We see the Valda and the Victor here, couple Victors here. I think the death of Gravy Bones has been way overstated. Gravy Bones is a very powerful deck right now, and I wasn't surprised to see it make the top 8. And I think Rhinar top 8ing the calling too was a fun legitimizing factor, that it's not just Eugene who can top 8 on Rhinar. Of course, it also made the finals of the calling at the Pro Tour in Yokohama.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. I think if we find ourselves in a format where Guardian is kind of a kingpin throughout various heroes, various builds of Victors and stuff, decks like Rhinar and Gravy Bones become very appealing to me. So I'm hopeful that they're going to have a strong weekend one way or the other, depending on how many Guardians they find. But there is only one way for us to find out, so shall we take a look? Here's the metagame for the calling in Rotterdam this weekend. It is 404 players total in a top position of just 12%. Arachne Marionette, Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, and Victor Goldmane still ruling the roost in those pedestal positions, however.
Yeah, this doesn't, like I was implying earlier, this doesn't surprise. This is what I would expect out of a meta. We have those top 2, Victor's probably a clear 3rd, and none of them are really an oppressive first deck where we have a 25% representation. And then there's like a very dense pack right behind it of a lot of heroes that are represented. Something that I see immediately, and that I also noticed walking around yesterday watching some of the side events, is that Syndra and Phi put together sort of make deck number 3 if you consider Draconic Ninja as one bundle. There were a lot of those going around, and Syndra of course sitting in 4th on her own. Vincent being this high with 26 players representing Vincent maybe surprised me a little bit. I know that deck has had its uptick again, or in the last couple months, but I wasn't necessarily expecting to see it in such numbers this weekend. Maybe it's just that here in the EU we have a lot of these dedicated Vincent players. The rest, I think, as is expected. We got Dash.io, Gravy, Rhinar, these heroes that have either been on the uptick recently or are just fundamentally strong. And the last thing, sorry, I'm yapping, but the last thing I'll take attention to is this Jarl. Jarl didn't make top 8 at the Pro Tour in Yokohama, but there were several Jarls just off of top 8 in the Yokohama, and I think it's one of those heroes that if you are in the discussion areas online, it's been one of the topics of discussion because of that. Like there were players that went, I think, 8-1 or XO with Jarl and CC at the Pro Tour, and so now it's like, oh, have we missed something here? Is this the best Guardian actually? Is it better than Victor and Valda that everyone else is playing? I'm not surprised to see it represented decently well here.
Now, speaking of yapping, there is a different Guardian that is going to be entering our feature match area in round number 1. We of course wanted to make sure we had the home country heroes in the feature match area nice and early, and we know IJlst has become a fan favorite in recent memory because of a breakout performance on Lyath. Good news, still on Lyath today. Huh?
And one of 2 Lyaths in the room. There's a couple dark horses there, but we're going to be able to see some of them early thanks to Jaap's Lyath. I want to shout out the players who brought Uzuri and Maxx, not heroes we see represented at callings very often anymore. Uzuri especially. I feel like Maxx always has its dedicated players, but Uzuri I haven't seen in a long time, and I'm excited to see whether she can pull off something like Pro Tour Amsterdam, where she's the assassin that beats the other assassins, you know?
Well, all I know for certain is there is no Hollaback girl this weekend. Holla not making an appearance in our metagame. Clearly an unsolved puzzle still for players to explore going forward. Shall we take a look at our personal picks for the weekend? How does that sound to you?
That sounds very good. I'm excited to see who you've picked. I think I don't get to go first here, but I have a theme that we'll see in just a moment. I want to see
you do.
how
I
you've
have
gone.
a theme too, and it's Chaos Incarnate. There is many things I like to highlight during my caster picks for a few different reasons. First of all, Liam Holden, who you might not be familiar with, has some incredible level of success. Is a teammate of mine, has had calling level success, famously finals at Liverpool in that limited format, playing 15 rounds of Kashy one way or the other. But Liam here was the first player to ever get Living Legend points for Lyath at the ProQuest level, won a ProQuest on Fatigue Lyath. It's a version of the deck a lot of people aren't necessarily believers in. He's very adamant. I almost played the deck at the Pro Tour because of how adamant he is. So I'm going to be following along with Liam this weekend, and hopefully he can prove those doubters wrong one way or the other, that the deck is a legitimate threat. Rob Can didn't intend on being here. Rob decided on a very last-minute trip to come and join us in Rotterdam and is therefore playing the same deck he was in Yokohama. Very well versed on Vincent, very happy with it, feels very confident. Two-time World's top 8 competitor, can't really argue with their pick one way or the other. Jack Pauley is a home country hero for me and is R1 Maxx in the room, so it felt only fair to grab Jack and make sure that we highlight Maxx if it's doing well. Andrea Mengucci, of course, huge fan favorite in the community one way or the other, one of the biggest names in European TCGs. Chose Syndra this weekend, has been rocking it for a little while now from what I understand, and I'm wishing him the best and hopefully he has a ton of success, but it's Martin Hollick I want to talk about. You know Martin is a phenomenal Oscilio player, has had calling level success, loves this deck to death, but what I didn't realize is that Martin may love Flesh and Blood in a way no other human being does. Didn't want to miss an EU calling and the last dance with the current version of Oscilio, so brought a one-way ticket to Rotterdam on a 24-hour trip to get here. In his own admission, needs to win prize money to get home.
This is called a bet on yourself moment. And Martin's betting on himself.
He is, and I am betting on Martin because, holy Wraith, that is a choice. Martin, I love you. Best of luck this weekend, and hopefully you enjoy living in Rotterdam in the near future. Gabe, walk me through your picks to see if there's any chaos incarnate on your side.
Well, we have the calling here in the Netherlands, and I live here in the Netherlands, and I have many friends here in the Netherlands, so I've decided to go for an all-Dutch team. I've also tried to balance it out. Of course, there were so many Dutch players here this weekend, so I've tried to balance it out with 5 different heroes. Sorry to any Dutch player who wasn't picked. But at the top, Paul van Gijsel, hero of the Player of the Year leaderboard the last 2 years, representing Gravy Bones, a deck that he's had a lot of success on, winning a calling that we were casting, of course, at the end of last year as well. Below him, Ian Zhang, he made top 8 at last year's Worlds, top 4 at last year's Worlds. He's representing the Chaos Incarnate. He's representing the Arachne Marionette in the room. Below him, we've talked about Jaap already. We both have a Lyath on our team, so I think that Lyath is a hero we're both rooting for this weekend. After that, Donovan van Beek, maybe a player people haven't heard so much about, but a player I respect a lot and I think is basically always been due his breakthrough. So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes his breakthrough this weekend on the calling level with Syndra there, which I think is a pretty good pick. And of course, I had a friend, in fact, several friends, bring Tough Nut. So I picked one of them. I picked Wouter to highlight here. There are at least 3 Dutch players on Tough Nut, I believe. And let's just keep an eye. I'm not necessarily putting my vote of confidence in it, but let's just keep an eye.
All I've learned there is I need better friends. That sounds incredible.
It's not Wouter. It's Tough Nut.
I could be friends with Tough Nut. I could be friends with Walter too, honestly. I'm down for whatever. There is, of course, a omnipresent voice in our ears this weekend who also happens to have selected some players among the field, and I'm going to take a guess. There's probably some Levia in there.
Yeah. Well, speaking of voice in your ear, Scott, hit the button. Thank you. I'm glad you guys set up Tough Nut as the meme hero of the weekend because Levia's where it's at, man. Look at this. We got 3 winners, 3 shoo-ins for top 8, dare I say. In these first 3 players here. I should probably know them all, but I can, off the top of my head, Sam is the one that really stands out to me as like a personal friend. I've spent time together, I think it was at Worlds Barcelona. He's also been huge in the League of Levia. And I know he's running Meat Axe, which is quite spicy as far as Levia builds go. I personally have been a proponent of Hexagore, and there's really not that many choices left, let's be honest. But Sam has been the Meat Axe Levia player. He showed up. He's going to try to take it all the way. Really excited for that. Dominic and Tjorven, maybe they're on Hex, maybe they're on Savage Claw, Bloody Devil. Who freaking knows, people? But we will be checking in on them as well. Then we also put in Leo Toulouse because I wanted to highlight this man swapped to RKO. I guess he was tired of winning callings. I don't know, man. Leo Toulouse. He's not named Rotterdam, so he's just setting himself up in a certain type of way. That's all I'm going to say. Then we've got Evan Tanguy, who, once again, one of my favorite people. I saw him immediately across the hall. It's like, who is that? That's Evan. Knew it. Didn't go say hi. I'm a little shy. But Evan is awesome. Repping Gravy Bones. He's been just pretty devoted to this hero, I'd say, throughout these runs. I think he's worth a top 8 pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Evan, of course, had some success with Gravy back towards Taipei when High Seas originally released. So very, very happy to see that hero kind of popping. Well, I shouldn't say happy. I'm not the biggest Gravy fan, but it makes sense to me that the hero is kind of making its way back into the metagame slowly but surely.
I have a friend staying with me this weekend, and he hasn't been playing Gravy a lot. He was playing Marionette in the last couple events, and then he's told me when he arrived that he was playing Gravy this weekend, and I was very excited for him. And I said, that's awesome, Gravy, that's so cool. And then about an hour later, we were talking, and I said, I hate playing against Gravy. And he was like, how do you hold both these things? I like when someone's playing Gravy. I think that's cool, but I'm with you. Don't play Gravy against me. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I'll take the condiment over the deck, I think, one way or the other, but that's just me. Thankfully, our round 1 feature match is less undead, one way or the other. We've kind of alluded already that it will be IJlst on Lyath Goldmane, big fan favorite deck that people love to kind of see on camera. The thing is, Jaap didn't make himself known by playing Lyath. Originally, it was Dash.io that was kind of Jaap's bread and butter. That will be staring him down on the other side of the table here.
I think that's a double exciting reason to take a look at this. So, of course, Jaap will be an expert on his side. He's been putting a lot of time into Lyath over the last couple months, but Jaap is one of the experts on the Dash.io side of the table as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether the new deck he's picked up can actually hold up against the old deck he used to love and still loves, and whether that matchup works out well for him, or if Dash.io would have been the right pick after all.
All right, well, it's coming up, so let's get this party started. Let's meet our players in the first round of Calling Rotterdam. It's going to be IJlst on Lyath Goldmane. It's Jordy van Eijk on Dash.io. Lyath going first here feels like is a pretty big boon. Maybe not necessarily just for setting up on his own side of things, but also denying that from Dash.io.
I think it's got both sides of that coin, that's for sure. Jaap really likes playing these setup heroes where he can actually use that first turn or use those early turns to set up more power later on. And I've played Jaap on his Lyath, and I know that he's running some of these auras that are going to take advantage of that first turn. So I think that's both sides of the coin. Jaap clearly won the die roll and chose to go first. I'm not actually quite sure where the balance of power is in this matchup. Like, it's a confusing one to say. We have these Guardian Dio matchups that can often be grindy and go to either player, but Lyath is sort of unique as a Guardian in that way. So I'm not quite sure whether he has the edge in this matchup or not.
Indeed, let's check out the heroes if you're unfamiliar. Lyath Goldmane, the Vile Savant, 5 intellect, huge boon, very smart, very small. Does mean the attacks are halved in their base power and toughness, to 5 becoming 3, rounding down in all the ways you kind of wish they wouldn't, but there is ways to kind of circumvent that one way or the other. Part of that is your hero ability. As an instant, you pay 2, you tap Lyath, you get booed by the crowd, and your defending action cards suddenly gain their point of block value back.
First, you pointed out that there's only 3 LL points. That's Liam Holden winning those LL points on Lyath Goldmane. Jaap and Liam both trying to take a first championship, a calling championship here on the World Tour with Lyath this weekend. On the other side, Dash.io, you know her, you love her. You may look at the top card of your deck at any time. Once per turn, you can play a mech item from the top of your deck, paying 1 extra resource in order to pay for it. She starts at 36. That's to balance out some of her explosion that we've seen on the World Tour for the last couple of years. Of course, a Living Legend mainstay for the last couple of years, and she's going to be hitting that that precipice very soon. Leo Toulouse winning the last European calling on Dash.io in Toulouse, so very exciting for him, and of course, I think a deck that people are familiar with and would expect this weekend for sure.
So you've met the players, you've met the heroes. Let's get down into the game and see our first round of action here from Rotterdam. Players setting up here, and you can tell Jaap is definitely invested in the success of Lyath Goldmane, because that is going to be a gold foil. I'm going to guess two-faced.
I was there. It's a gold foil two-faced. I know he bought it.
Love to see it. Big, shiny, and fancy. That headpiece definitely one of the more appealing parts of playing Lyath. 6 story from my Pro Tour testing. Successfully managed to make an opponent draw and discard a copy of Remembrance with this, by remembering where it was in their pitch stack, is definitely one of the more appealing pieces of equipment here. But some other ones, attention grabbers, particularly good in Lyath if you have those auras to work with. Snapdragon Scalers, kind of telling of the plan here from Jaap.
Yeah, I was going to hint at this earlier. Jaap has a very aggressive approach to Lyath. You talked about Liam's sort of fatigue-y Lyath that he's played and won Living Legend points on before at the ProQuest level, but Jaap, I know, brings the opposite approach. That makes me feel like maybe he's a little bit disadvantaged compared to something like Liam's deck would be in the Dash.io matchups especially. I know that he has several 2 blocks, which with Lyath not activated would actually be 1 block. So it's quite hard maybe to block out some of those break points from Dash.io, even with access to the 5th card. So I would expect maybe a bit more of an explosive or like a deal damage type of Lyath out of Jaap here.
I'm going to be seeing a decent amount of this, I imagine, from our Lyath players over the weekend. Just turning the cards around, You probably don't know what Escalate Violence does. But a pretty impressive turn 0 here from Jaap. Does activate Lyath to make that Might token. Means Escalate Violence does come on and make 3 more. Of course, attacking for 2 thanks to Lyath's hero ability. And Jordy more than happy to just throw a blue Expedite in front of this one.
I mean, it also takes 1 card out of Jordy's deck. If Jaap has that back of mind, maybe I can fatigue angle. Razor Reflex hitting here means he's also getting some damage in, so he's kind of opening up both doors, I'd say.
Ah, yes. Known Lyath staple, Razor Reflex, a hard one to predict on turn numero 0. Jordy here looking at a hand that contains Spark of Genius, Teklo Core, and a copy of 0 to 60. We'll find a fresh one off the top of the deck, and then take a peek at the card underneath to see if an item is awaiting. It is a Heist on top. Not the kind of card you want to be boosting away, really, but a pretty reasonable hand here thanks to that Spark.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of options here. Jordy fishing deeper in his deck for an item. Jaap playing out that Razor Reflex is interesting because Razor Reflex, if he does want to take this aggressive angle in the game, then holding on to that Razor Reflex can enable some of this aggression and disruption in terms of dealing damage. Maybe it's a hint that he is trying to block a little more, that he wants to get rid of that 2 block even just to deal 2 damage and not hold on to this sort of combo-y style card.
Yeah, I'm just confirming there. This 0 to 60 does have Go Again, as you would expect it to do so, but will certainly influence the turn if he wasn't. I do take a peek at the cards in hand here for Jaap. It's Nimby, which is an intriguing choice.
He loves that card. Was that a Piece of Mind at the back of the hand?
I think it may have been. We saw Edge of the Seats in there as well. It's obviously down the table right now. We'll try and get a good look in a moment, but does seem to be a racing angle for now. 0 to 60 does connect, deals 4 damage to our short king. And we'll see how the turn continues as the combat chain closes. And no doubt Jordy here reaching for that Spark of Genius. The question is, what to fetch? When your opponent suggests they don't want to block, Boom Grenade looks very appealing, but there's a lot of options available here from Cerebellum Processor to things like Backup Protocol Red. It will be the big brain that comes on down to draw some cards.
I think Jordy has played a decent amount against Lyath. You'll see that he just played this Spark of Genius out, and he said, do you have any responses? So it's not a common thing against Guardian to ask, but the reason is that Lyath has access to that instant speed Intimidate effect with that aura.
The Leave Them Hanging.
Leave Them Hanging. Thank you for the name recall. It's early in the morning. And so he knows maybe that my opponent might be trying to disrupt my hand while I'm trying to attack, especially when Jaap says no blocks on the first link. Maybe he's trying to do it at a more opportune moment and snipe a better card. So he waits for him, and that maybe hints to me that he does have an awareness of what Jaap's tricks are for this game.
Draws a Pulse Wave Harpoon from that Spark of Genius. Pretty good one all around. Finds T-Bone on top with our patented Compass Cam.
Is Pulse Wave Harpoon better or worse when your opponent has more cards?
Yes.
I'm actually quite curious. I don't want to work that out live. I would say it's probably a little dampened because Jaap has more access to choice in terms of what he can reveal. It's unlikely that Jordy's ever going to go like 4 or 5 wide with his links before he plays the Pulse Wave, that is. Of course, Pulse Wave probably not hitting the table this turn because we had that chain break. Maybe just to get some value in, but possibly parking that in Arsenal to set up a bigger turn next turn.
Yeah, definitely feels like the kind of card that is sidestepped by that Leave Them Hanging. It's going to be Teklo Core pitched for Teklo Core, which is more than fine here. Going to get some extra counters on that gun. Cerebellum Processor, of course, still lurking, means that if there is something on top of the deck here that Jordy wants to play for, there is the option to draw it, but almost certainly just going to be popping that Pulse Wave Harpoon in the arsenal, and well, no, that's not true. There's obviously 2 floating here now thanks to this Teklo Core. So Pulse Wave Harpoon can come firing across, and we can draw a card from the Cerebellum Processor here and park that in the arsenal instead. So Jaap, you know, good measure here. Blocks with a piece of equipment, and so Jordy thought the T-Bone was done and was like, no, this is actually a Snapdragon Scalers. I'm going to be taking that point of damage, and so Sprocket Rocket will disappear. Pulse Wave Harpoon coming across here. Please reveal 2 cards, and if they block 2 is the question here. So we're going to be showing off hopefully not Nimblism and hopefully not Nimby.
Yeah, this is a Pulse Wave for deal some damage, not really a lot of disruption, of course. So reaching for a 3 block on the Peace of Mind, which can't be drawn. There's an important distinction with Pulse Wave Harpoon versus other ask my or demand my opponent blocks with this cards, like a new had in the Assassin card pool, where a non-block, like Peace of Mind, can't be brought onto the chain link as a functional block 0.
kind of interesting here, actually. I think you learn a surprising amount about Jaap's hand as this turn plays. Not only because that 0 to 60 connected immediately, but because it wasn't part of the Ram's head that jumped in front of that T-bone. So clearly no wish to play this piece of mind this turn, because if you did, well, you'd have used the Rampart to cover the T-bone. So some fairly suggestive stuff going on. It will be the Symbiosis shot coming across to bring IJlst down to 31 here, but keeping the grip, so intends on causing some pain.
I think it might be a hint that Jaap doesn't have a way of playing the Piece of Mind and taking advantage of the Ponder, and so maybe he wants to use that blue in his hand in order to put this edge of their seats on the board, turn on that Attention Grabber's 3-block in the coming turns, and then clear the rest of the cards out just offensively and park that defensive Piece of Mind into the arsenal. Not necessarily how he's going to approach it, but he definitely wants to be attacking at the minimum this turn, thanks to those 4 mites that are popping.
Minnoism, Nimbleism to start things off here. So we're going to be getting big real fast.
Yeah.
It's going to be cut a long story short coming out of the arsenal here. This one is pretty brutal, especially when you're staring at twin drive maximum velocity on the other side of the table. Jaap is not interested in playing that game.
This is for 13, I believe, which is the perfect tower amount. So Jaap set everything up perfectly, and those remaining cards in his hand, of course, are the blue and the edge and the Piece of Mind. So intentionally not playing out that Piece of Mind, he would be left with both the edge on their seats and the Ponder, and he really wants that edge on their seats to pop as soon as possible. I think this tells us that he's taking this more aggressive, disruptive angle in the matchup, and therefore putting that edge on their seats on the table is a good way to continue to enable that for future turns. The next time he draws a cut on long story short, if it's in the next 2 turns, he's going to be able to combo that with the edge on their seats and possibly once again get this tower effect from cut a long story short or some similar crush effect.
What was looking to be a very promising hand here for Jordy suddenly finds itself in a bit of a sticky spot. Multiple cards to work with here and a difficult block. So we'll see equipment being reached for here. It's going to be all of the equipment being reached for here. So Jordy clearly interested in keeping some amount of this hand, and I love this. You see the quick counting to be like, I need to not block 12.
Yeah.
If I block 12, it is a certifiable disaster, and so confirms all of the math real quick here as Crown of Providence, Cogworks, Tinker Rings, Adaptive Playing, and Zeklo Foundry Heart join 2 cards from the hand to try and cover the bases here. And this is very telling of how Jordy thinks this matchup is going to play. Maximum velocity, clearly a big part of the equation and needs to be safe somewhere in the arsenal to set that turn up.
Am I wrong, or is this 15? 2, 5. 2 and 5 makes 7, another 2 is 9, and then 2 cards is 15. So he's playing around the Concealed Blade, probably.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't expect this to be a second Razor Reflex, especially because he knows the 2 cards that are available in hand, and it would be pitching a red for Razor, and that would be not necessarily so efficient.
I think that's very heads up, because we saw Piece of Mind edge of their seats as
Which
the cards
implies
in hand.
there's another blue
so
as
it
well.
implies there's a blue to have the ability to play that edge of their seats, and there's a good chance that if you want to play a flexible hand, the blue could be Concealed Object, which is like pretty stellar. So happy to play around that one. I think that's a very heads-up play a lot of people are likely to miss. Not rewarded in this case, as edge of their seats does come down anyway off the blue, but even if you were playing around it, you knew that was the other outcome. So got to be pretty happy with how heads-up that was.
Yeah, I would not even say not rewarded. I think playing around those probabilistic edge cases is probably the better way to play no matter what, even if it's not what is there on the table right now. Jordy, another reason he really wanted to protect this hand, other than just the cards being pretty decent, was he doesn't want to lose access to using the Cerebellum Processor and Teklo Core turn offensively. So he wants both these cards. Well, maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
I don't think he boosted before this.
The hand was Maximum Velocity Backup Protocol Red. The Crown turned the Backup Protocol Red into a Spark. So we find ourselves with the ability to spark for a grenade, which I would be shocked if it cranked. It's going to sit here trying to align with this maximum velocity. So unfortunately going to be losing value from the Teklo Core and the Cerebellum Processor, but finding a way to make the most of 2 cards, set up that big max V turn, and basically turn around to Lyath Goldmane and say, hey, in fact, do it again.
And there is a shuffle here, so there could also still be an item played off the top with these Teklo Core if Jordy gets a little bit lucky with what card is on top, and Jaap probably knowing that wants to put his own little magic on this shuffle and make sure that doesn't happen.
Give it a thorough spin. Let's take a look, dealer. What do you find on top of the deck? Spark of Genius, of course, resolving. We're not even going to look. Stone Cold Killer. No need to peek. Passes priority. Is there any tricks beforehand? Having a think about Lyath's hero ability activation here. This is pretty commonplace for this deck. You're going to find yourself with a spare card the opponent makes you convert on numerous bases. And of course, this time around, does not want that Might token in exchange for one of those cards. Jordy thankfully not punished by drawing a T-Bone as the top card of the deck there. So no item to have been found either way.
I think here we see possibly another Razor Reflex, which is probably a hint as why Jaap's holding on to this hand. There's a lot of Trixie go wide. Of course, he also has Snapdragon Scalers if he happens to get blocked out, which is not what he's expecting in this matchup, especially with all that equipment gone. So he's able to take advantage of this hand, and that's why you just don't bother to throw things on defense, or not on defense, but throw a card away for basically 1 point of value. I think every card here looks like it converts. This is buffs. You know, even Nimby converts.
I guess some small upside of not finding any offense for Jordy was that Attention Grabbers did not get to partner with this edge of their seats here, so it is still lurking for a following turn. That's not necessarily a bad thing here for Jaap. This hand converts very well, and Lyath is very much a case of setting up as you do the thing in a number of cases. So not going to be super upset with that, but can't go really big if he had wanted to.
Attention Grabbers is also a good way to make playing out the Leave Them Hanging feel less like bad rate. Like, it feels like very good rate if you're playing out that Leave Them Hanging and then immediately removing the counter. So it's a 2-card 6 block in that way, plus you get +4 value on your turn. So I'm not necessarily that surprised. No, I mean, it's not surprised he didn't draw the card, but it's not necessarily the end of the world, I should say, for Jaap to not be able to take advantage of this on the first opportunity.
Going to be Minnowism into a blue copy of Nimby here to go fishing for a Nimbleism. But of course, wouldn't surprise me if we saw a blue copy here. Seems to lend itself quite well to maybe a Lyath activation plus that Razor Reflex to kind of fund the rest of the turn. It will be the blue copy, a nice stamped one there being reached for as well.
Great read. I don't know what that back card in Jaap's hand was, but I believe there is a blue in the Razor and then a card that I'm not quite sure what it is. I would hope it's an attack. I mean, it has to be an attack, otherwise he wouldn't be taking these lines.
I think it's a Goon Battery.
Oh, that's the blue. Okay.
Entirely sure.
Okay.
I'm used to looking at 4 cards in
it's hard to read 5 at a time.
hand, and so when you glance over at 5, your brain kind of shuts down after 4.
I've played Lyath at a ProQuest once, and it does really tax the brain in a way that is unique in this game.
Part of my concern of playing it at the Pro Tour was that if I did, I would give myself some pretty heavy warnings by drawing too many or too few cards. It will be that Razor Reflex coming along here to give Nimby go again, up to 7 as things stand, assuming that, of course, Dash doesn't play any defense reactions. So we'll make this one connect and continue the turn.
Of course, you could always just pitch into Titan's Fist if he wants. Titan's Fist and the Lyath, maybe with if he has another blue, but
So
I think he might be able to attack.
It looks like we have 2 steps ahead and Goon beat down in the hand. So
This
there's
is-
some appeal in setting up the 2 steps ahead as well, in theory.
This is one of the things I really like about Lyath is it gives you this sort of fork where you can often choose the setup instead of the attack line. And here Goon Battery is not in its great mode because it is there's not 3 auras on the board. So choosing to play the 2 steps ahead, just use that floating resource to activate Lyath. Of course, he didn't get the opportunity to defend with that card because he already just passed turn, or played an item and passed, I should say. So Jaap choosing the setup line here and finding that angle to his deck.
Yeah, IP1 feeling significantly less problematic if you can get full value out of your cards and you spend 4 of them anyway, because that is what most heroes would do. So Jordy here, going to start things off with the iconic Zipper hit. It will be Twin Drive disappearing into the Banished Zone to fuel this attack. 5 go again.
Now, this is my least favorite part about playing Lyath. There's a Peace of Mind in hand and that Peace of Mind in arsenal. I found these defensive 2-cost instants to be a little bit awkward when they all pair up with one another. Like, you'd rather have one and then another, and then in the situations where they all pair up, you're like, it's not super efficient. Peace of Mind, especially because of the Ponder creation. Of course, you can play 2 of them off of a blue and a Tunic resource, but then you're sort of losing some of the value by losing the Ponder and having 2 Ponders at once, or you don't want to Ponder one, or play one to get the Ponder and then hold on to the other, intending to arsenal it, and then you have to create another Ponder. So it's putting him in a bit of a bind. It happens with this deck.
So we see Jaap here reaching for Rampart to cover up what I imagine will be the remaining point of damage alongside that Peace of Mind. Seems to be rethinking that decision now. Does, of course, need to consider how likely this grenade is to explode. And if anyone does know the width of Dash.io, it is going to be IJlst. So we know it's maximum velocity in the arsenal as well. This turn has the potential to be very large.
One reason I like putting this Rampart forward is that Dio is prone to breaking the chain. So putting Rampart forward as early as possible on a turn like this, where Dio has access to her whole hand, makes sure that if Jordy ever wants to break the chain for a Teklo Foundry Heart or an item, for example, then that Rampart can get access to the block later on in the turn. Of course, maybe not reaching for it because of those awkward Peace of Minds like we talked about. He has 2 of them instead of 1, so it's less like curve efficient to also pay for Rampart if he wants to play out both of those Peace of Minds. So having to go through the bind of like, would I rather try to get this Rampart value and maybe hold on to one of the Peace of Minds and lose the Ponder, or do I want to play both? It's cleaner here to play both because you block the 5 very well.
Yeah, it's like even worse that one of these Peace of Mind is in the arsenal, because if you play one and don't play the one in the arsenal, well, the Ponder token doesn't achieve anything. So it's a pretty savage mix of cards here for our Lyath gold main player. We will see the Rampart being paid for here by pitching away that goon, and I don't hate this. So this is Jaap accepting that this grenade is going to connect. There is very little I can do about this turn, and I feel like my Peace of Mind might be better placed somewhere else. Alternatively, I'm going to try not to use them, to try and keep some semblance of offense. We can kind of gather from the 2 floating that one of these is being played at some point, but thinks there is a better place to use them, given the grenade is just going to connect anyway.
Could also be that the 2 floating is for the Lyath activation. There's not too many action points and action cards in his hand, and we do see this goon beatdown being pitched away. So possible he's not prioritizing blocking with those action cards. Yeah, I think it's just a bit of a case of an awkward one. You're also in this bind as this more tempo-y, mid-rangey setup version of Lyath that you want to take advantage of the resources that you pre-commit. So he's pre-committed this edge on their seats, and he's pre-committed the 2 steps ahead. That part's maybe less important because the big effect is actually going to be on the next turn, not this immediate next turn. But he doesn't want this edge on their seats to pop for no value. So he wants to be able to hold on to at least a card to swing with Titan's Fist and come in for 5, or maybe one of those attacks and come in for 6 or 7 with the edge on their seats buff, like 7 or 8, I guess.
Really interesting hover from Jaap, reaching for two-faced here. Feels like he smells maximum velocity and wants to try and break this up before it becomes too late. The bad news for that is that the maximum velocity is in the arsenal, and it is all zeros in the hand. And so, no maximum velocity. You just heard it from Jaap. Well, got some bad news, buddy. It's coming. It's just not where you hoped it was.
Fortunately, not even taking the blue can get around a Maxx V in Arsenal because there is that 1 float from earlier with the Teklo Core, and Teklo Foundry Heart, of course, could bump that up to 2. Jordy being very pleased to have all of those 0 costs, and I think Jaap was thinking maybe if the Maxx V is in Arsenal, I can ruin the pitch curve of the turn, the cost curve of the turn, I should say, and make Jordy still unable to play it. But things worked out really well with that draw off of Two-Face. Very fun card to introduce to Lyath's kit. Unfortunately, not working out here for Jaap because it's got a little bit of randomness baked into it, as there is a draw in before the discard effect. Not working out here, but I think that was probably a very good read to place on this T-Bone, since T-Bone is naturally coming in for just 1 anyways.
Two-faced caught in the middle indeed. Sprocket Rocket roaring across the combat chain here. No item found. This one is just coming in for 3 with go again. But Jaap finds himself in this position again. 2 resources floating. We know it's a pair of Peace of Minds, but still wants to do something very proactive alongside that edge of their seats. So a bit of a bind here to try to make the most of an awkward set of cards.
I think the remaining cards are 2 blues. I see a Terra Sunder.
It's cut a long story short is the other one alongside that Terra Sunder. So at least an attack that does something. We find backup protocol red coming down here to generate an action point when it's cranked alongside dash. So 3 damage coming through brings Jaap down to 18 here. And now there is some options available for Jordy, with that protocol available to grab some goodies. And what we believe to be maximum velocity, safely tucked in the arsenal, being rewarded for dedicating all that armor to the first copy of Cut a Long Story Short here to tie this turn together and make it do as you would expect it to.
That's the beauty of that fridge you have access to as Dash.io. You're able to get around that one first big swing of disruption that your opponent plays against you if they choose to play disruption against you. Rewarding him for sure here. Using these resources off Teklo Foundry Heart. Going up to 4 resource, not something you see represented on a dive very often, but that's good enough for 2 for a backup protocol to fetch an arsenal card, or possibly just more damage to push through here, and a Maxx V as well.
curious about this choice. There is definitely some thought process if there's like a heist available in the graveyard to go grab here when Jaap seems so hesitant to block with remaining cards, but very difficult to give up the velocity damage when you have the ability to do it, and you can see it on Jaap's face. He knows. It's very, very face up when your opponent Foundry Hearts to 4 resources and has already played an item. It's not like we're digging, we're not looking for anything, we need all 4 resources.
I like the choice to play out the 0 to 60 here. Your opponent has signaled he really doesn't want to block, so just maximizing the damage you deal when he's already down at 18 as well is a good way to just like make Jaap as uncomfortable as possible. So Jaap, pitching away that second piece of mind. The hand didn't align.
That's the stuff right there. That is not what you want to be doing with peace of mind, but Rampart of the Ram's Head at least garnering some value, and we will see a Symbiosis shot firing across afterwards will bring Jaap all the way down to 8 in the face of maximum velocity. What can our villain do to find his way back into this game?
Yeah, so that was Rampart getting value the good way. It was activated twice and therefore went up to 2 resources. It just felt a little awkward with all the pitch for everything else, and of course having to pitch away a red Peace of Mind, not being able to combo together the Peace of Mind and the second Rampart there. Not very good. Popping 6 points of value this turn, 5 from the edge and Might, and then coming in with Terrace Under, and I cut a long story short.
So not a bad return fire, but I don't believe we're towered here. It's going to be 10 on this cut a long story short. So Terra Sunder on hit, still it's going to happen, but we're not going to be taking the entire hand away. And Jordy on 27 here does have some life to play with if 2 cards makes for a reasonable hand on the way back.
Yeah, I think Jaap's read here is that he needs to present disruption. And so even though the cut a long story short is not on the good way, so to speak, it's the Terra Sunder that is the only disruptive option in his hand. So choosing to keep these cards, take a lot of damage just to be able to maybe stem the bleeding. You're already going down to a 4-card hand. It means that Terra Sunder with no equipment on board is probably presenting quite a bit of a challenge for Jordy here. So Jaap knows that this turn he might only be getting a couple points in, but he's not going to take that much. And then he's got this 3 Might and Confidence set up for next turn as well. Hopefully that Ponder can maybe get him something good into that arsenal as well.
So happy to take the heat here. Looks like a 4 red hand for Jordy. So down to 17, I think. 17 sounds correct, and we're going to be discarding 2 of these. Wouldn't surprise me if the heist was one of them, given the red nature of the hand. It will be Boom Grenade as the other. I believe that leaves us with a Zipper Hit and a 0 to 60. That's the 2 cards available here. Nice flexible fork, as you call it. 0 to 60 will come in here. If an item is on top, you can still do the thing, and if it isn't, you can, of course, just fire a Symbiosis shot, park that Zipper Hit for later on. Leave him hanging in the hand here for Jaap alongside this 0 to 60. Kind of hard to rationalize in this spot, given it is likely not coming, but you feel very silly if it's another 0-cost boost attack. Terra Sunder alongside it.
Double Cruel Ambition means he can buff up the following turn very well, but he would have loved to have these last turn and set up the Mights in combination with this Confidence.
I think it's double Leave him hanging as well. Cruel Ambition in the arsenal. Cruel Ambition in the hand, leave him hanging, leave him hanging. Terra Sunder Short Shrift, a pretty promising hand normally, but more problematic when you are under quite as much pressure, and I like this here from Jaap. It's unlikely to be a 0-cost attack, but does give you the flexibility to use attention grabbers and guarantee that all information is now face up. You expect Symbiosis shot to come after this, but you aren't going to get randomly caught out by another 0 to 60, a Fast and Furious, something of this kind.
Yeah, 2 other things here. One, I thought this was a cut a long story short. I think this gets better with the short shrift as the option here. He doesn't need to hit that number 13 to still present disruption, of course. And I think the other layer here is, other than possibly saving himself 4 points of life if he thinks that's another 0 to 60 or something in the hand, he's turning on the attention grabbers here and just giving himself the opportunity to get value of that before he's dead. He didn't get it on the first suspense aura he played out, so he's definitely incentivized to get it here. Reaching for possibly a second card and just, you know, preventing any of the damage that hits. Of course, could always pitch to Rampart just for the 4th. Yeah, he doesn't have to block with that, leave them hanging, but wants to use the hand efficiently. Leave them hanging, might not be using the hand efficiently right now.
Safe to say, not easy to save your attention grabbers for the next game, so you would prefer to get some value out of them before the game is over, and so we will see it reached for here once more. As you allude to alongside that Rampart here,
said you think it was a Cruel Ambition and Arsenal, right?
I think so. I believe it's a Cruel Ambition in hand and
Okay.
another copy in the arsenal as well.
I was going to say it's a little weird to reach for the Rampart with that. He had that leave them hanging sideways, and I was like, is he going to pitch that leave them hanging? And then he could just Arsenal it, and it presents like basically block next turn via the Intimidate. But of course, he had Tunic online, so Rampart paid for with Tunic, and 4 block is covered up. And then Symbiosis shot coming in for 2. Jaap just saying, named Faye, take it.
Down to 6. Plays 17 on the other side of the table. But a promising hand here for Lyath Goldmane Vile Savant. As these Might tokens and the confidence will break alongside them. Tunic ticking back up to 1 for now.
So while Short Shrift is nice because it doesn't need tower, it's a lot less or disruption, I should say, than Cut a Long Story Short. So even though this will be a very large number that's coming in, along with a lot of mites for next turn, the Short Shrift effect only actually takes 1 card out of Jordy's hand, especially because this is not threatening lethal. This is just 10 damage. Jordy could just take this and ditch one of the cards and then present a potent -IO turn, which probably kills someone from 6 some of the time.
10 with confidence at least does remove some options from Jordy, but unlikely to be blocking extensively anyway. Looks like a pair of Outpace, perhaps, alongside Backup Protocol Red and a T-Bone in the hand. So some aggressive options, no doubt. Red T-Bone, it seems, as well. A card that isn't super popular right now. Much better in those maximum velocity decks. Doesn't tend to appear in those prismatic lens versions we've seen from a player like Sam Sutherland. But
I've been seeing some players go back to it. There's a couple matchups where you really want to, or you can really get away with sniping a piece of equipment that you otherwise wouldn't get. And that can change the nature of the matchup. Marionette and Oscilio, if you can pair them together, you got 2 or 3 T-bones on 1 turn. You can maybe, well, 3 in the case of Oscilio, you can snipe something. You could snipe Old Knocker or the headpiece.
it's such a knowing nod there from Jaap. Just blocks 1. Yeah.
It's just an item that
yeah,
doesn't even do anything on this turn.
I know where we're at, says our resident -IO expert, and staring down the barrel of a literal gun as we go back to -IO, who will have 4 cards total to work with. It is Teklo Trebuchet in the hand, not a second Outpace. So Trebuchet, Outpace, and the T-Bone alongside that arsenal here. With only 6 life left to work through against a hero that sometimes blocks like soup. It's a bit of a tough spot.
I was going to say it's not necessarily over because this 4-card hand is not actually a 4-card hand if you consider the Intimidate that's available in Arsenal for Jaap. You can use 2 cards to prevent, well, 1 from Arsenal, so functionally 1 card to prevent Jordy from dealing that much extra damage. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of offense in Jaap's hand, so even if he's able to stem the bleeding and disrupt with the, or quote-unquote disrupt with the Intimidate and slow down this turn, there's no good target for those mites, meaning it has to kind of go in on Titan's Fist. And while that presents lethal, Jordy would just have to give 1 card. It's like a Short Shrift again next time. I would much have rather see something that is like a Short Shrift where you're presenting lethal on like 10 damage and presenting that crush on hit and putting Jordy in a bit of a tough spot. Unfortunately, having the bad side of the draws this turn, I'd say. Nimblism also doesn't work with the Titan's Fist. I can't tell if that's a blue or a red. Not a lot of block, a lot of 2 blocks in this hand.
Another small tell from Jaap as well. The sheepish 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, right? And a quick nod from Jordy. It's like, well, that might smell like leave them hanging just a little bit. So
I mean,
I have to imagine it's on the radar.
Even through leave them hanging, we have the Outpace here. A card in Arsenal, unknown to Jaap, and then the Symbiosis shot. So it still could be, you know, 4-4-2 or 4-5-2, which when you're on 6 is more than enough. So
Always the fear of those boom grenades as well. Here, no item played by Dio. So if you choose to disrespect this Outpace, you might just explode.
Having to play around a lot, of course. Outpace is kind of unfortunate. Can't use that Rampart that you really like to use in -IO, so it does stop Jaap from having some options to block this clean 4. Block with Escalate Violence.
Bang!
And
Red
there it is.
grenade comes flying across the top. Yeah, that can't. Well, it feels pretty good for Jordy, I imagine, but it can't feel spectacular if you were hoping to make it through this turn, or if you are a fan of Lyath Goldmane. I imagine this one getting cranked for max gas. Would you like to crank? Yes. Yes, I would. You can play your half defense reaction if you like, Lyath. You got me. Sink below for 2 is fine, actually.
Jaap said, yes, you found it off the top when the boom grenade was played. He said that in Dutch. This is currently representing lethal, right? So, of course, a Lyath activation could bump this up to 1 block and then bring him down to 1, but 1 is not the position you ever want to be in as anyone against a -IO. Take 5, down to 1. Boom grenade is gone, and the -IO activation is gone, but, you know, we didn't play that leave them hanging. We can do it in the resolution step, of course, but there's still a lot of offense to come on this turn.
Much harder to rationalize that leave him hanging. It's a red nimbleism in the hand. It's overcrowded, imposing visage. So kind of want to be using those cards to block as well as take 1 away from the hand. It is a zipper hit in the arsenal here, which is going to be viable either way, and it is that red T-bone in the hand. So it's another threat coming through. Snapdragon Sailors, of course, going to hop in front of this on the sake of covering the requirement of T-bone, but another card will need to get in the mix in order to not just die.
Yeah, you point out that nimbleism is red. The other 2 cards are the 3 blocks this turn, so really wish that that was a blue, and then you can throw that 2 block in for the leave them hanging, but the 3 blocks are the blues. Don't want to be giving up those. That's a good way to get around cards like T-bone. Yep, thinking maybe I can get value out of this nimbleism if I block with it and rampart at the same time, and then I can hold on to my other 2 cards.
That's a loose definition of value. Real loose definition of value. I'm worried for the these 7 might tokens. I have a feeling they might be doing about as well as me in Yokohama. Zipper hits from the arsenal. It is a red one. The Fast and Furious, of course, not achieving very much, but the 5 is all we care about here. 7's in chat.
Does have 5 block, but this now confirms that the Titan's Fist, or that the Mites will lose a value, and Jaap just saying GG after that because of the Symbiosis shot that can follow it up and take him down to -1 points of health. Jaap falls to his own hero.
Yeah, got to be a pretty sour taste to start things off, but congratulations to Jordy van Eijk. -IO showing you the deck is still a very real contender in the current metagame. Victor, don't worry about Victor. Just find his brother, cousin, relative of some distant ascent and then blow them up with several bullets and grenades instead.
Finding the other gold main is probably the better way to play as -IO. It looked a little bit like a tough one for that build of Lyath, at least on that side of the table, which doesn't surprise necessarily if we've got these more low-to-the-ground offensive versions of Lyath. It's not typically a matchup or the approach to playing against -IO that can win unless you have Explosion on your own right. And Jaap not able to piece together the Explosion very well in this game. Only got 1 of those big tower effects. He had some of those, you know, big offensive carry-forward turns, but none of them placed where he wanted them necessarily, and then 7 value that was paid for but carried forward to the future that didn't get used. So a little bit of an unfortunate one for Jaap. IJlst not able to find the out there, but maybe he's able to clean up the lower bracket after falling to 0-1 at the start of the game.
Nothing like submarining with a short king. It's a good place to be. So good luck to Jaap and Lyath, and I'm sure we'll be watching along with Lyath over the course of the weekend. But we have something very exciting to watch right now. I know what they say: what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But I fancy giving you a taste of what you'll expect if you're coming to join us there. Tickets on sale now for Pro Tour Las Vegas. Of course, only makes sense for us to get our gambler on. An Olympia prize fighter seems to be the flavor of the event. Pit Boss Olympia will be your promo hero card this time around.
This is one of those first times that I really connected with the theming of a hero in terms of its art and its style. And I do quite like, I was just saying during that video, I do quite like this Olympia prize fighter alt art, or promo art, you could call it, that's coming out at PT Vegas. I'm excited for the Year of the Warrior, as we hinted at earlier, and I think Olympia might be getting some juice throughout the year. So this card, maybe if you had told me a couple months ago we were getting an Olympia promo at a PT, I would say, well, that's not going to get a lot of use. But this year, 2026, it does seem like the year where you can actually get some juice out of Olympia here.
Love the heads up of the starting steak character in the background there as well in the casino. It's very heads up, very tasteful. I'm just going to take a look at my notes real quick. I believe this says, he's the biggest Chad alive is actually the direction we've been given here. So if you weren't already a fan of Olympia, big fan of that, putting my beard to shame, and you're going to need to come and join us in Vegas if you want to come and acquire this one. Speaking of, it's not just a hero prize card, it is one of the most iconic defense reactions in all of Flesh and Blood. Fate Foreseen joins Sync Below with its Pro Tour specific treatments.
There is a Fate Foreseen promo that has come out in the past, of course, not at a Pro Tour specific one, but there is the Chinese New Year Fate Foreseen, I believe, Lunar New Year. And so now we get the English version of an exciting Fate Foreseen with this beautiful extended art box. And just the Opt1 text, always a clean Opt1 text that makes me very excited when we don't have the reminder text of how things work. That's just a little thing for me, but Olympia going gambling here and able to pull off a win, hopefully.
I'm a big fan of this background of this art here, actually. It's the devil on the shoulder losing, the winning on the one side. This is me at the casino. This is me processing every, Doctor Stranging it to 1 million possible outcomes that could happen, and I only win in one of them. It's like, it's vaguely what's happening in this artwork. It definitely appeals to me, and looking forward to getting these in my deck as well. Of course, if you want to guarantee yourselves these goodies, these are rainbow foil all around, the Marvel card, and of course the Fate Foreseens as well. You get your corresponding matching playmat and a mixture of choice of booster box this time around in the souvenir package for Las Vegas.
Of course, if you haven't gotten enough Omens of the Third Age, you can pick Omens of the Third Age, but there are those Japanese sort of historical events, repurchase packs with the Mistveil and Rosetta boxes there. I would probably go for an Omens of the Third Age box just because I'm a lover of getting some of those new packs, the most recent set. But if you want to get all of the stuff you can get at Pro Tour Las Vegas, then pick up the souvenir package, and it is there for you to get everything the easy way. Of course, if you're not just getting a Pro Tour souvenir package and you are playing in the Pro Tour, you get one of these beautiful fabled playmats in the background, and you still manage to get for free your Fate Foreseen and Olympia Prized Fighter promos.
Yeah, that Will of Arcana playmat is stunning, and as a Wizard enthusiast, I'm going to have to pick that one up for the collection. The more I look at Fate Foreseen, the more I realize this isn't my average casino experience, because I'm the one doing the losing. If you look closer, this is Olympia knows what's happening. Olympia is either winning or winning more. There is no losing at this casino, and I don't know what that feels like.
Creating a lot of extra gold there as Olympia. I do love this Will of Arcana playmat. I always feel bad having a Pro Tour playmat that I didn't play at or I didn't earn myself. I still play with my one Blood of Drakai from PT Amsterdam as my main playmat, but these fables that come out at every Pro Tour are one of my favorite things about attending the Pro Tour for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I've got a soft spot for Will of Arcana as well. Wizard enjoy it, but also I think I've opened like 5 of these. It's like it's been just attracted to me. So clearly I need the mat to match one way or the other. There are some other cards available at the Gift with Purchase merch booth. If you spend $150 or more, you might not recognize these cards yet because, they haven't been released as of now. But I gotta be honest, this art style really resonates with me.
Yeah, I really dig this sort of medieval art style. Of course, getting these in this art format is something you can only get at the Pro Tour if you spend that money at the merch booth. These cards, I imagine, will come out later in the year in a different printing. Hopefully, I would hope so, to put in my Olympia deck. Just reading these live, I read them just before the game, but it's a pretty interesting change to Olympia and tells you a little bit more about the wagers that will be available. Of course, you don't necessarily want to win these, but there's ways to negate the downsides of these cards as well. So I'm quite intrigued by what this is telling us as the hint of where Olympia goes in the future. But of course, if I end up picking them up, I'm really going to want that donkey extended art in my deck.
All I'm saying is whoever named these is an avid Texas Hold'em player, because I've had many a downswing, I've been drawing dead on numerous occasions, and many of my opponents have called me a donkey. So there is numerous terminology to be familiar with there. Happy to see him paying them forward into our clear new gambler of the Flesh and Blood universe in the form of Olympia Prized Fighter. Exciting promo cards all around in Vegas. Can't wait to get my hands on these.
I can't wait to get my hands on Olympia come Mastery Pack Warrior at the end of the year. From all the hints we've had, that's maybe my most excited set for the year, which it maybe shouldn't be because we're getting limited back in Omens, and that's way sooner, but I'm a big Warrior guy.
No, I'm very happy to see you hyped, but I want more. That's not enough hype. nowhere near enough hype. So in fact, in round 2, I'm going to make sure that we have some more hype. Maxx, the Hype Nitro, coming at you next round.
Dragons of the North, history untold. Each night chased and watched them fall. Young men's reign will turn to stone. This is a prophet's call.
So it's Maxx the Hype Nitro and his beloved Banksy on one side of the table. On the other, Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, a hero that's been going through a bit of a deck-building renaissance since Yokohama. There's like 3 different ways to play this thing right now.
I was talking to Michael Feng yesterday in the hall after playing some side events, and he told me every time I play against a Victor in these side events, I look at their face and I memorize their face and what type of Victor they were playing. And that way he knows if he sits across from me, he can sideboard for fatigue or the more mid-range approach or the second cycle approach or whatever it may be. So there's Victor definitely benefiting from that effect that some heroes have had in the past, like Bolton, for example, where you don't know how to sideboard against them correctly. Victor is a current beneficiary of that, for sure. We talked last round that Dash.io was happy to see Lyath as opposed to the other Goldmane Victor. How do you feel about Maxx? Is it the same boat? Do you think Victor has an inherent advantage here, or?
So, I don't have a ton of experience with Maxx, not in recent memory. I played the deck a little bit when Chris was playing at Worlds, Chris Yali, way back when. So I have some hindsight there, but also Jack has been playing Maxx a ton, has been working on it with a few people who are in the Maxx cabal, if you will. And I was informed by one of the judges who was part of that cabal that during side events yesterday, Jack tracked his average turn value every turn throughout several events. So we're talking 15, 20, 25 rounds, something like that. His average value per turn for the entirety of yesterday was 20.
Wow. Okay, there's something we got to learn about this Maxx deck for sure.
I'm hearing there is some hit the gas stuff. There is some ways to really make the mechanoid pop. So Jack's a big believer and the only one in the room. So we'll see if Jack is correct or if the masses prevail again. Let's make our way down into the feature match area in order to find out. It's going to be Jack Pauley on Maxx the Hype Nitro against Adrien Druart on Victor Goldmane. One established hero, one curveball, at least with a Marvel to boot. I can't wait to see how this goes. It's not a matchup I'm particularly well versed in.
Yeah, I was thinking while you were answering my question earlier about who may have the advantage, and I think Maxx maybe has a little bit more of an advantage than Dash.io would have because of his more ability to block if he needs to take that angle when Victor is getting aggressive, if Adrien is that style of Victor.
If you're unfamiliar with the heroes, let's talk about them. Of course, the lesser-known one here, Victor Goldmane, does benefit from generating gold. If you manage to do so each turn for the first time, you will draw a bonus card. If you're clashing and you fail to win a clash, you can cash that gold in to rig the fight in your favor and clash again, hopefully end up in a slightly better spot.
Yeah, they are the sort of uptaking hero of the last couple of weeks with a Pro Tour top 8 finish, several top 8 finishes at the Calling at the Pro Tour, and of course the Calling we cast to lose a couple weeks prior to that. Victor has been showing up. Maxx on the other side, not necessarily so familiar for everyone. Once per turn action, you can pay 2 resources to create a Hyperdriver token with 2 Steam counters. Activate this only if you've boosted this turn, so that is a limitation. But Hyperdrivers you control get crank, meaning you can create action points whenever a Hyperdriver hits the arena, whether it comes from the deck or from this ability. 85 LL points is maybe more than I was expecting, but of course no big successes on the World Tour stage. I think just one Calling top 8 in his entire history, so lots to still prove from Maxx the Hype Nitro.
Yeah, had a good showing when High Octane was still legal, lost a lot of power when that card was taken away, but the plan here is still kind of similar. Assemble Nitro Mechanoid thanks to these Hyperdrivers, go to town with the big robot one way or the other. I'm sick of waiting. Let's get down into the game and see how this one shakes out. Some new cards to pay attention to for Maxx, of course. We do have HyperX 3 in the head slot, and one of those new ones in the hand straight away here. It's a copy of Speed Demon, which came straight out of Compendium of Wraith, a card that many folks have seen more in Dash in Silver Age than they have done in Maxx in Classic Constructed. It's Crankshaft to start things off here. Going to be boosting across and no doubt looking to make a Hyperdriver shortly afterwards.
I sure want to draw attention to this HyperX3. It's a legendary that has not seen a lot of play. In fact, it's quite affordable as far as legendaries go because of this. Whenever you banish a Hyperdriver from boosting, put it under this. Once per turn, when a Hyperdriver is put under this, if there are 3 or more Hyperdrivers, draw a card. Does that imply that he has a Hyperdrivers in deck, or is he just going for a 1-block Mechanologist equipment head?
This might be Iron Rot Face, it's unclear, but I do think there are reasons to play Hyperdrivers in the deck now for a deck like Maxx, and so I wouldn't be shocked to see them disappearing underneath this, but we'll see. I'm not entirely sold. What we did see on the first turn of the game here was what we expected from Maxx. One single boost attack to enable that hero ability makes the Hyperdriver doesn't crank. Unfortunately, it was Clash of Might on the other side of the table for Adrien, so a Might token made to start the game finds Visit the Goldmane Estate on the first turn. Now, this has quickly become the most synonymous card, the most important part of Victor, and you kind of saw it all over Jack's face there immediately. This isn't really how I wanted to start things off.
But it's also not necessarily the worst way to see it here. You know, of course, if you give Adrien 2 or 3 more turns to find that first visit the Goldmane Estate, it might create even more might. So he's probably playing it opportunistically, knowing that this matchup is not necessarily going to that hard fatigue state where he needs to loop those last few visit the Goldmane Estates. So just playing it to be card efficient and resource efficient with coming into the CNC, for example, afterwards. That comes in for 7 from the might, but of course also uses that 2 resource as well.
Command Meet Conquer. And we will take a look at the hand here for Jack, who is looking and a pair of T-bones, a red zipper hit, and I believe an underloop in the hand.
It is the hyperdriver. I saw when I drove up. He does have the hyperdrivers in the deck, so there's some math you can do on whether this Hyper X3, like how often it'll actually draw you a card based on how many hyperdrivers are in the deck. It's not infinite, but it's maybe an edge piece where the alternative is just a 1 or 2 block anyways, and he needs to be a mechanologist head because you're Maxx, and so he's putting a couple Maxx hyperdrivers in there, and it's not the end of the world if he draws them or if he banishes them this way.
I suppose there's also a chance there's some of that armory deck equipment in here as well for other matchups that isn't on display right now that really cares about it. And you kind of see it here, immediately boosting a hyperdriver off the top. Hyper X3 gains a material. Now, it is worth noting, even if you're not drawing cards here, this is extra mechanoid fuel. It's all things that are going underneath Hyper X3, so it's extra materials, it's extra attacks. And in a matchup that is so attrition-based and will no doubt go down to a grindy battle towards the end, every material's going to count. So bonus hyperdriver's really big deal here, even if these crankshafts you would typically prefer to be boosting have been somewhat stuck in hand.
Now, there's probably no way to get anybody to confirm this for me, but this might be the first hyperdriver to go under a Hyper X3 on a official Legend Story Studios Flesh and Blood stream at a professional event or competitive event, I should say.
Bucket list. Tick. That's another one there. We sent new to LL. We've played World Championships, specifically a hyperdriver going under Hyper X3. Also on that list. Worth noting here, Ripple Away on defense. Not a card that is like guaranteed to be in these Victor decks. Obviously more popular right now in every version of the deck, but we're watching for the cards that are more suggestive of a slower build. But so far we've seen none of these block 4s, none of these yellow Fiddler's Greens. So looks like very traditional mid-rangey Victor here.
Yeah, a lot of offense being set up for Jack here. Of course, he has 3 hyperdrivers going into next turn, so he's already quote-unquote online. Of course, probably not likely to pull the trigger here. Also, one of them will go away with the first boosted card, so he's got a bit of a powerful setup. Adrien also hinting at offense here. He's got, oh, never mind, it's just a lot of reds. Got the CNC coming out of Arsenal. I was seeing the Spinal Crush, and I was like, oh, maybe he's going for one of these big turns, but I think that last card that he's throwing into Arsenal is also a red here, and he just needed to cycle some of these cards away.
Some gangbusters in the hand here for Jack Pauley. It's Hyper Scrapper, Fast and Furious, Speed Demon, Hit the Gas in the hand. So lots of cards none of you are going to have seen even at your LGS. So very excited to see these ones flying into the combat chain soon enough. Hopefully not all on defense, but if the Arsenal's a premium piece, this Command and Conquer is an issue. And it does look like Jack here is thumbing 3 of these cards kind of sheepishly sideways. Not interested in letting this one connect a second time, so I'm going to hesitate to guess it's not another crankshaft in the Arsenal.
No, it might be Nitro. I don't remember if we took a look at the card before it went in there. Could be a Nitro Mechanoid, which you don't want to lose your first one once you have it set up there.
Tough decision here for our Maxx, the Hype Nitro player. Does seem relatively happy with his grip. Speed Demon is a heck of a card if you can make it work and come together, so...
Take a look at Jack's face. He's been quite expressive. I mean, he's stoic now, but while you were speaking, he had this sly smile. After a minute of thinking, he then went back to the sly smile. It's like he's maybe disappointed that he has to lose these cards. He's excited to show off what Maxx can do and doesn't get to do it here.
Yeah, that's just the stance of a Maxx player. They get distracted. They look at their cards. Wow, those are pretty.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm supposed to be thinking about my turn. Wow, these are pretty. Like, it's a constant cycle of life, and unfortunately, part of that cycle is Command and Conquer ruining your day. And we will see that Arsenal disappearing once more. Do find ourselves keeping Fast and Furious. Hit the gas, though. So still a pretty functional turn here for Jack.
Yeah, you got to be paying attention to the counters on the hyperdriver, because of course he needs at least 3 for that Nitro Mechanoid, and he needs to be keeping the counters alive.
Interesting. So Jack here chose to let this Command and Conquer hit, then IP1 the Hit the Gas. Didn't fire the Fast and Furious. Does not want that counter to leave the hyperdriver, which seems very telling about how this is going to go.
2 things there. 1, firing a Fast and Furious and not doing much with it on that turn loses you the counter. Doesn't just lose you that 3rd hyperdriver, it loses you the 2nd counter. It loses you the counter on those other two, but pummel on a ripple away. What are we seeing in this game?
That's a cold foil judge pummel too. That's some premium real estate right there, landing onto a card that shouldn't be attacking you. Ripple away is a reaction with a 4 on it for some reason, and instead it is an 8 on it and ruining the day for Jack Pauley, but not for long. Supercell comes on down to turbocharge this one. You might not have seen this one either. This was the original herald of the end for people that believed in Maxx. Steam counters are plenty on any number of X hyperdrivers. You make one with that many Steam counters, and if you played enough, you can put one of those banished Nitromechanoids back on your deck. So if you'd banished one away, would be setting that up. Not lucky enough to be there yet, but those worries about those hyperdrivers running out of counters, gone. Capiche, nada.
Yeah.
Those dice are on large numbers now. We will have 1,000 years of resources.
Doing his hands, he's doing putting his hands up and explaining, the bottom half could be useful in some scenarios, but it's not useful here. So this is the payoff of making that earlier decision. And the reason I like that he took the 3 damage, it looks like an IP3, but he had a blue T-bone in Arsenal. So the only way he could have cleared that blue T-bone before seeing one of these supercells would have been to lose those counters off of the hyperdriver. So actually taking that CNC damage and losing that T-bone lets him set that Fast and Furious, a better card, in for later, hold on to the hit the gas, which might be quite powerful, and then gets rewarded by seeing the supercell exactly one turn later here. So I think Jack actually piloted that positively well. It would have been maybe nice if the attack had come in for 10 and he could have still blocked 9 and lose the T-bone, but not upset with the way he looked to IP, and of course rewarded here with a lot of hyperdrivers on the board.
Macho Grande comes across, meets Tecmo Foundry Heart and a copy of Hit the Gas to swing momentum back to Jack Pauley, who is looking at some really cute ones. Meganetic Shockwave in the hand, not a card we've seen since Dash LL, unfortunately. Construct Nitromechanoid would like to leave the building after the supercell. Jack,
Right after the supercell.
Jack, that is the wrong order. That's not 20 value, Jack. That's bad.
There's a lot of resources on the board, and unfortunately, I'm not sure there's a huge amount of ways to use them. There is...
No, we don't have to pitch. This whole hand just gets paid for. This is Jumpstart into Pulse Wave Harpoon into Meganetic Shockwave at the end of this turn, which costs 2, so we pay for it all. These hyperdrivers just got, you know what, I've got it. I've got dinner. It's the kind of friend I want to have. These hyperdrivers are doing everything, and unsurprisingly, Adrien is reading Jumpstart.
Never mind, my read was completely off. That's a perfect way to curve out the turn, but Test of Strength will buff up Adrian's defense here. That was my reaction. He's showing off what that card was.
Get thunked on, nerd.
Get thunked on, creating an extra vigor.
And I create a might, of course.
Create a might, sorry. Thunk is the might one. Jack pointing that out, and Adrien being careful not to forget it.
Take one. Yeah, that's good.
Players being quite friendly here. But this is quite a turn from Jack. And, he's got that set up so he can start to attack without risking losing access to these mechanoids for when he does eventually get to the construction. Pulse Wave also presenting some, quote-unquote disruption here by being able to pick any of these cards.
Okay, that's the 3rd Command and Conquer, which I'm going to note. Look, Adrian's deck is very premium. Every CNC has been a different art. This one offends me. The Golden Sun will be the choice here to be pulled onto the combat chain to soak up at least 3 of this damage, and it will be the Meganetic Shockwave as the chain ender. If you didn't play into Slab Dash, you might not be familiar with this one. You need to block with X equipment. In this case, X is 3, so there needs to be at least 3 equipment playing defense. And I've got some bad news for Adrien. There is no block value on Crown of Dominion. Do not pass go. Do not collect gold main money.
Mr. Producer Man, can we get Quick Dodge Flexors up in that card box? I'd like to see if Quick Dodge Flexors goes away without being activated. Of course, he has that Tunic resource here, so he can still efficiently use the Tunic that he's going to lose to pay for the Quick Dodge Flexors. But at the beginning of the end phase, if this defended this turn, destroy it. So this looks like it's stripping his equipment. He's going to get...
We do have Aura Magus.
So shields! Shields are equipment.
Getting it all.
But which is he going to give? Because he could give up the Tunic, or he could give up a Quick Dodge and just block 2 with the Tunic counter.
Are we getting T-bone claused, or are we accepting that our chess piece is a myth? This is great. I love Maxx. Maxx is goodbye, Quick Dodge Flexors. You did your best.
Take none, because you're definitely blocking 4 with those.
Yeah, 2 and 2.
Yeah, 2 and 2.
Definitely blocking 4. Yeah, no need to no need to pay any extra. You have been forced to deposit your fridge into the nearest scrap heap, courtesy of Metrix's favorite rebel.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Still staring at a pile of hyperdriver counters for more of that. And Hyper Scrapper being found here as well does offer some output for those resources, potentially.
I'm really into that, and possibly if he was able to get off another one or a couple T-bones to pair together, he can steal that shield, and it's good that it represents as a gold, so it's stealing some might on the future visit the Gold Main Estates if he's able to buy that shield.
Gonna overpitch here to send in Miller's Grindstone as the retort.
Still some block available on Jack's equipment, battle-worn equipment, of course, so pretty easy to get around the first couple times this comes forward.
Is a hyperdriver in hand here, yellow variety, which is not great, not my favorite card.
Not in hand. There is a yellow one underneath the Hyper X3, so that's the better place for it to be, for sure. At least the yellow one pitches if you don't have a zero cost to lead.
Looks like Hyper Scrapper here, forced to play defense. Not enough items in the bin yet to really capitalize on that one, perhaps. I'm interested to see how much Jack cares about clashing with the Miller's Grindstone here, about just card density in deck. I wonder how much of a concern it is. Until the Nitro Mechanoid has been found, it feels very dangerous to be flipping in the dark.
It. I think you can't risk losing the Nitro Mechanoid, and therefore you have to respect this. He does have the Hyper X3, the Galvanic Bender,
the Galvanic Blender,
and the Tekla Foundry Heart, of course, all of which block 1 from here on out. He was keen to get rid of that 2 block on the Tekla Foundry Heart just against a dominant attack early, so making sure that he has all his... Oh,
okay, happy to spin.
Breakpoints. And then he wins. Look at that.
Your hammer, small now. Reroll. Let's take the pummel away, see if we can beat a 5.
And we can, and it's the best way it could have gone.
That might be a bit good.
I'm really loving Jack's reactions, and he is not too pleased about that one, of course. That gold gets refunded from a Clash Wand with the Golden Sun. The card will come out of Jack's deck. It went straight into the grave. He's already resolved that, of course. And Golden Sun getting drawn, that part doesn't matter so much on this particular turn.
I think it's somewhat apt that it was Heist that was destroyed there, because that was a bit of a steal. It was unpleasant. Test of Iron Grip, equally unpleasant, and currently in the hand of our victor player. It is Hyperdriver and the Banksy Swing, and this one's going to be pretty quick here. You should probably win this clash, Jack. Okay.
Oh, baby.
Are we re-rolling? Are we re-rolling? Do we want Visit the Gold Main Estate, or do we accept that we discard a card and that Jack gets an Arsenal? This is a very difficult decision.
Also, important to note, Jack has a 6 on the top of the deck, so there are even attacks in Adrian's deck that lose to or tie to this rev up.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, that's fine.
That's fine. The 6 is a little too big.
Discards that Thunderquake, and so down a card for Adrien. Arsenal kept for Jack, and we'll have to wait and see what that Arsenal was as to how important that might be in the coming turns. But for now, it is back to Victor Goldmain, who is staring at Golden Sun Boulder Drop with a Tunic resource available.
What in the world is this deck?
I believe that is a blue Hyperdriver that has been sighted in the hand of Jack Pauley.
Was there a Cog card in there too?
That is Cog in the Machine, which if you're unfamiliar, does give you an infinite loop with multiple copies to crank and swing Banksy if you're
it's the
trying to beat
for
fatigue.
Banksy.
Yes, so it does give you some flexibility there. We do love some Cog in the Machine.
Looks like it might just be a 3 block against this Boulder Drop here, though.
Yeah, okay, look, the card is flexible. We're going to go with flexible. It does many things, much like
holding
this rev up. No, okay, we're pretty happy to put a card on top of the deck here. It's a Hyperdriver. We're putting a Hyperdriver on top so we can boost it away and put it underneath Hyper X3. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a combo.
Combo
and I love
found. Now, I actually like this edge here. He's pitching this Cog in the Machine instead of pitching the rev up to keep that edge for if it comes down.
Wow,
Wow.
It's declared in the feature.
Sorry, to finish my thought, he's keeping that Cog in the Machine in the deck. So this matchup doesn't seem right now, based on the way it's been playing out, that it's going to go to fatigue. You know, there's a Visit the Gold Main Estate that was used for just a little bit of value. Of course, there's a very potent Nitro Mechanoid that is being threatened. But once that Nitro Mechanoid is on the table, you can flip the matchup, and now you start demanding cards from your opponent, and then it starts to eke towards this fatigue state. So choosing, instead of keeping the attack in his deck, he wants to keep this Cog in the Machine in the deck for just in case we get there on that second cycle. We do have access to that infinite bank crank, although might be Mechanoid by that point anyways.
Indeed. So it is worth noting here that Jack is doing a lot of bleeding. There is a 20-point life disparity based on the hits that have been coming in while setting up this big menagerie and pulling off all these fancy plays. That is pretty common here from my understanding. Once the Mechanoid is enabled, you gain quite a hefty amount of block value. So while that life total is falling fast now, and we do need to be careful not to let it fall too low and find ourselves dying to Golden Suns and the like, this will slow down pretty significantly once we get to Mechanoid, assuming that we do.
We got to draw it soon, because these infinite drivers that we saw earlier from that first supercell don't look like they're necessarily going to last forever. We have been taking them down. Of course, 2-on-2 counters and 2-on-3 counters is a pretty safe place to be, especially when these Banksies seem to be getting sometimes not blocked. But you'd really want to be hitting that or getting one of those crankshaft-style effects off the top of the deck soon. A yip coming against the Visit Goldman Estate, but it's not the biggest visit. It's just 4 might.
I don't know, this feels plenty big to me. This is 4 might, draw a card.
Pitching a red.
Okay, that's worse. That is significantly worse. Giving up
A
an
5
Iron
might,
Strike
sorry.
here, definitely less appealing this time around, but the card will be reimbursed to Adrien, courtesy of making a gold.
True. The Clash of Might blue, so
Was
rewarded with
a,
some resources.
I said it was a hand that contained double Enlightened Strike, red boulder drop before this, and so was obliged to do this, and we'll find 5 go again on the Enlightened Strike. No doubt the blue being kept here to send the Grindstone afterwards, I would think.
And there is that alternate reality where that Grindstone currently attacks for 3, but it does still attack for 4 thanks to the reroll last time around from Adrien. But as we were talking about, in that period of the game, that turn of the game, Jack does still have access to the Battle-Worn effects on his board to block that 4 cleanly should it come to it. Losing 1 of them now, losing 2 of them now.
Interesting. So happy to soak up the damage here on the E-Strike would lead me to believe that we're also happy to block out this Miller's Grindstone. Might have been worried that there was a follow-up, like a boulder drop or something from the Arsenal here that might have been more pressing and therefore held on to a number of cards. But we're going to happily cover this up. It's the last of the equipment being used. Now, I don't know what the Arsenal is here. There's a non-zero chance that it was a Mechanoid that was saved from that hammer swing, and so using this equipment block up makes a lot of sense to make sure that it's available to do so. But we'll have to wait and see.
My reads are either that Jack is being very precious with his life total right now because of where he's at in the game, and he's worried that he will get dominated or overpowered to death and needs to take this block right now, or that he's got a Mechanoid in Arsenal. He's going to be creating... Oh, no boost.
Yeah, I think that's actually kind of heads up. I think there's no follow-up here for Jack unless he wants to make more hyperdrivers. But why would you do that when you lose a hyperdriver and you make a hyperdriver? It doesn't get you anywhere. You might boost away a Mechanoid. So we'll just throw Big Bertha, save these resources, and keep the card density in deck and make sure we don't lose one, and does find the Construct Mitra Mechanoid in this hand alongside Recharge and 2 other reds, which might normally look a little annoying. What's more annoying is the Spinal Crush. It turns out to pilot a mech suit, you need a spine.
There's this... I understand a player in Jack's position being a little worried about life total and wanting to give up that equipment a little bit early to guarantee keeping, life total buffer against these big attacks for 14 and things like that are coming down the line. But in a situation like this, you kind of wish you had access to it. Of course, the number's 14 because of that might, but if this is a Spinal Crush for 9, this is one of those situations where you get a little bit punished for being a little too early with your equipment. And one of the big level ups you can make with your equipment blocking is making sure that against certain decks, you only hold on to that equipment block for disruptive on-hit effects like Spinal Crush.
God, that's such a shame. This hand is so
bonkers.
insane if we don't have to respect this Spinal Crush. Would literally just get to do it all, but instead gets to do 1, which is significantly less exciting. 8 blocks.
Disrupt.
Oh, well, I guess at least we
Construct.
found the Mechanoid. So there is some upside to this. This is probably going to be a pretty sheepish turn from Jack, I imagine, but it will be a case of, right, I've faded the big gold main estate Spinal Crush. Do it again. And hopefully Adrien is not able to do it again. So boosting this time.
So choosing to boost here, meaning going down to 4 hyperdrivers and creating the resources, which tells me he's probably constructing here. He does feel that pressure to need to convert as soon as possible. Very unfortunate knowing what the rest of the hand was and knowing that he could have kept it against certain other cards.
So good.
It would have been so sick with that Pulse Wave also coming down for disruption. Of course, like 9 more points, 13 more points of damage in that hand. But Jack still being able to make the most of the turn that is being presented to him, given that the disruption was timed where it was timed. Converting his whole board, basically, into a Nitro Mechanoid here.
So if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was 5 hyperdrivers to start the turn. So I believe we made 5 resources, spent 1 on the Cogworks base legs to generate an extra action point. So I believe this is 4 being spent here on the Mechanoid, which means there will be at least 2 swings coming across here from Jack, who is choosing to leave 1 hyperdriver intact, which makes a lot of sense.
Not a choice. You have to convert exactly 3. The reason you want to get over 3 is to be able to make sure you can keep them for the moment you get that Construct Nitro Mechanoid, even if you're boosting in the interim.
Correct, yeah. I misspoke, but what I was more trying to get at was that having 1 around means cards like Jumpstart and the like are still appealing coming off the top of the deck here. Wasn't a choice to bottom 1 away, but having 1 is definitely still a boon.
And of course, holding on to resources as well for future turns. He chose not to attack. Oh, of course. No Spinal Crush.
Correct.
So
yeah, did get crushed, so in this case, did what needed to be done.
Did he?
So the extra action point bails us out in
Bails
that
out for
spot.
1 attack, but not for 2 attacks.
2 Mechanoid, basically. So no ability to swing, but you are correct that the Spinal Crush does do as Spinal Crush does, and we will not be swinging the Mechanoid in the immediate face of it. Third and Light Strike does come on down after Richard the Treble Darnie does its thing, and the Mechanoid immediately soaks that one up. It will be Debilitate as the follow-up here, which is pretty painful, all things considered. I believe it's Fast and Furious, Gas Up, Heist, and a blue Crankshaft in the hand here for Jack.
I'm going to block 9.
9 will be blocked. I'm really interested to see how Jack navigates this from this spot. Adrien can't keep these 2-attack wide turns going forever, and I have to wonder if you just want to pick a spot with the Mechanoid, just waiting to fire attrition. But no, we're going to fire this off as an isolated attack and just try and demand cards out of the way. This, of course, coming in for 6 thanks to that Galvanic Bender that is tucked underneath that pile and will no doubt be the last material to disappear from the Mechanoid. But walking into Staunch Response from the Arsenal here means that this Overpower doesn't achieve very much this time around.
This is the fun thing about Maxx, is you've got this sort of aggressive early game where you're taking a lot of damage, setting up this board, and dealing damage as a regular boost mechanologist, of course, but then you turn into this, oh, now I get to block 14 and still swing in for 6 every turn for at least 8 or 9 turns, I believe, given the hyperdrivers that were available.
Red Disable is the follow-up here for Adrien. 9 points of damage coming across, threatening to take the Arsenal away. Unlikely to do that, given the Mechanoid's resilience. And so, I believe that is 7 block, with 4 left on the mech before this. So, taking 2, falling down to 8. It's 3 block remaining on the Mechanoid, but 4 cards to work with here for Maxx. And really needs to start turning the corner here. And it will be Gas Up. It's going to grab back one of these hyperdrivers, pop it straight into play. Generates the extra action point, which is really, really big when you are thoroughly Iron Manned.
This is fun. The Gas Up might look Nombo with a Hyper X3 that started the game, but once you are Nitro Mechanoid, then those hyperdrivers underneath you can get banished in order to fuel your attacks. So then Gas Up is better actually in this stage of the game than it would be in that early stage of the game pre-transform. So coming in 10, go again thanks to the boost here, the Gas Up and the Throttle. These are the kinds of turns you want offensively once you're in the Mechanoid mode. Of course, not having much access to action points in this version of the deck since the death of High Octane, but
Hyperdriver, unfortunately not great at winning clashes, and so we'll generate a gold here from Test of Strength for Adrien. Crankshaft, thankfully, will get rid of that Hyperdriver, so it doesn't end up in Jack's next hand. Looking at 4-go again into a pair of Mechanoid swings. This is turning the corner.
It's turning the corner. Test of Strength lining up here means that Adrien has access to 5 cards on the defense, which will get around this potency quite a bit. There's not going to be a lot of leak. Maybe he drops to something like 20 by the end of this turn, depending on how much damage he wants to deal on the swing back. I didn't get a good read of those cards, but these are the kinds of turns Jack needs to align. He needs to be getting quite a few of these in a row. The Golden Sun that he's staring at, considering taking this 4 then 6, is representing a lot of Jack's life total coming down the pipe.
Worth noting here, the overpower on Nitro Mechanoid, making this a little awkward. So right behind you, just going to block 2. Normally going to be blocking alongside something else to get that extra value, but not going to get much of an opportunity to do that this time around. So we're going to see another Hyperdriver being generated, courtesy of Maxx, as we do have some resources to spare.
I think this is better for the people at home.
I appreciate that, Jack, who understands the appeals of the visuals as Mechanoid comes crunching in, and so Golden Sun and those Iron Fist Revelation will join the Aurum Aegis. So just going to try and blunt as much of the mech as possible here, make the most of the overpower, and then we're going to force 6 damage through at least from, frankly, Victor being out of resources to stop it. It's suddenly 8 plays 15.
I dig this. I also think Adrien understands his position where even though Golden Sun is like a gap closer and maybe a game finisher here, once you're in the mechanoid stage of the game, before that mechanoid has been run out, you need to lose as little life as possible because that overpower will start to get you, and the relentless offense of this free 6-power weapon is a little bit too much to deal with for almost any deck in the game. So Adrien identifying block is the most important thing he can do.
Okay, so we're going to see a hyperdriver from hand here from the mechanoid being pitched, followed by a recharge as the next one before Blue T-Bone threatens to take that tunic away. Now Aurum Aegis has played its defense, and Magnetic Shockwave did its damage earlier on. Finally, that cloth-based chess piece is going to be forced to block here.
T-Bone coming in for 5, a little bit less measly than a blue T-Bone would normally be, so he does just need that as the boost card because, of course, Recharge requires a boost card in order to get that +4 to count. It won't apply to the Nitro Mechanoid if that boost card doesn't come before it.
Block 4, take 1.
So blocking 4, taking 1, falling down to 14 here. And now I start to wonder how many mechanoid swings we're going to see. There are a finite number of these. I'd love to get a count when we see materials from Jack. You do have to be somewhat concerned about getting fatigued after you run out of mechanoid swings. And so placing them in spots where your opponent cannot necessarily contend them is quite important. And walking into test of strength to try and beat that overpower. Magnetic Shockwave on top. Will we re-roll, visit the gold main estate again? No. Okay, so gold being given to Maxx Nitro. No bonus card being drawn this time, but unfortunately the mechanoid still being blocked out successfully thanks to that timely block card.
Now, I think that's mostly because that Visit the Goldman Estate would go to bottom in order to fuel the reroll, and that is number 3, I believe. So Adrien realizing if he wants to close the gap, that Visit the Goldman Estate is how he's going to do it. It's going to create 6 might when it gets played on the following turn. So not willing to lose that to the bottom of the deck. Sort of the worst miss he could have gotten in that spot. And choosing to instead give his opponent some value and take advantage of it here. So draws into it and plays it. Doesn't want to delay the value too much, realizing he's bleeding a little bit. So creating only 5 might, but it's quite an efficient way to draw it and then play it and then create the might.
No, I think that's very heads up. I think accepting that you're about to be staring down Maxx with a full 4-card hand and a mechanoid still in tow, you might want to block with all of your cards, and so relying on drawing that gold main estate to then do the thing, not where you want to be, especially because forcing the issue now.
Especially because it costs 1, so it would be holding 2 cards. So this is a very good play for sure. Cracks the gold immediately to just fish for a little more offense with that Magnetic Shockwave not offering a lot anymore.
No, I think it's a bit of a haberdashery of attacks. I think it's Teklo Trebuchet, Rev Up, 0 to 60, and I believe a Big Bertha of the blue variety that was drawn there. So 2 reds, 2 blues.
The Big Bertha maybe not being able to be paid for. Rev Up, of course, being cheaper thanks to the
I think we get it all.
drivers on board.
I think the 3 drivers do pay for it all, but math is hard.
So he's leading with the Rev Up in order to get that card into pitch and then get all of those resources. Of course, remember that he has a sink for 2 resources every turn thanks to Maxx. He can crank that hyperdriver after he has boosted.
Clash of Might does find a 7 into a gas up on top, which is an interesting one, but one that is in danger of being boosted away to make this turn work. A bit of a shame to find it on top here for Jack. Would be very appealing otherwise, but you can't really waste 5 resources. So Big Bertha will be the follow-up here. This one coming in, I believe, for 4 in the blue.
Also, we keep talking about this. With his opponent on 11, his goal is just bleed him out and kill him. So it's not about it is about wasting the resources and not wasting the resources. It's also about dealing the maximum damage he can, which includes playing out a Big Bertha here.
Yeah, hit the gas, another one to watch as we head into those later turns. But got to be a bit terrified here if you're.
I mean, doesn't this represent lethal unless there's a block card?
Wait, Adrien, did you boof this?
No.
No, okay.
No, okay.
Okay, Staunch Response is apt. Staunch response is apt. Okay, my
But
heart
he's-
was in my mouth for a second.
It's a
there.
dangerous position to go to 3 instead of 4 because the next Mechanoid, as long as that's not the Galvanic Mechanoid, which I think we still have a couple of activations before we get there, that's lethal. So he just needs to kill here and Jack on 8 life against a 13 power boulder drop. And Mechanoid, can it always be attacked with, or do you need to have boosted? I think
No,
you can just attack
always
with it. You can block
you
12
you
and
just
throw.
need material to banish.
So I think this was a bit of a dangerous move for Adrien here.
The hand here for Jack looks to be very red. I believe it's double red throttle, zipper hit, cog in the machine. So not a lot of resources to work with now those hyperdrivers have expired, but non-zero chance that we just bust this.
Now, if I'm Jack, I'm probably reaching for that graveyard and taking account of how many of those defense reactions and how many of those block cards have we seen, because that's the way that Adrien can get around the overpower right now. Maybe he just has that in memory. Of course, the Staunch was recent. There was one earlier, and I think we've seen 1 or 2 tests of Iron Grip and 2 or 3 tests of Strength. So that's quite a few of the outs against overpower gone, but it's not enough. So it's not necessarily true that one Mechanoid activation is lethal, and so maybe he's wanting to hold on to a card to be able to present more either now or later.
blocking 12, taking 1,
Depends on the Mechanoid.
as Mechanoid has 2 block value left. Red zipper hit kept in hand, and we will force the issue. Mechanoid swing. Is there a block card or a defense reaction? I'm not seeing it.
Shuffling the hand.
That's a sign of your opponent being upset that they cannot stop
No
you.
way.
Mechanoid constructed, hype successfully realized. Jack Pauley on Max the Hype Nitro is 2-0 here in Rotterdam. And let me tell you, that story is just getting started.
I would like to steal him from your caster picks team. Oh, what the baller! Oh, I love this man. He's my new favorite player. 100%. Jack Pauley is my new favorite player. What a showing for Max. Showing us like the power that the deck has and the way it works. I think that's a good class on Max. You can see in a lot of ways a lot of the decisions he made there, and also obviously just the deck construction and the way those. I think that Hyper X3 paid off in that it just had more fuel for the Mechanoid down the line. So it's not about drawing that card necessarily. I'm into it. I'm really into it. Both Jack the player and Max the deck. Let's see if he's able to keep it up for the rest of the day.
I can see myself watching that game back a few times.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun. It just felt explosive. There was just cards you're not used to seeing, lines you're not used to putting together, and all in all, just some great personalities in our feature match area as well. Feels like a nice, heartwarming way to get us warmed up for the remainder of this event. But Max shining after an Armory deck. Let's see
A
if
year or so
someone
later.
else can shine. Hopefully it doesn't take a year for Hala to be shining with her Armory deck. Because it's in stores now. If you haven't checked it out, as things stand, the next in the line of Armory deck Origins, now available at your local game store. Hala looking like a lot of fun. And again, we've alluded to the Year of the Warrior a few times now. Going to be one of the main beneficiaries of that, I would expect.
Yeah, I made my way to the LGS after work on Tuesday to make sure that I got my copy of the Armory deck Hala. Of course, people know that I like Warrior, but this deck is very potent, I'd say. I think it's being a little bit slept on by the community, the potency of this deck. I think maybe it's a bit confusing on how to build optimally, and the worst part of it right now is that it's got some bad matchups in the meta, and that might not change with Omens of the Third Age, so we might be sleeping on this deck a little bit longer until we get the Summer of Warrior with that Mastery Pack. But Sharpen, target sword you control, for 3 resources means you have like a hero power that counts as a weapon and a weapon that counts as a weapon. So it's very efficient damage-wise and deck damage-wise. Hala, I would keep your eye out. If you don't know how she
100%.
works, we can take a look at the key cards. Of course, these were revealed a little bit before just the deck came out. Zenith Blade is the key point. It's a Hala Specialization warrior weapon. It's a 2-handed warrior weapon that deals 3 damage. That looks familiar. It costs 1 to attack with. But it says if this has been sharpened this turn, its first attack this turn gets go again. So free, quote-unquote, go again on the Zenith Blade is something we haven't seen on a warrior weapon before. How can you use that second swing? Because once per turn action means only once per turn. You have these tokens called the Flurry tokens in this deck where when you activate a weapon attack, destroy that the token, and you may attack with that weapon twice this turn. Of course, these flurries are created a bunch of ways, but the key way is this Edict of Steel card you see in the middle of the screen, available in red, yellow, and blue, which both sharpens the sword, so it puts counters on the sword, and then if there are counters on the sword, 1, 2, or 3, depending on red, yellow, or blue, you create that flurry. So the classic, clean, efficient turn is pitch of blue, Edict of Steel, Zenith Blade, possibly with an equipment activation in there. A lot of damage dealt if you've got those Valiant Dynamos, some damage cleared off of that, and that's sort of the bread and butter of the Hala deck.
Yeah, Edict of Steel, a bit of a beast, I think. A card that's legal in Silver Age, which is going to be a really big deal for Hala there. A big deal for Boltwood in Silver Age, with Raiden becoming a legal weapon there in the near future. And a big deal for Boltwood in Classic Constructed. If you squint, this is Luminar Ascension, if you squint. And it's really, really quite good. Flurry tokens alongside Raiden feel slightly illegal. Things that aren't legal in Silver Age, though. Brimming Blade is a big, potent, majestic, going to double up on sharpening with a little bit of luck.
Yeah, this helps enable some of those harder to enable effects, like the blue Edict of Steel, for example. That only creates a flurry if you sharpen 3 times this turn. So Brimming Blade into blue Edict of Steel will still be a clean and efficient way of, off of 3 cards, swinging that Zenith Blade twice, Brimming Blade using that resource very efficiently. And of course, it may not look like it, but it's a 1-for-4 buff because it puts 2 +1 counters on your hero, on your weapon. And if you have that flurry and that go again, then you're going to be able to swing for +2 and +2 on both. Of course, Swordmaster's Path, also another 1 for kind of 4, maybe kind of 5 buff, hinting at this deck, giving us sort of these synergy cards where it's got +3 base, but if you would sharpen a sword this turn, instead sharpen an additional time, so there are ways to get these additional counters to enable those blue Edict of Steel type effects and deal a lot of damage. Like Swordmaster's Path is arguably a 1-for-5 in some ways if you're able to, if you have a flurry on board or can create one this turn.
Plenty of value to be found amongst these cards. I think one of my favorites is Toe the Line. I've become a big fan of this one really quick. Again, Silver Age legal. Surprisingly big deal as we make our way into more of that format. But just reminds me of Take It on the Chin, a card I'm a really big fan of in the Warrior class in general, and in Brute in that case. Just preventing all sorts of damage, arcane damage included, and finding ways to guarantee flurry tokens.
Yeah, the cards you see on this screen are the ways to play with create more flurry tokens. So Toe the Line being the most efficient way to do that, of course, preventing some of that damage and creating offense altogether. Deadly Display, a little bit weird to see a Warrior attack reaction that's 2-block. We saw some of those back in Heavy Hitters. So this one's maybe debatable if you want to lean towards blocking with your Hala deck, but of course it's one of those premium ways to both deal damage and create flurry tokens for your future turns. So definitely a potent option for Hala decks looking to buff up flurry as much as possible.
Finally, some really cute Majestics that kind of give us an idea of where this archetype is looking to go at the highest levels. Indefensibly Honed is just really cool. It's a guaranteed way to show up on your sword once again. If you get to 3 or more counters, you just get to force that kind of true damage that we allude to through to your opponent. If you want to defend, that's bad news. I'm going to be dealing damage to you anyway. Polished Blade on the other side of things requires some hoops. It's additional costs on this one. You got to remove those counters that you put there, which is technically taking damage away, but in exchange you're getting a lot of flexibility on modes. You're not going to be picking Go Again very often for Hala, but other warriors having the ability to do that kind of gives some redundancy to this card. But additional sword attacks, making the attack cost less next time around, just innately very powerful things.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting card that maybe hints at some stuff to come in the future. I think right now the math doesn't really work out in the Hala deck, that is specifically, but Indefensibly Honed on the other side, that is keeping up the trend of very powerful warrior blues that maybe have a niche effect, but a powerful effect nonetheless. So Hala, a deck I'm very excited to be putting some time into in the last week and in the upcoming weeks as well. I'll definitely be trying to make her work a little bit for Nationals, although there might be some other decks that come in the way of that.
Now, that was incredibly exciting. I'm so happy that I chose, definitely me, to put Maxx on camera. Unfortunately, someone else makes the decisions around here. So we'll have some Levia on camera next round. I'm sure we should probably see what she's up to with her weapon choice these days, but this wasn't my choice, I assure you of that. Shadow Brutes, coming next. So you're telling me it's not just Levia on camera, it's another one of Ethan's caster picks on the other side of the table. Okay, this is at least a little bit more defendable. Evan Tanguy calling winner, Gravy Bones, kind of synonymous with his brand. Not sure how Levia handles under Necromancer.
No, I'd imagine it's maybe one of those closer to the edge matchups in that Levia has the ability to go wide and deal a lot of damage, and those are sometimes things that Gravy Bones cannot handle and does get rolled over by. But of course, Gravy Bones has been leaning a little bit more defensive lately, so maybe he has the way to deal with that. And with the lack of Mandible Claws, those Blood Rush Bellows might not be so big. Always, of course, Levia being the one brute that still can make them quite big. So there's going to be some dynamism available here, and we're definitely going to have some display of force from the Levia side. I think the Gravy side might be approaching this as a more neutral matchup.
Sure. So I believe this is Samuel at 2-0, who is on Ravenous Meat Axe, I believe. So it's going to be an intriguing one as to why we're playing Levia instead of Rhinar, but we're going to have to wait to find out. Let's check back in with the metagame once more. If you're just joining us to start off the morning, well, you missed all the hype, which was pretty great. You should go back and check that out when we're not live in the process. But a very exciting metagame all around, kind of what we expected coming out of Pro Tour Yokohama. A lot of the same names at the top of the format in the wake of recent Living Legends and that event, but maybe a little bit more Syndra and Vincent than we would have expected.
Yeah, I think those top three are we can put them aside. We don't need to talk about them. Everyone could have put their money on those top three being the top three. It's the next 8 where there's like some of the ones we would have expected to be in that category. Dio, Gravy, probably Rhinar after the performance at the Pro Tour, maybe Kashy. And then there's some exceptions. So Syndra is probably a little bit more repped than I would have anticipated. Vincent is fairly more repped than I would have anticipated, although always a deck that people are fans of. Feng, probably about correct. There's a lot of people who love playing Feng, and it's also good in this category of sort of good numbers, mid-rangey-esque decks that fill this 3 to 6% sort of bracket in the current version of the metagame. Jarl, I talked about earlier this morning, is sort of my, interesting. This is maybe, people didn't know that this was coming out of the Pro Tour as a good deck, but it is coming out of the Pro Tour as a pretty powerful deck nonetheless, Jarl. Down the line, 11.
As you kind of alluded to earlier, the thing that stands out to me here is Phi and Syndra.
Yeah.
I think combined together is deck 3, which is very telling of the prominence of Draconic Ninja right now. But I'm definitely impressed by some of these, I'm going to say underdogs in our middle category. Tekla, of course, coming off a top 8 at the Pro Tour. More players becoming more familiar with that archetype. There is a good amount of boost Tekla in the room, thanks to Chanapari's result there as well. Arachne Huntsman is the deck I played at the Pro Tour. I'm a big fan of it. I do think you have incredible game into Arachne Marionette and Oscilio, which is a great place to be at the top of the format. So happy to see that one finding success as well. But there's a lot of fan favorites, not as one-offs, including our 2 friends on Lyath, one of which lost the round 1 feature match, and the other one who's currently still undefeated. So I feel pretty good about my choices there as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of flexibility in the middle of this meta, that's for sure. In that middle column, even the top of the third column, that's for sure. Those Teklos and the Arachnes that we've seen over the last couple of months that have started to make those calling top 8s, those are the least surprising ones. But some of those surprises are also like valid, very valid choices in this format, as we just saw with that Maxx, and maybe as we're about to see with the Levia being picked as well.
I'm honestly hopeful. As much as I joke with Ethan's preferences of deck choice, I'm excited to see what Levia looks like now. I think the deck has arguably been on the back burner for a while. Mandible Claw being lost is a pretty significant loss. So I kind of wonder what changes in deck building. So I'm excited to find out. And Gravy Bones is a real litmus test of what you've changed one way or the other. So let's go and meet our players down in the feature match area and walk ourselves through round 3 here at the Calling in Rotterdam. It will be Evan Tanguy on Gravy Bones against Samuel Prats on Levia here. Levia going first this time, won't get any incidental graveyard fill, but does mean there won't be any allies lurking in the deep immediately in the wake of the first turn of the game.
Yeah, going first is also a decent thing to do when you have that meat axe, just because it's a good way to extra it is still a way to get that incidental fill on turn 0 because you'll be drawing and discarding. So you don't necessarily have control over what you're discarding, but even if not given the opportunity to defend by going second, you do get to get at least 1 card into the graveyard. It's going to be an interesting matchup, and I think we're going to have to see how it plays out to sort of know how it plays out.
Let's walk through the heroes if you haven't seen them before. Well, Gravy Bones, a little more recognizable at this point. Kind of the premier release of 2 new classes, technically, in High Seas, between Pirate and Necromancer. does have the ability to destroy gold to draw and discard cards. Very important for mitigating those kind of bricky hands full of allies, gets your friends into the sunken waters to then reanimate and serve you later on down the line. If you've played a blue and then put it into your graveyard, well, not necessarily play it, but put a blue into the graveyard anyway, you could discard one in a pinch if you really need to. You can play your watery grave cards from the graveyard as any good necromancer can.
Of course, the bad man of last summer with the Pro Tour Singapore win by Shirei Wu over in July of last year. That Gravy Bones has been a mainstay of the meta, and I'll talk a little bit in a moment about this resurgence we're seeing from Gravy Bones and how some players are responding. On the other side, we have Levia Shadowborn Abomination. Been in the meta a very long time, but very infrequently at the top of the meta. Of course, shared a Pro Tour top 8.
Quite literally never at the top of the meta game,
yeah,
actually.
never at the top of the meta, that's for sure, but has a Pro Tour Amsterdam top 8 in Kevin Zunker. That was a fun tournament to see Levia show up as sort of the weird hero, the dark horse in that top 8, of course. So 200 LL points. It picks up points here and there at the ProQuest level and the RTN level. If you don't know what it does, its text doesn't say anything positive. It says, if a card with 6 or more power has been put into your banish zone this turn, cards you own lose blood debt during the end phase. So those overpowered cards that you have that have blood debt on them as a downside, that downside is sort of mitigated if you're able to continue to fuel that blood debt and continue to pay your dues to the demon.
It's time to dance in the feature match area. Let's see how these two manage this matchup for what I imagine is going to be the first time in quite a while. Shout out to Evan there with that shiny new Yokohama Sailor Moon hero pose gravy with friends kind of floating around him. Big fan of that card. Sleeves to match, of course, as well. It's all about the aesthetics in this neighborhood.
Yeah, that's card gamers.
Well, I don't know. Like Samuel on the other side, that's not a Marvel Levia. That is a signed copy of the Blitz deck art card, because we don't have a Marvel Levia, so we make our own.
It's the best you can get.
It's up there. Love this one. Okay, great early play here from Evan. Base of the Mountain, a card that people might not think of synonymous with a deck like Gravy Bones, but does a really good job at funneling allies into the graveyard when on the first turn of the game, when you couldn't block with them and you want to get them there. When you don't want flexes here, base of the mountain goes, okay, you can just add whatever you want to onto the combat chain once you defend with this. You can add real cards there with actual block value, and you can also just sneak a Sawbones onto the combat chain to give extra block value to base of the mountain. It's a great way to funnel going second here.
Yeah, so of course that base of the mountain might be used later on to deny pulping if that's available, and that might be half of the reason, but taking advantage of this turn, he has that balance of justice as the headpiece, meaning he doesn't have the crown of dominion, meaning there's no gold to start that turn. So if he's prioritizing getting this Sawbones into grave as soon as possible, he needs to be able to get it off of the base of the mountain. I'd imagine this Loan Shark then was drawn off of those additional card draw, so he didn't know if he'd have gold generation on that first turn and wanted to make sure that the ally hit the bin the best and most efficient way he could.
So Loan Shark comes on through. One of those gold immediately spent to activate Gravy Bones, drawing and discarding a card. Summing through the options discard to back alley Breakline over Scuba. Wants the extra action point from that Arcane Rising All-Star. And so we'll find Sawbones re-emerging from the depths.
A cheating scoundrel in the head?
It is. Cheating Scoundrel becoming very popular in these gravy decks. Another great way of making gold and forcing through slightly larger attacks than you might expect. Very good in those attrition-based fatigue-style matchups. For now, it is Sawbones coming across for 6 damage. We do see the gold-baited hook alongside it, as gold has been made this turn. Very little risk in trying to make some more. Shout out to our artist, by the way. That incredible artist-proof gold token. Big fan of that.
Back alley Breakline, they're not creating an action point, I believe, because it came out of hand, not the deck. But of course, what it really is fueling is a blue into the graveyard to be able to turn off that.
I get too excited
turn on
about
that hero ability.
Breakline.
It's a very fun. It's one of those like when it finally became good in this deck in particular, it was a very exciting moment that everyone had always tried to make it work in some decks, and it just wouldn't really fit in. No hero has made it work so well, but finally we have one.
Interesting one in the hand here for Samuel. Pound of Flesh, that new Levia card that came out of Compendium, unfortunately, is below that Beast Within. So we'll not be doing very much here other than blocking 3, which is, you know, a multimodal card. It's always lovely to see those. But we will see that agility token cashed in here. And now this is a big part of these Meat Axe decks in general, be it Levia, be it Rhinar. Giving the Meat Axe go again is surprisingly potent. In Rhinar's case, you want to intimidate first before you play out the rest of your turn to collect that draw and discard. But in the case of Levia, you have a surprising amount of flexibility by sequencing things this way between your draw discards, by having access to your Miak swing before you do anything else to fill the yard for the attack you need to play. This time round, Boneyard Marauder says, actually, I would rather you do things in the other order, so you can swing a 1 cost into a Miak swing. But good enough either way. We do find ourselves banishing a 6 and keeping 1 in the graveyard for later on. Going to see that coveted Compass peak to decide how best to block this Boneyard Marauder.
Of course, a lot of really efficient 1 costs in the deck for Levia here. You have the Boneyard Marauder that's on screen, but you also have Graveling Growls if you're able to banish a 6 power earlier in the turn. So good ways to take advantage of that free go again from agility that he got on turn 0.
I kind of love this here from Evan, who had a feeling this Miax might be heading Sawbone's way, and therefore chose to activate it to mitigate a point of damage on this Boneyard Marauder, does then pose an interesting decision for Samuel, who is then not threatened by the Sawbones on the following turn, and perhaps not as interested in clearing it away anymore. And so the Miax heads Evan's way instead. Okay, looks like our players here are clarifying how this works, because you have to declare your attack target before you're doing your things with the when you attack trigger of Ravenous Miax. Sequencing kind of important here. Obviously would inform perhaps if the axe is a 5 or a 3, which might matter depending on exactly which ally it's being sent at in the future. So players clarifying how things are supposed to be sequenced. Samuel decides the Sawbones is still the correct thing to remove in this scenario and does send the axe in that direction.
Evan saying it's fine this time also because there was no face declared either, so it wasn't a very clear target, but he is saying in the future, please clarify that, and it is important for the reasons you mentioned. Cheating Scoundrel hitting the board, also another buff to this deck, but I think the Pirate decks in general may be part of the reason we're seeing this slight resurgence of Gravy. I think that it's a matchup card that sort of helps in certain configurations of the deck.
Cheating Scoundrel here letting you wager and letting the winner create a gold token. If you would lose that wager, you can instead discard a card to not lose the wager, which is surprisingly potent alongside some of these allies sometimes if you need to get them out of your hand into the graveyard.
Yeah, very multimodal, and of course, the deck lost some ways to create gold. That's why you see cards like Loan Shark even being in the deck as a standard mainboard card these days, back in the banning at the end of last year. So Cheating Scoundrel just being another efficient way to add some gold generation to your deck. Not a huge amount, of course. Just creates 1 and only if the attack hits, but still a big upgrade to the consistency of the deck.
5 go again from Jittery Bones. Thanks to that Cheating Scoundrel. Does leave Samuel with some choices, looking in a hand that contains a Dread Screamer, Mark of the Beast, Slithering Shadowpede, and Endless More.
Whoa, did you say Slithering Shadowpede?
Looks like, nope, I'm lied to you, it's a Shadow Realm Horror. I saw the S. I saw the S. The S got me excited that we might be back in an Art of War meta, but no, it's the other ridiculous attack. So Endless More reached for here on defense alongside that Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Are going to be blunting the 5 here. And we will see Evan reaching to discard to win the wager here. Spare copy of Rigor Mortis down into the depths, makes the gold as a result.
Now here's the beauty is that you benefit from this card whether you win or you lose. So in this case, being able to use that Cheating Scoundrel to cheat the win of the wager, discarding that card, and not even losing real deck value by discarding that card by getting that Rigor into the grave. So still creating a gold, still advancing the board state. Has another Rigor on the uptake in the grave. So Evan sort of advancing his game state here, dealing some damage and still having potency for his future. So kind of doing exactly what he wants. Shadow Realm Horror on the other side coming over from Samuel. This is like one of those power cards that was the reason that Levia was able to have that bit of resurgence in the summer of 2024. Of course, he'll be banishing 3 cards, and if all 3 are banished, one of these cards will be playable from banish this turn. There is a miss. There is the blue Dread Screamer, so most likely just +1 and go again.
Let's see which
depending on what card is left. Yeah,
okay.
Evan says.
The wipe of the forehead means it is just 2 6s banished here, which does still leave us with a pretty good turn. It's going to be 7 points of go again damage by meeting those first 2 conditions, but no bonus card to be played. Might make the turn a little more lackluster than Samuel was hoping. We know about that Dread Screamer in the arsenal, which at the moment isn't doing very much without the fuel in the graveyard. So we might just be looking at a Meat swing in the absence of something more appealing to play.
Meat and clear the Rigor. Keep your diligence up of making sure these allies don't stay on the board. I'm intrigued to know whether Sam has any anti-Gravy tech in his deck? I think there's a good question, an interesting question in the meta right now where Gravy is not the top hero or not amongst the top heroes, but it's distinctly a second row hero. And Gravy being like a board state deck is one of those decks that often demands respect from particular, not Silver Bullet, but particular sideboard cards. So there's been a question in the people I've been talking to in the lead up to this event of like, do we want to commit 3 or 4 spots to being counter to Gravy Bones when we also need to commit 3 spots to being counter to Oscilio in this meta and all of those things. And some decks will benefit if they play against a lot of Gravy Bones and they have all of those counter cards. Some decks might just have a good matchup without it, and other decks might really need those and might choose not to run them and then get a little bit punished for that.
Samuel axing the question with Ravenous Meat Axe. Does discard that Endless Maw? Looks like this might be going upstairs based on the aggressive finger that was aimed at Evan Tanguy moments ago. 1
resource lost, so to speak. Of course, that was a Dread Screamer that got pitched to start the turn, so no access to that Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Maybe didn't want to commit pitching that Mark of the Beast first on account of what that Shadow Realm Horror could have hit.
More than happy to take this damage. Rigor Mortis going to stay intact for now as Evan falls to 29, but does have quite the grip to work with to return fire alongside his ally. Portside Exchange, Call to the Grave in the hand here. It will be the latter. Coming down to send someone else down to the lower floors of the ship. Let's see who we're finding. It's Fiddler's Green this time around. Would just like that extra life total buffer. For now has more than enough allies in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, it functionally makes the Call to the Grave into a sigil that turns on your hero ability to play blues from the grave. So it's quite I'd say not necessarily card efficient. It's just a bit of a normal approach to the turn. I wonder whether Samuel chose to go face because he was threatened by how many allies were already available. There was the Rigor on board, there was one in grave, and there was that Sawbones that got put into grave as well. And so maybe he was thinking, I'm behind and I can't keep up this clear game, and therefore I don't want to respect it. But that feels like a little bit of a miss. He's now even more behind on that board state, and it's going to get even harder to clean up. And these are the two you kind of want in a matchup like this. You know, Rigor still representing 6 damage, Sawbones even better. It represents 6 damage and that defense of you or an ally or whatever it may be. So I would imagine something's got to get cleared up soon.
Samuel kind of desperate to fill the graveyard here, but kind of priced into taking a wider Dread Screamer turn to undo the damage that's been done. We did see an Engulfing Shadows in the hand too that would make for a pretty appealing arsenal after that Dread Screamer. So might set up for a better line of defense in the near future. But for now, we will go Screaming. Resources pitched. It is exactly 3 cards left in the graveyard. So perfectly paid for and no need to worry about missing this time around. Will be 6 go again from Red Screamer.
See other offensive options in the hand here for Samuel. It's a bit weird because, of course, there could be a Meat Axe to an ally, but he chose not to block, and so then maybe we're just seeing a commit to not clear, and we're just taking the aggro plan. Of course, he has like he has a swing big, so he has 8 damage offensive against Evan still, and he could just be, or 9, I should say, with that Gauntlets activation. He could just be choosing to try to tempo and aggress Evan out of this game, getting some benefit by arsenaling that 4-block D-React as well. So it's like pretty efficient turn cycle, I'd say. It's 16 damage on 4 cards.
I wonder how much of this comes down to the lack of Mandible Claw. I think this deck lent towards fatiguing Gravy previously when the weapon swings were easier to attain. But with Ravenous Meat Axe drawing and discarding every time that you attack, maybe you can't take that fatigue angle of clearing away those allies with the attacks anymore. And so Samuel decides, actually my best way to win this matchup is to take you out instead.
The downside of leaving the full board, though, is that these Sawbones, they don't need to be attacking anymore because he's got the Rigors on hand as the 6 offense, which means Sawbones represents like a Chowder-style effect, 1 damage saved every turn.
The other problem is Avassi, which does tend to lead to multiple ally turns. It's going to be Rigor Mortis here, swinging in first of all with Go Again. And then that second Rigor Mortis capable of emerging from the depths. And we know that, Yeah, it might have been a pretty good value turn for Samuel, but a very small hand presenting 12 damage and leaving behind 2 allies is probably up there too.
Yeah, clearing one of these riggers is now no longer enough to turn off the defensive ability of that Sawbones in order to keep offense, that is. So now he's got access to many, I'm not going to say CNCs on a stick. It's Brutal Assault on a stick because it's 6 power, but there's a lot of those now on Evan's side of the board.
Samuel here confirming Rigor Mortis' costs alongside Oyster and trying to figure out exactly where this turn goes in the wake of this Rigor Mortis. We do have go again because of Avasji, and good guy Evan here. Once again, leaving that Avasji up to remind there is an on-hit here of a gold token being generated if Rigor Mortis is ignored yet again. The hand here looking a bit awkward for Samuel. We see Buckwild Yellow, Reckless Stampede. That's a whole 2 block. Mark of the Beast and an unknown card face down on the table means that maybe we can cover this Rigor Mortis if we want to. It's Send Packing here. Is joined by Engulfing Shadows from the Arsenal, so 7 on 6, but does prevent the gold from the Avasji at least.
It's nice to block that first one because it turns off the easy access to gold-baited hook for the second attack.
So it will be Rigor Mortis that comes along here. Numbers more preferable to the redundancy of Oyston. Enough gold lying around for now. And Oyston always a little bit unimpressive when the opponent is ignoring your allies anyway.
I think he was also debating the option of draw to put a card into Arsenal and then Oyston, and so that would be card happier, but of course, if that card on the top of your deck is not good, which is what he took a peek at with Compass that he hadn't used yet that turn, he'd rather just draw it into his hand, not stick it in Arsenal, and get the bigger body on the board. Not that the bodies on the board, it's not that they don't matter, it's that they're starting to reach a state where the differences between them don't matter. Like, Sam has locked himself into a game plan where he is probably not clearing most of those, and he is trying to present the biggest offense. Taking a read of Sawbones, which is the one that presents him a bit of a puzzle given its defensive, like, alternate capabilities, but that's a lot of damage. The other downside here is, like, any time you get an Avasji or back alley breakline type effect, now Evan can take full advantage of that without even needing a lot of resources to generate an additional ally. He just goes attack with Rigor or Rigor Sawbones, and it's a very efficient way to just make, like, 2-card 12s with this deck now.
I think this might be the most iconic play in Levia. I will play Mark of the Beast so that I don't take 6. It is not a good line, but a popular one nonetheless. Taking a peek at the cards in hand here. Got to be very glad to not see Fearless Confrontation because, well, that would turn us into a 5, which would turn Fearless Confrontation into a solid 6 value or 7 value. So thankfully, none of those. Sunken Treasure in the hand instead alongside what looks to be another pile of blues. Up to 8 blood debt for Samuel Prats now. We'll take a quick peek at that for Evan Tanguy before reassessing with his army of friends. Compass takes a peek at the top card.
So important to note that that Mark of the Beast went into the Sawbones. I think Samuel realized that the incremental value of that Sawbone staying on the board alongside these riggers was taking advantage of him a little bit, and he wouldn't be able to necessarily kill through it. So choosing to use that 6 to keep alive with the Blood Dead and clear that Sawbones and hope maybe Evan can't pull together a huge offensive turn, because sometimes Gravy can't, but this is what I was hinting at. When you leave him with a board, any Avasji and those riggers turns into a very clean 12 damage. That's ignoring the 3 remaining cards in his hand.
Yar, that'd be kind of bad. It's not happy to see Rigor Mortis on the other side of the table. Probably doing a better pirate impression than me, but likely making more gold than I do.
I think this is one of those hard things about playing against a board state deck, is that you can make a decision very early to leave your opponent with a board, and it hurts you for many, 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 many turns to come. And this is one of the reasons that people hate playing against board state decks in Flesh and Blood. It's not necessarily that they're busted. They're very good. It is a change to the game. But one of the reasons they are very good is it forces perfection on your opponent's behalf. And here, Samuel sort of taking both lines by choosing to ignore them and then choosing to lose tempo to clear one while there's still others on the board. That's almost, unfortunately, the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. I think it's one of the earlier descriptors of how Dromire was explained to me way back when is this Chromire is 30 value if it sits there the entire game, and no one wants their opponent's card to be worth 30 value. So it's a very difficult line to ride. Vigorous smash up here, clashing into an ally thanks to the way our rules now work. So some upside for Samuel at least. Does know about a fearless confrontation on top of the opposing deck as a result as well. Gold token generated thanks to that Avast connecting alongside Rigor Mortis, and it will be that Oyston that joins the party afterwards. Gold bait hook activation, Rigor Mortis to follow. We'll see that saltwater swell being pitched away. And Evan just pretty happy to hold on to cards here.
That rules change is a very major thing to point out, and why maybe we don't see even more Gravy right now, even though the deck is quite strong, because it does have things like it makes the Victor matchup, for example, a little bit harder for Gravy Bones, which used to be a very free matchup. So this is a bit of why maybe Gravy is still in that tier 2 or 3 type of deck representation. Evan looking quite confused.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm feeling the same way. This Scowling Fleshbag block on Rigor Mortis, I don't believe this Rigor Mortis has go again. I don't think there's currently any extra action points. I'm not sure what we're hoping to deny here. Evan with 2 cards in hand, just like kind of fine with this, I think. Maybe you deny the Arsenal if you know it's exactly another sunken treasure in the hand that might get stuck, but it's getting intimidated. We can still Arsenal. I'm a little confused on this one, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I mean, there's the ever-important 13 life that he has to stay above, but it's not like this, that he had other options of what he could have blocked with to stay above that 13, could have given the Husk in that spot, could have just given the boots and gone to 15.
Maybe it's Graveyard, Phil. Maybe, okay, so there is a placeholder to be clear here. The Scowling Fleshbag has been turned face down because it's a top loader. Samuel has a placeholder card with a printout of Scowling Fleshbag that has gone into the graveyard, so maybe that's it. Maybe we just need density of cards in the graveyard here to play the game and do the Levia thing. But Tail Limb from Limb will be the follow-up.
And that is a graveyard generator, a graveyard filler, and it itself is not a hit. And so now you've added 2 non-hits to your grave. I think that grave looks about 5 thick. So unless maybe he has a double banish 3 effect this turn, and he needed to make sure he's able to reach 6. But
it's like Reckless Stampede in the arsenal here.
Did it hit? It did hit, right?
It did hit. So Tail Limb from Limb is going to send a very large Stampede, but I believe this is Blood Debt still on. So it is going to be time, I think, to press the button in this case. That's
part of why he needed to stay above 13, is that he's going to lose some of that damage down to 13, and then he can transform. But I mean, here's the downside. Once you transform, any point of blood that you take takes damage out of your deck, and so maybe he wanted to stay a little bit higher above 13 so that he took fewer cards out of his deck on this transform turn, where he's taking 7 blood debt.
Players just confirming the orders of...
Oh, no.
The order of Sunken Treasure versus Reckless Stampede. You do want to deal some extra damage on this big 14, and instead you reveal Doomsday, which isn't... Oh.
Okay,
Oh, wait.
Interesting. So I'll give him credit, Ethan pointing out in our ear here that going above, let's say, 15, which he could have gotten by just blocking for scabs, if he loses this Reckless Stampede, he would get pinged 3 times given the 3 defenses, and he might have fallen below 13, and he did want to give himself the buffer to be safe around Reckless Stampede, but unfortunately,
I think
losing...
Samuel is leaving this Doomsday on top of the deck and just eating humble pie.
Yeah, well, it's the tough thing is that you really want that Doomsday, and you want to make sure you have access to the ally creator to be able to fight against the ally deck. So then you're giving your opponent the free win only on 2 of these 3 clashes, because the first one had to be bottomed from the each hero may put their revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. But, I mean, this looked a lot better if it was 14 damage and deal 3 off the back from the defense, but instead he takes 2. He still manages to deal 5 to Evan. But there were better versions of that turn, I think. Especially maybe Doomsday being 3 cards down instead of 1 card down.
Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah,
Oh, yeah, so now we do flip. So, to be clear, we go down to 13 damage on... This is how this works. We go down to 13 damage on the life loss of Blood Debt, and then we become Blasmofet.
Wait.
And we're now banishing cards off the top of our deck to satisfy the blood debt instead of taking damage. So that Doomsday's going away anyways.
Of course, Carrion Husk will disappear here if Evan just doesn't attack, but I imagine he's capable of pushing more than 6 damage. We shall have to see, but no Levia transformation in play, but that is pretty clearly what happened based on the top cards being banished there to enable Blasphemous Levia consumed. So we'll operate under the assumption that we are transformed for now. It's going to be Murderous Rabble coming across here.
So of course, one thing to point out about this Plasma before we get back to Samuel's turn is that he's now offensively stronger in that he can always play these cards once per turn from that banished zone. Here, using that Engulfing Shadows the good way, he's able to block 4 with it earlier, now blocks 4 with it again once he is Plasma Fed. That card, of course, really buffing up Levia's kit a little bit, turning down that self-mill of the Blood Debt as well. Now he has access to a, looks like a 5-card hand that also has access to all of those cards that are in the Blood Debt. That Engulfing Shadows goes back to the Banished Zone, but it enters the Banished Zone face down, I believe. Can't be infinitely looped, which would
Correct,
be
yeah. Same with the
good.
Carrion Husk there, just disappearing as it is a Blood Debt card, so it becomes a face-down option. And Blood Rush Bellow, still very much a power card. Not as potent as it once was with Double Mandible Claw, but does still enable some goodies alongside Dread Screamer and these kind of attacks.
Screamers in the Banished Zone at the very least, even if we don't have them in hand. I don't know if that Shadow Realm Horror made it into the Banished Zone, but that would be a 7-go again in the right conditions. A little bit risky, but...
Hand is Yellow Agile Wind-Up, Shadow Realm Horror, and a red Buckwild in the hand for Samuel. So some potent options there as well, but
I do think
not a ton of resources.
Yeah, I do think he'd be wanting a blue in there, and unfortunately he did discard that blue. And he's got quite a few misses here. That's 1, that's 2, and that's 3 misses. So this Shadow Realm Horror is in a, let's call it, precarious position. You don't necessarily want to lead with that. It is your go-to go-again card. Of course, Buckwild is too, but that's more expensive. And not a lot of other go-again available in the Banished Zone. There's the blue Screamer, but that means resolving a blue. So Samuel in a bit of a bind in terms of trying to maximize the damage of this turn. Probably wanted to keep the blue on the Blood Rush discard.
Yeah, safe to say. Hand not quite as ergonomical as it was, potentially.
Reaching for that Shadow Realm Horror. I think he thinks his best way to win this game is maximizing that damage and hoping he hits 2 out of 3 on the Shadow Realm. Nope, switching the mind, back and forth.
I think it's defendable here to fire the Shadow Realm Horror.
I think it could be the way you find a way to win the game. You know, you need to be able to deal that damage and get a little bit of that high roll that Brute. You know, it's not like high roll; it's like controlled variance in a way, and he's making calculated risks, and that's what's what he's going for with this Shadow Realm Horror.
You see Samuel look up to the Brute Gods there for a moment, because 3 is the exact wrong number of misses. You would really rather hit at least 2 of these.
That's
That's
1.
That's
That's
2.
2,
Okay, we're safe at least.
So good thing to note is that Shadow Realm Horror hit the good way. That's 3, but of course he can't use those cards because they're going to enter the Banished Zone face down. So they're not. The third mode of Shadow Realm Horror sort of becomes irrelevant in this Plasmo flip, but still 7 go again, and he's still got a card in hand. I believe that's the Buckwild. He hasn't used his card from Banish yet, so he could play maybe if there's a Hungering Slaughter Beast or something in Banish, he could pitch that red Buckwild for it as well.
There's a lot of misses and not a lot of fuel in that graveyard there. We find that Balance of Justice finally deployed on defense, no doubt going to draw that bonus card on this Blood Rush Bellow turn that has finally appeared, and we'll soak up the rest of this with Gold-Bayed Hook and a pair of cards. Samuel here reaching for endless more.
Yellow
to
Buckwild.
Fire this one here. Yellow Buckwild does foot the boss, foot the bill, I should say. Balance of Justice, broken to draw a card. Draws Blood in the Water off the top of the deck here.
What is it about great players and drawing Blood in the Water off of the top of the deck or having it in the perfect spot? This is the good way he wants to hit. So now that he's gotten the go again on the Shadow Realm Horror, using this Endless Maw or whatever card he wanted to have out of that Banished Zone, he wants to clear out all of those misses as much as possible so that his future turns still have access to a lot of hits. So hitting that Tear Limb from Limb and that Blood Rush Bellow is what Samuel was praying for. You would have even loved to hit the... No, you wanted exactly 1 hit because you need that +3 on Endless Maw. So the best roll there for Samuel, of course, still blocked out very efficiently by Evan.
Well, not so much efficiently. 2 blocks in there. That Blood in the Water did fire blind and miss, and so just 8 block means some damage will come on through. Brings us 14-13, and despite some hiccups here in the mid-game, Samuel looking very promising, has taken the whole hand away from Evan in this situation, and now the rest of the deck will begin disappearing to pay the bill on Blasmafet.
There is an Oyston on board, so Evan, of course, can threaten a little bit of damage, but Samuel is playing against multiple clocks. You know, he's playing against that deck clock thanks to Blasmafet, which gets a little bit slower as he clears out those Blood Debt over these following turns.
Poolside Exchange, I would like to clarify that this card is illegal when you have an empty hand and play it from your arsenal. The way Poolside Exchange is worded, it very much asks you to discard a card, then draw a card. If you happen to have no cards in the hand, guess what? You still draw a card. It's pretty good.
When you say illegal, you mean makes you sad.
I wish it was illegal, but it does make me sad. I'm not entirely sure why it works this way. Pretty phenomenal to turn Gravy on as a blue, still replace itself immediately, just pretty stellar. And unsurprisingly here, Samuel, much like myself, in utter disbelief that this card works like that for some reason. And it does. If you read it, that is how it's templated. That's how Poolside Exchange works. So just going to, as always, call a judge if you're uncertain. Obviously, native language is a big part of this as well. English is a difficult language if it's not your first language at the best of times. So double check, make sure your opponent isn't confused, make sure you're not confused. It's just the way these callings are supposed to work.
Yeah, and there's no allies left in Grave, so Evan's not getting the upside of maybe also then drawing a blue, creating an ally because he got that blue into Arsenal or Graveyard off of playing the port side and then swinging for the Rigger. But it's still a pretty good turn because you can upgrade that Oyston swing into a Rigger turn, or you can just Arsenal a better card and still swing Oyston. Got options.
Yeah.
He has gold on the board too, which means he can pitch that blue if it's a blue into gold, or he can Gravy.
There's some options. There's some options to spin depending on what the card is drawn. So let's get back down into the feature match area and see if we can figure out what Portside Exchange has found for Evan. It is Tip the Barkeep. It's going to go spinning on a gold, finds Chum on top, which means Gravy is next. Gold being cashed in, draws a fresh card. Chum discarded is a Murderous Rabble underneath that, which means Chum comes straight back into play. Dead Threads, Gold-baited hook, and a Rigor Mortis swing. That is a really good one-card hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, by the way, one card. One card. Let's call it 12.
Let's not. Let's not call it 12. I don't like that.
Maybe more.
Stop. Please stop.
Sad. Of course, that Chum effect isn't enabled if Evan's not able to draw a Watery Grave card in these future turns. So if Samuel decides to just start throwing face and like forcing Evan to do the activation, then he could still have turns where he is able to go 2 or 3 wide into face, depending. Choosing to reach for 2 block here, maybe implying he doesn't have that. Does have access to some of those go again cards still in the banished zone, but it's we thought that last turn represented a little bit of turn of the tides for Samuel with that Blood Rush Bellow, and unfortunately here Evan had the greatest one card clap
It's
back.
pretty good. It's pretty, I want to commend Evan on a few things here for what it's worth. I think a lot of worse players or unfamiliar players with Gravy, would have just held that Portside Exchange in their arsenal. It's a good arsenal. It's a good card to set up for future turns, and you need to realize when it's time to go. I think activating Gold-baited hook to try and encourage Samuel to block very heads up. You don't mind losing it at this point in the game because you just want to take cards away from Levia. They're going to fatigue themselves if they don't keep all this action to try and put damage to you. And also that haircut, which is phenomenal. So I'm gonna commend Evan all around. We do see 2 hits again on Shadow Realm Horror, which is the perfect number. It's lining up here. Compass will take a peek in response as we see 7 go again from Levia here. Gravy will activate, like the top card that we found. I see. Saltwater Swell found on top of the deck. The rest of the hand blocks Pauley. There is a Conqueror of the High Seas in there that will join that swell to try and soak up some damage, but Evan very much forced to cash in an ally just to block here.
Now he's going to be able to activate still the Chum, so it's blocking quite a lot, and it's again going to be a small offensive turn coming up, but he is quelling the blow for sure against Samuel. 6 power coming through against this Chum from the Boneyard Marauder. Fearless would be devastating, but I don't think it's a Fearless based on the way Evan has acted this turn.
Would agree Chum does get boned. Down to the depths he goes. Face down this time around.
Sexy card, though.
Sawbones and Scuba left in the suite as more cards disappear from Levia. Blood Rush Bellow, not one you're hoping to see.
Drop of the
face down.
shoulders.
Deck's looking mighty thin at this point, Gabe. Not a lot of cards left there.
Yeah, something I'll credit Samuel is that he did deny that gold on that previous turn by blocking out that gold-baited hook. So Evan is now goldless, meaning that he's going to have a bit of a tough time converting these small hands like we saw with that portside exchange. Like that was booted up by the access to the gold that was still on board after playing it from Arsenal. So in this case, just use his Call to the Grave to create one resource off of Dead Threads and get access to that other chum for future, that chum being one of the most potent ways of staying alive at this stage as a Gravy Bones. Samuel having to reach for cards because he also wants to be able to stay alive.
That is the name of the game. It's Beast Within, Wreck a Romp, Show of Strength.
And a Boneyard Marauder, I believe.
No, I think it's Riding Beast Hulk.
Oh, okay. Riding
we have
Beast
some
Hulk.
Dominate in the house at the back of the hand.
It's arriving a bit
Prats.
early. Kind of want that when your opponent is 10 life lower.
It's important to writhe at the correct time, after all.
I wonder if Samuel's considering a Scab Skins line.
If you ever played Brute, you're always considering a Scab Skin line. It's not often correct, but that's beside the point.
Reaching for a little bit of block, but again, this doesn't necessarily signal that he's not taking an offensive turn because of the ability of Blasphemous to play those cards out of the banish zone. He's blocked with one card here, and he's still playing with a 5-card hand functionally. So
I think arguably it's important to block somewhat. Not only do you need the breathing room, but Graveyard Fuel is very important here to enable these wider turns. We knew that Blue Dread Screamer was still available to Blasphemous, and so you need cards to banish. And so Samuel here is debating where this Screamer goes. Would you like to attack the 1, or the 1?
choosing, I think, one of the riggers because we've turned it sideways just to indicate one card left in Grave. It is a hit, so Grave is staying in good condition. It's an interesting one that he chooses to swing at the rigger. We've lost some of these Avastis. We've lost the back alley, one of them at least, and he's now choosing to clear up the board when he does have a decently sized turn. You know, he's coming in for 9 after this, so this would have been Xaxxi's lethal. Obviously, the Dead Threads is still block on board, and there's cards in hand, but choosing to, again, go both ways. In this spot, I can see the argument because now that Evan's slowing down a bit, there's no gold on board, etc. Now maybe he's got the space to be able to clear those riggers. But on the other hand, if he wants to just threaten his opponent and start killing him and start making him, you know, putting him in the bind of not able to do anything, yeah, it's I don't know whether that's the move or not in that spot from Samuel.
I find it interesting. I think there's obviously Samuel has way more experience in this exact matchup than we do, and I think the way we've watched him ride the line between clearing allies and not has been kind of intriguing. It's been working out in spots, arguably hasn't in others, and I think it's definitely something worth assessing. Golkis Rum generated here, courtesy of Tip the Barkeep.
That's another example of a go-again source that I didn't mention when I was just doing my accounting a moment ago, and so, you know, this does blunt this a little bit in that there's no second rigger to follow it up. Of course, there's the Sawbones and the Chum available because that Tip the Barkeep was played this turn. That's a blue into Grave, so new ally can be put out and can be attacked with. Evan finding an action point generator, so to speak, in the right spot here.
Rigor Mortis doing what it does best, threatening 6 more points of damage here. Leaves Samuel in that same bind we've seen so many times this game. Needs to hold on to resources to threaten Evan Tanguy. Needs not to explode as the deck slowly disappears into the shadows. Scabskins being thumbed here. That remaining equipment block does need to be expended at some point.
Reading Chum to understand sort of what turn can be assembled here. If that Chum hits the board, is he still able to do his turn and not get, you know, domed by the Chum effect? And therefore, should he block a little bit because that Chum's going to hit the board and then that's going to dome him a little bit? There's decisions being presented by the offense here.
Graveling Growl and Scabskin Leathers being reached for. Blocks 4 on 6. Brings us down 7, plays 8 at this stage. As the Chum is then pitched away to facilitate the Chum out of the graveyard to try to blunt the assault. Blood Rush Bellow is going to be the name of the game here. Call to the grave on pitch duty. 2 cards found as Endless Maw is discarded. What do we find? It is Dread Screamer Blue.
I'm liking that.
Mark of the Beast.
We got resources, and I think we still have. Do we still have a go against source, or did we play that Shadow Realm Horror out of the Banished Zone? It's an Endless Maw. I think there's a Boneyard Marauder in there, and I don't know what the 3rd card is. But resources are the exciting part of this Blood Rush draw compared to the last one. Of course, Chum can still get in the middle of this, but there are ways around that. You just clear the Chum on the first attack, and then you can attack again.
Well, there is some, I guess, solace in the fact that Chum wasn't activated in response to Blood Rush Bellow. So you have some indication that there is unlikely to be an ally in your future. The question is, what do you do with that information?
You maximize damage to face. Come on, Samuel. Don't clear that Chum. You're on 4 life.
Reaching for the Dread Screamer. How many misses do we have?
Oh, interesting move. Given
Looks
that
like
that's a resource card, too.
A couple. Okay. So it is going to be the Screamer. Wants to go too wide on the Blood Rush turn. And it is going to be 3 cards. Banished again from the little remaining fuel for Samuel Prats.
I would take this as a tell that there's probably not a go again card in that Banished Zone anymore, because
Oh,
you'd
I
probably
would
be
think
reaching
not.
for that. See if we can see.
Yeah, Mark of the Beast, Boneyard Marauder, Endless Maw at the top of the Banished pile as your Blood Debt options. Mark of the Beast, not an exciting one, but a card nonetheless that can still be expended at some point. It will be those 3 cards gone. Dread Screamer does find go again.
Samuel playing it safe and not choosing the Scab Skins version of this line, which of course was available. We should clear up. Yeah, okay, Samuel realizing now that these top 3 cards
They should
were
be face down. Yeah. Graveling Growl would be quite good right now and should definitely not be face up. And players acknowledging that, turning them face down. It's the Boneyard Marauder that comes on through instead. Still pretty good, admittedly.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you wanted. It's the 1 cost that we were talking about earlier. That is the juice of the deck, is you pair some of these 2 costs with the 1 cost, either with Agility or the go again off of Dread Screamer. Fortunately, I feel like he's fired a lot more blue Dread Screamers this game than he's fired off red Dread Screamers, which is an unfortunate spot when his opponent is left on 2, so that life total difference would matter. It's a good way. That was a good way to like form an efficient hand. I think Scabs and hitting on Scabs would have closed the game, but Samuel choosing to not take that sort of 50-50 with his life. I think some players would have rolled there, because there's only a 1 in 6 that you kind of lose on the spot, and there's a 2 in 6 that you play exactly the turn you just played, which was still good, and there's sort of a 50% chance that I would call that you win that turn most likely.
Tough decision to be made. Clash of Agility will clash. Does accept. No. Buck Wild on top of the deck, I believe. Engulfing Shadows on defense. We see Ridges of Tropeldani being pitched away there for Evan. So a gold recovered for the first time since that gold bait hook went under. But we do have 3 cards to work with here for Samuel, and only 2 life left to clear. Evan's hand, unclear at this time, is 2 allies and a golden tipple alongside a sunken treasure. So a total of 5 points of block value, and that is the point where you are sweating slightly. That gold token might have to do some heavy lifting here to turn one of those allies into something that can condense the damage from Samuel Prats.
Of course, Chum can do some semi-blocking duty as well.
True enough. Depends on just how big this first attack is. And where Samuel puts it takes a lot of self-control to stick to the... Okay. Scab, skin, leathers, Chum activated in response. 6 is found. Not 6 action points, thankfully. But 3 action points to work with. Must hit Chum. You see the visceral reaction from Evan Tanguy. Scab, skin, leathers doing as it does.
How much do you play around Fearless? Because if you hit 6 into this Chum and there's a Fearless, you have to throw 2 attacks into it. Choosing not to play around Fearless here.
Fearless can't hurt me.
Compass, look for it on the top of the deck.
It's not real.
And Chum goes away. Oh, that's a good outcome for Samuel there for sure. Now the rest of the hand can go face, in this case, just Hungering Slaughter Beast coming in for 7. I think that was a good, efficient way to use the Mark of the Beast from the Banish Zone. It's sort of like the worst or most normal card that was left in the Banish Zone. I liked that angle. Hungering Slaughter Beast for 7, and now Evan's on 2.
Evan isn't out of this. Does know the top card of the deck, of course, and knows if it will block if the gold is cashed in, but Dead Threads alone here would be enough to stay alive in the face of Hungering Slaughter Beast. Would block for 6 in total.
I've been impressed by Levia in this matchup. I think this is probably one of the harder types of deck you can face down on Gravy, in that it's very flexible between dealing a lot of damage and going some wide. It can clear allies or it can choose to ignore allies and sort of not get punished for it, as we've seen Samuel do here, because he's able to present this offensive potency when ignoring allies.
It's like 7 cards in deck if Evan can survive. I do want to commend Samuel on how well the graveyard has been navigated this game as well. It's been hard to keep fuel there, but has done so just enough for every possible occasion. And now a card being turned face down, 2 cards left remaining for the gold.
Ooh.
Blocking 6 on 7 means Evan Tanguy will be falling to 1 as things stand.
Still able to keep a turn with those golds,
Well,
with
clearly.
1 card being kept in hand, and of course with allies on board. But Samuel having that Endless Maw is like his one last access to efficient damage. So if he's able to keep a couple cards and maybe Scabs, then Endless Maw and Ravenous might be a way to sort of close out the game that is enough to get over Evan's block.
I wonder if there's a second Writhing Beast Hulk.
Ooh.
It's also one I'm kind of keeping an eye out for potentially. We know I think it's Anchor in hand here for Evan, who no doubt will want to turn that into something else, but he knows the top card, so he has full control over how this goes. Gold cashed in will discard the Anchor for whatever was found with the compass.
Briefly rethinks it, but does commit after all.
Oh, this is tough. This is gold and Tipple on top. Might need to discard the blue in order
Get rid
to
of the
play an
blue
ally.
and play out a Sawbones. Sawbones is one of those ways you can continue to stay alive with this board, because it does give you access to that tap it for life functionally, or prevention, I should say.
Just 5 minutes left on the clock here for these players as we are into the dying embers of Gravy versus Levia. 1 plays 4, maybe less than that in cards available for Samuel. Gold cashed in to spin another time, and we will reach for that Sawbones from the fearless confrontation that would have been so backbreaking just a few moments ago. Sawbones will claim at least a card from Samuel here.
Hitting a red would have kind of sucked. I'm intrigued that he went for that spin, but I guess you can always just develop Rigor and still swing with the Oyston, or you can just swing with the Rigor, and it's not the end of the world, but hitting a blue here was quite nice. He's now able to develop and attack with the Sawbone, so he is still coming in for 6, demanding a card, as opposed to just the 3 he would have if he had pitched that yellow away to develop the Sawbones and then attack with Oyston. So a significant and material upgrade for Evan by getting that blue off of that extra gold, forcing Samuel to reach for some block. Not a lot of cards left, and that implies a lot of blues left in the deck for Samuel. Unfortunately, also the blues don't always block in this deck, so...
No, Deadwood Rumbler, not a good blocking card. We do see 2 cards committed to suck up the Sawbones. I believe that is 3 cards left in deck.
He's thinking about it.
Samuel needs to get through 1 point of life. Does that mean that we are reaching for Scab Skin Leathers again?
You've gotta.
He's staring at it.
You're just not dealing enough damage if you don't.
Just chewing the lip, reevaluating Sawbones. That is part of this equation in terms of the amount of damage that needs to be done. It's endless more
roll.
with no roll here. We are pitching away that Rumbler.
The challenge with
Holding
this is that this Endless Maw is now not available in that Banish Zone for the future, and so now you just don't have the ability to deal that, 13, let's call it, or 14, to deal that 1 last point of damage to Evan. So I would have really liked to see a roll here, I think, in order to go for the 50-50 of Endless Maw into Ravenous Meat Axe. In this case, 9 is still potent. There are hands that Evan could have that don't block very well. Not as many at this stage of the game, unfortunately, but
So we're blocking 3. It's blood in the water.
And hit an ally off the top.
Oh, okay, we compass. Not
blind.
blind. But we are aware that blood in the water is going to cover the remaining 6 damage here. And so 9 meets 9 and leaves Evan Tanguy with 2 cards in hand to return fire. And will no doubt strip away cards from Samuel Prats. Call to the grave here, debating the Arsenal. I would be surprised if we wanted this at this point. There's like no target in the deck after we draw our hand up.
Do these cards in Evan's hand block?
They do.
Oh, they do. Okay. So he probably would have survived the onslaught thanks to that blood in the water anyways. With the scab skins hitting, that is, but not necessarily a guarantee from Samuel's view. But Avassi is just like, this is the rest of Samuel's deck on block, it looks like. This is Avassi with that rigor, and of course we've kept these 2 riggers. It's loot the hold.
It's even worse. It's not go again, but you have to now block this out or lose a card anyway.
And losing a card is losing the entirety of your deck.
It's so bleak. Loot the hold here. With 4 life, you could defendably no go again on this. Take 3, go to 1, maybe play the turn, but because you're then losing another card to loot the hold, it's so much worse. And that call to the grave just basically a test of strength in the Arsenal at this point.
And 2 blocks in hand, unfortunately. Of course, he has that buck wild. He has 1 more way to go wide on this turn, but it feels like it's coming up 1 turn too late.
This is incredibly tight. I just don't see a way this puzzle comes back together for Samuel Prats.
Confirmation now that we're at the bottom of the deck, by the way, that the only pound of flesh in the deck is
no.
It's a...
You're right.
Yeah, a one-off pound of flesh
pound
was
of flesh.
seen way too early, meaning that he's not able to use that to sort of... I'm not going to call it cheat a win, but in a way, cheat a win as that card is intended to do with his opponent on 1.
Can you imagine if Samuel had gone for pound of flesh and Evan had banished a Conqueror? Oh my god. Loot the hold, strips the card. As Samuel Prats falls down to 1, just accepts this is mostly trivial. Has the 1 volley of damage left and needs Evan's hand to contain like 0 block at the exact point in time. And I'm afraid it contains all the block with Conqueror of the High Seas, Saltwater Swell. You
can do an ally count at this point and just understand that Evan doesn't have non-block hands or full non-block hands really coming up in this game anymore, especially knowing where Rich is, as he very quickly reaches for how much block he might need. Blocks with 6. He was ready to block with 9 before he saw the number.
Takes a peek. Buck Wild is done. That Deadwood Rumbler, of course, does not block, which means Rigor Mortis will come charging through to steal the game away with merely seconds on the clock. And Samuel here just disappointed in how that plays out. Down to 0 life. I respect that. Samuel there. Look, we've all been there. Feature matches are hard. Card games are hard. We all care. We were all emotional. I appreciate the sportsmanship at the end of that. And a huge congratulations there to Evan Tanguy for taking this home on Gravy Bones, a deck that is clearly finding its footing once again in the format that we currently find ourselves in.
Yeah, I think if people had been sleeping on Gravy Bones, they've now been shown why not to do so. I think it's one of those very good second tier or second row decisions right now that you could be making in terms of deck decisions. I'm really enjoying how much our players are interacting with the camera so far today.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of looks right down into the camera.
The sportsmanship is good. Look down the barrel. Like, just send a message. It's fine. Like, I will say I think you alluded to it in the game there. I was kind of surprised by how reasonable this matchup looked for Levia. There were some questions going in about what does the deck look like now that we don't have access to Mandible Claw. Fairly competent, honestly.
Yeah, I think that showed that Levia does still have tools available to her to both deal with this matchup, of course, but to have just a strong, powerful suite of turns. You know, we saw sort of there's a defensive way to get value now with that Engulfing Shadows when you turn into Blasmofet. So there's some potency in this deck for sure that can be explored as we go into the future. Possibly see more Shadow in the future.
Maybe. Well, if you want to look down the barrel of your own camera, you've got to come and join us in a broadcast sometime soon. If you can't, thankfully you can join us by watching the streams at home, wherever you may be. If you want to come and join us at either Jakarta or Sao Paulo, you'll still have your choice to grab the Elemental Strike Calling entry package. But hopefully we'll have the pleasure of seeing some of you there in person one way or the other. It's 2 spectacular events all around with some pretty spectacular prizes just for turning up and playing.
Of course, if you are not able to turn up and play, then you can watch it at home, being brought to you by this mega squad of casters. Pastry Time, of course, on play-by-play there, a well-known caster, but on the other side of the booth, I'm drawn to the fact that we have a Worlds finalist and a U.S. national champion bringing you the calling from Jakarta in just 2 weekends on May 8th to 10th.
Honestly, a big fan of all 3 of these. Julian, of course, pedigree for years. Charles, a phenomenal player. Was really impressed by both Mercy's play at Osaka and also her first endeavor in the booth not so long ago. Fantastic job. I think you're in very safe hands in Jakarta. I'll be watching along at home for that one way or the other. Thankfully, I will have the pleasure of joining you soon enough. Not for Sao Paulo, much to my chagrin, because this is... I wanted this event so bad. I won't lie to you, but thankfully it's incredibly safe. And I couldn't pick better people. We know the last calling in Brazil was hosted by Bryce Platts and Felipe Lima Cardoso. That incredible finale at the end as the players had their camaraderie in the ground. You know what? I'm fine with it. I couldn't pick a better duo for this event.
If you haven't been watching competitive Flesh and Blood for a very long time, go look up the last calling. I believe was calling Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo in 2020. Maybe late 24, 25. This
time is
blending into the, but look up that tournament, watch the final. It was a great game, and then stick around for just after the final's over. It's one of the iconic moments of Premier Flesh and Blood on stream.
Always brings joy to my face. Sadly, the week after I'm a bit busy, so I can't really rationalize Sao Paulo, but luckily enough, I will be in the booth for the world premiere in Prague. Thankfully, I'm in really good company. Sam Byrne, of course, just the GOAT at this point, one of the most iconic voices in Flesh and Blood, and I'm very lucky to be working with Michael Feng for the first time. Should be incredible to have that level of analysis in the booth from a Pro Tour champion. New cards, I'm looking forward to just throwing a spanner in the works from Michael and asking many questions he can't possibly have an answer to.
He'll have answers. He's Michael Feng. He knows how to figure it out. I am very excited for that tournament, of course, to be there as a player. I'll watch you back when I get home, but it's pretty exciting to just be there and take in those cards live, which of course you guys will be doing from the booth side as well.
Well, thankfully, if you want to come and join us, you can get some extra value in the process. Early bird packages for these events are either, in some cases, on sale now or on sale very, very shortly. So make sure you stay tuned for those dates and places. Of course, Astral Strike, these extra vouchers for all the goodies alongside a selection of other extended art promo cards from Omens of the Third Age. Going to be pretty highly coveted from the community, I would think. Yeah,
especially those lightning flows out on the left. If you're not able to pick up a Marvel, this is one of those ways to make your Omens deck. Just sex up your Omens deck is what I was going to say, and now I'm committed to it. I'm super excited for all the different versions of the lightning flow, and of course all of the beautiful cards that we've seen so far from this set that I hope we see more of. And buying that Calling Premium package, that's what I was able to do, get access to the Calling, and you get for pretty much just the entry to this with the early bird. You can get all of the side events you want on the Friday and then still play in the Calling on Saturday and Sunday.
Similar story for the Go Again package if you're so inclined over there. Extra bronze ticket to you if you buy in the early bird window. So when are those windows? Well, Vegas, right now. Don't leave the stream. That would be silly. But open the website in another tab. Go secure your purchase over there. If you're joining us for Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, or Kansas City, it's going to be those first 2 weekends of May you're looking for. So stay peeled. Keep your eyes available for those. And make sure you come and join us with some bonus value along the way. Vegas, in particular, is the big one, though. I know a lot of people have been waiting to get themselves booked in for the second Pro Tour of the year. Stop waiting. We're ready to go.
No matter how you're attending that event, definitely go and purchase your ticket this weekend. You get one free entry voucher to a side event, which is worth it, I promise, especially at those Pro Tours where we have some great promos on the line for everyone who shows up.
Lovely stuff. We've had some incredible variety on camera already this weekend here in Rotterdam, but we're not done showing you some things you perhaps didn't expect. Gravy Bones might be the most famous pirate from High Seas, but personally, I'm a fan of Marlynn Treasure Hunter. It's not just Marlynn Treasure Hunter. It's Marlynn in the hands of the former UK national champion, Aaron Boyhan. So quite the pedigree. On the other side, very much a known factor at this point. Everyone's favorite potential thing, Arachne Marionette, is going to be quite the challenge to get through for Marlynn, and a matchup I think you will need to be well versed in if you intend on bringing this deck to a calling.
Yeah, I've actually played that matchup from both sides, and I think it is interesting as well. I think it requires a little bit of knowledge of the matchup for sure.
Okay, want to elaborate on that knowledge in any capacity?
Well, I was building
what kind
on
of
what you were
knowledge?
saying.
Genie lamp?
It's
Luck?
moments to go for disruption.
Okay.
And that's on both sides, because both sides do have access to the disruption if they want it. Probably a little bit more these days in the Marlynn side than the Marionette side. Marionette has big numbers these days, but big numbers is something that Marlynn can typically deal with. The other side of it is that Marlynn, her overpower is not as guaranteed against Marionette, and I think that's her inherent disadvantage in the matchup, where all of those attack reactions that Marionette has access to actually count as blocking over against those overpower effects. So a little bit harder to get that disruption to connect in every spot.
Well, we've got quite the menagerie of heroes sitting at 3-0, so let's take a look at them and see exactly how people are breaking down over the course of this event. Okay, so a lot of Arachne, both Marionette, Huntsman, and a 3-0 Slippy, which I am ecstatic to see. That's pretty cool. Jack Pauley, 3-0 with Maxx Nitro, and my boy Liam Holden, also 3-0 with Lyath Goldmane.
Yeah, I'd say that this table, this first page of the 3-0s, represents sort of the maybe expected part of the meta. We have the Victors, we have the Oscilios, and we have quite a few Arachnes, but there's all those other decks that, you know, are maybes. We've got one of those Vincents, one of those Phys. You pointed out the Maxx and the Lyath. We also have the Slippy that you pointed out, and the Valda. And so and of course the Marlynn we're about to see, a Prism over there in 12th. So I think this is like a fun reflection of where the meta's at. I think 3-0 is a little bit less of a tell of what's actually real versus what's actually fun to bring and try to day 2 with. Maybe in a couple rounds we'll see that. But all of these decks, I think, are representing real right now.
Well, there's some big names here too. Jacob Trossing, Michael Feng, Jason Rolfe, Daniel Correas, Filippo Barbani had success not so long ago on Victor over in Toulouse. Filippo No is etched into my soul, courtesy of Erica from that event. So not just interesting decks, but some of the biggest names in Europe showing up one way or the other at the top of our standings so far. Not the only 3-0s though. Gary White rocking Rhinar there. Jonas on Teklevossen at 3-0. We see Yuha on Pleiades at 3-0. Ira at 3-0. Just plenty more variety the further down the standings we go.
Yeah, we see more of these ninjas popping up on this screen with a couple Syndras there at 34th and 35th from Angelo and Noah, and Ira as well, as you pointed out, down in 38th. So joining that 5 from the first page as representing maybe an alternative take to the aggressive opportunities you have in this meta. Another Dio and the other Vincent. So a lot. I'd say it's like sort of the same thing where we've got like half of this page is maybe the top 3 that we expected, and then the other half is exactly what we'd expect, is a couple showings of all of those heroes that we said are all valid picks down to the second row of or second column of meta heroes.
Good number of gravy here. Also just again some big names. Sammy Wex, Tommaso Vicido, Emad, Kashy turning up on this page as well. Rob Catton, 2-time World Top competitor. Good pick for me again. Caster pick doing all right this weekend by the looks of things. Got a couple more 3-0s for you to check out. Another Arachne Huntsman, my local teammate, Ashkan, on Syndra, also at 3-0 there in 42nd. Evan Tanguy on Gravy, of course. Couple more Huntsmen here, so feeling better about my poor choices. Good stuff all around, I think.
Second Rhinar as well as 49th, still on 3-0. That's important to point out. That's a 2 Rhinar showing, so maybe Rhinar, as you said at the top of the day, is a little bit more legit than just a fluke weekend because it's a good response to some of those other heroes that we're seeing. For example, Victor at the top of the meta. The Rhinar has a good matchup against it.
There's always an edge, always a way to adjust, always a way to find a way in a calling room. And I'm looking forward to finding out if Marlynn is the edge that people should have found this weekend. So let's meet our players down in the feature match area and get into Marlynn versus Arachne Marionette in the hands of Alexander Held and Aaron Boyhan, sporting the lovely Toxic Thistle Tavern shirt there. a lot of renown for Aaron. Won the UK National Championship on Gravy Bones way back when. Big fan, big figure in the community. Fantastic player, and very happy to see him on camera finding success with something a little more unique.
Hey, you called it a former, called him a former national champion. I think he's technically the current and reigning former UK national champion. Going to be defending that later this summer, of course. On the other side, we have Alexander Held representing Arachne Marionette. Been a mainstay of the meta for quite a while now, about half a year, maybe a little bit more.
Let's take a look at the heroes. If you find yourself unfamiliar with either side, Arachne, more known, you'll see that most recent result from Yokohama just a few weeks ago in the hands of Bartosz, looking for stealth attacks, attacking marked heroes to be a little bit bigger, and they can get go again if they connect. But the potentially more important part and more relevant part for the most part, if your opponent is marked, you will transform into a random agent of chaos. Gives you a lot of flexibility to attack the arsenal, attack the hand, create graphene chaliceras, all kinds of flexibility provided to this hero thanks to the various forms that it has access to.
On the other side, we have a less explored Marlynn treasure hunter, only 21 LL points and no big splash on the World Tour yet, but occasionally showing up in these stream games and trying to make her mark. Of course, as an action, she can destroy one of those golds. She has accrued to create a goldfin harpoon in her hand, which is a 2-power harpoon arrow attack if she wants it and if she wants to take advantage of it. But more importantly, whenever you draw a card during your action phase, you may put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal, so you can load these very big, very efficient arrows into your arsenal and then use that weapon that we will probably see to present disruptive damage thanks to the big +4 and overpower that she's going to generate off her weapon.
Will Arachne be the catch of the day? There's only one way to find out. Let's check it out as the game gets started down in the feature match area. Taking a look at the equipment suites here, no real surprises to me on either side of things.
If you're not familiar with Marlynn, you might not be familiar with this as the standard layout, but I'd say this is standard. That tunic is a very good way of curving out the turns, but of course, Crown of Dominion, just creating a gold and giving you access to that first gold is very important. We've already seen Aaron pop it, that's why it's not on the board. There's one float from pitching a blue and trying to draw. That's brutal. I didn't notice the third one as well. So the reason he wants to pop that gold on turn 0 is to be able to take advantage of Marlynn's load effect. The thing is, you want to draw resources alongside it, so you can use that hammerhead cannon that is on the board as the weapon to also give it +4 and overpower. And the disruption doesn't really matter on turn 0. It's more about getting that damage in for free. But instead, we're just firing it because we saw 3 King Shark harpoons all in the same hand. And now we need to make sure we get some of these resources out.
Well, I guess the small upside is that the majority of the hand that was just burst by Alexander would have been fine into overpower anyway. It was a lot of reactions this time, so maybe Aaron feels a bit better, but drawing the red off the gold break there is pretty heartbreaking. However, for now, over to Arachne Marionette in the hands of Alexander, whose tunic will tick up, is staring at Tarantula Toxin, Codex of Inertia, Kiss of Death, and Stains of the Red back. It's a pretty potent 1-2 punch there that's become a bit iconic at this point with Tarantula Toxin and Kiss of Death. And plenty of goodies depending on how Aaron wants to navigate this turn.
A nice and tall Kiss of Death that this is going to be representing, of course. The flick can give it a +1 from the passive ability of Arachne Marionette. That's what he's going to do here. Flick a Hunter's Clave and mark his opponent. Give Kiss of Death, bring it to 4. But then that Stains becomes free. Tarantula Toxin is on the good way. That's why we didn't see Aaron defend. He didn't want to get blown out by that Tarantula Toxin. So most likely this Kiss of Death bumps up to a big number, and then we pass the turn for Alex. What that doesn't accomplish is leaving his opponent marked at the end of the turn.
So Kiss of Death will connect after that Clave is flicked away. Obviously becomes a 4 beforehand. We know there is a Tar Pit Trap in the hand here for Aaron.
Tar Pit Trap notably doesn't work against Arachne's version of Give and Go Again because the top bar of Arachne's text is on hit go again, and so when that's true, then the Tar Pit Trap won't actually deny the on hit. However, Stains of the Red back does give real go again, so this does now have real go again. Aaron, though, chooses not to play the Tar Pit after all, though.
Chain being broken here, and we'll see Codex of Inertia as the follow-up. A random card from the top of the deck will be deposited into the arsenal, and more importantly, an Inertia deployed against Marlynn, which can be surprisingly painful for this deck. Does like to keep cards banked in the arsenal to make those turns function when there's little to no gold in play. No play found from Alexander, though, so the Ponder does go to waste. Whatever goes in the arsenal is staying there, as 4 new cards are drawn up in hand. On Aaron's side of things, we're looking at Cheating Scoundrel to start things off. Just as good in Marlynn, if not better than it is in Gravy. We'll see that Hammerhead activation and that 3rd King Shark Harpoon that we knew was in the arsenal, fired for 13 overpower.
Codex of Inertia might not have had a hit in terms of damage dealt from Alex on that turn, but it does still negate some of Aaron's value. He was hoping to hold on to that Tar Pit Trap to maybe prevent a better, or I should say worse, on-hit later on and have access to a defense reaction. Chose to hold on to it and now will lose it to the Inertia, so not getting the, I think, 4 value he would have gotten out of playing that on the previous turn.
Pretty potent hand here for Alexander as well. We're looking at Savor, Bloodshed, and another Codex at the front. Savor, of course, one of those more iconic cards for Marionette. It's going to be King Shark Harpoon connecting, and, well, you can take away an attack action if you'd like and make yourself a gold. Surprised not to see Alex blocking with that one. Might have been a small lapse of judgment that under the trapdoor is not in fact a trap, and therefore attack will be stripped away by King Shark Harpoon, and 3, count them, 3 gold generated from Gold-Baited Hook, Cheating Scoundrel, and King Shark Harpoon. Feels like a pretty big win for Aaron there to steal that one away.
Maybe a brief lapse in remembering how these Go Fish effects work. Of course, you don't play against Marlynn very often, and so maybe you think you would lose one of those other cards if there are no attack actions, and so would rather lose the blue, but of course he would have been able to block with that. Aaron only would have created 2 gold. Alexander would have taken 3 less damage, but in this case, just taken it all.
Cut from the same cloth comes out of the arsenal here to reverse the favor and show a hand that is, again, surprisingly blue light here, but Harpoons aplenty. King Kraken this time, I believe.
And plenty of gold on the board and Tunic coming online, so there are ways both to load and to fire a relatively efficient turn here, depending on what's on the top of his deck as well.
A big game trophy shot definitely looks appealing when you have the ability to make those Goldfin Harpoons and cash them out for full value, thanks to all that gold that was found. So both players operating with near perfect information for now. In fact, actual perfect information. The Arsenal was played from Alex, so everything is known.
So we've seen the King Shark from Aaron on that first turn where we saw all 3 align. There's 2 other premier arrows, I'd say. The one of them is the King Kraken that you mentioned, and that's the same thing but for non-attacks. We've had that since Marlynn came out. But the other one at the front of Aaron's hand right now is basically a CNC on a stick type of arrow, and that's one of those buffs that this deck got in Compendium, which is maybe why Aaron has turned to this deck in this era. The addition of Cheating Scoundrel and this yellow Harpoon at the front of the hand are big upgrades to the deck.
Going to see Codex of Frailty grabbing Kiss of Death in this case. We'll see the King Shark rebought for Aaron and King Kraken discarded in its place before Kiss of Death for 11 poses the question. You won't lie, these have been some pretty impressive numbers out of Alex early here. Aaron's kind of forced to take that first hit to make everything work, chose to hold on to that Tar Pit Trap and is already at 28. Both players here just correcting the life totals for Alex, so 27 on that side. Taking another 11 here is not exactly appealing, but it feels like a lot of these cards are required to make the kind of return fire work.
There's no mark, which is an upside. Of course, Alex could choose to flick for mark and then would get that draw if this goes over the top, but that would be his last clave. Aaron choosing to block a lot. I think it's maybe the signal of I'm happy to leave this King Shark, in my arsenal, fire it on a turn where I have cleaner, more efficient blues and no frailty, more importantly.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense,
continue
as
to
you
just
say.
bank out the blues.
Like the frailty is a big impactful point, as you say. I think that blue being exactly sunken treasure definitely incentivizes you to block with it and generate another gold in the process too.
Yeah.
So yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Creates gold, yeah. Of course, Alex still able to get an extra card into arsenal off the ponder. So Aaron now facing down a 5-card Mario turn, which is scary. At 28 life, it's a little bit more comfortable than it would have been had he fallen to 12.
Hand here looking
15.
a little red heavy. Ooh. Up sticks and run, pain in the backside. Inertia trap and
Ooh. Not the kind of hand you want to draw when you've just been given full tempo. And so Aaron, that decision of like hoping my opponent bricks kind of block out turn or hoping he can't take advantage of that big 5-card hand and I'm setting up for a better one, probably getting the better end of the exchange here. His hand also relatively awkward. He's got a Codex of Frailty that's not going to present that much when he's got that arrow already in arsenal. He's got another 2 block, and unfortunately the 2 remaining cards aren't blue, which would be the really clean way of having this turn work out.
Yeah, take aim there. Another harpoon in the hand alongside that Codex and a golden tipple for Aaron. So not ideal for either player, but I would argue worse for Alexander given the tempo that was just offered to him. Up sticks and run will be deployed here. We're going to take that Tunic resource and pitch Death Touch to send. Hunter's Clave, no resources spare here to rebuy the Clave, and that's pretty telling. Red being pitched here and Tunic required to do all of this is suggestive of the context of Alexander's hand to Aaron. Aaron's just pretty happy to snap off this Clave, take it 4-23, get marked before pain the backside continues things on, and that spare harpoon will jump in the way.
Yep, then I will just transform for end of turn.
And we're just happy to take the flip here, turn into an Agent of Chaos and not remove that mark. Of course, we know it's an inertia trap in the hand, but Aaron does not. Trapdoor found. I really hope that inertia trap isn't your only trap, Alex.
Overpower not going to be doing a heck of a lot on this turn with multiple traps and defense reactions available for Alexander, but Aaron probably still happy to be dealing damage and getting through some of the defense reactions of his opponent's deck nevertheless.
I am not overjoyed by how Alex is fumbling through this deck. I believe there was a trap left. I couldn't quite catch which one it was, but I think there was still a second defense reaction. We're certainly going to find out in just a moment if there is or isn't.
So Aaron left with a buff, a yellow, a blue, and of course that arrow in arsenal, so he could have a way to just fire off the attack for 13 with overpower and then throw no card in arsenal, not put that Codex of Frailty into arsenal, but he's got flexibility thanks to the gold that's available on the board.
Take aim from Aaron.
So 5 pitch plus the Tunic can pay for the clean sort of Marlynn turn. That's the Hammerhead into a Harpoon. Take aim pushes us to 13, which is good in the spot where Alexander has all of these defense reactions available and overpower is potent. Reaching for that Mask of Deceit, meaning he doesn't want to be the trapdoor on his offensive turn, so he's getting both sides of the coin.
Big surprise.
The best spot for it. I mean, it's the best spot he's been faced with, at least having not often his opponent be marked on his turn.
Reaching for Persuasive Prognosis here as well. Alexander is confirming how Overpower works, which is a good thing to do when playing against Marlynn. It does tend to be rather important. As you kind of allude to here, Mask of Deceit, a very powerful tool. Typically we see this transforming into Orb Weaver to generate that first Graphene Calicera. Occasionally we see that Black Widow instead if it's a big return turn.
I'd be shocked if it was anything but Orb Weaver here.
Very
with
much
having
so.
not found a Calicera yet and having had that open spot for quite a while. Yeah, very clear Orb Weaver turn for Alexander. Throwing that Inertia Trap from hand. We've already blocked 9.
Is there another trap in the Banished Zone? More importantly, do we forget about it? Because
I've done
that's
that
even
before.
worse. I have forgotten I've banished a trap. Okay, so nothing played in response to this Harpoon means that was either not a trap or Alex is going to be upset very shortly.
It could have just been filter out a bad card of his deck and make the power density of his deck a little bit higher. Holding on to a nice damage-efficient turn. And the life totals are equal. And no steal off that King Shark because, of course, it was only a reaction and a non-attack left in the hand.
Indeed, that Orb Weaver, Spinneret, and Scar Tissue do not meet the criteria required to make a gold for Aaron. Take a card away. And so we will reach for Orb. Well, no, in this case, not Orb Weaver, Spinneret, discarding Orb Weaver, Spinneret to Arachne Orb Weaver in a Graphene Calicera.
6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
4 go again.
You know what they say. 4 go again, threatening, of course, the Scar Tissue that Aaron is aware of. That's one of the advantages of playing Marlynn is you do get a lot of hand knowledge of your opponent, and so it sort of negates the advantage that attack reaction style decks like Marionette get over their opponent because you always know exactly what you're going to be facing down, with the exception of the Arsenal. Choosing to clear it a Stains Blue because that came off a Ponder and that's not a good card to leave into Arsenal. So so fortunate for Alexander that he was able to clear it efficiently while his opponent is marked before he got another Codex of Frailty. And 8 damage coming through, leaving that mark alive.
Down to 17 here for Aaron, who's looking at a handful of blues here. It's Trill Shot, Murderous Rabble, Yellowfin Harpoon, and This Round's on Me, which is a a cute one into Syndra and friends.
It's cute into Marionette-ish in that you turn the daggers off, but also they have so many attack reactions that doesn't really matter. So choosing just to pitch it for the gold here, I think that's the reasonable decision.
Yep.
Yeah, got to go digging here for a harpoon to tie this turn together. It's a ripple away. Gonna keep digging, I would imagine here. Would really like to find a big harpoon to leverage Hammerhead with. It's Authority of Attire as the next one.
That would have been nice a turn ago.
Yeah, all those traps, well, the singleton trap in this case, certainly would have been a bit worse. Now the spin, take aim, found on top of the deck. Are we cashing in all our chips here?
So we
or
do
is
have
this
access
enough?
to the yellow fin. There are cards that hits, for example, Codex of Frailty, so he does have attacks. Murder is here to take a peek. I like that. He's taking a peek at what comes next, and he sees the eye off the top, which would be 1 gold too late, because he wouldn't be able to use that opt for much effect. Given the lack of draw, he hasn't drawn a 3 of a kind. He hasn't drawn a Codex of Frailty. He hasn't drawn an arrow, a good arrow on its own.
So will we take aim? Is no doubt going to reload that yellowfin harpoon, and we will pitch to load with, well, not load, but lock and load with Hammerhead. 4 extra juice. Authority of Attire will do its thing on the way into the pitch zone.
Smart sequencing there. The flexibility of drawing into that take aim allowed him to not load off of the Marlynn effect, because now he knows he gets that peak and he has that 1 gold left if he finds a better arrow off the top. So he doesn't have to pre-commit to the yellowfin thanks to the specific combination of Murderous and Take Aim. It's still a decent turn, but he did cash in 3 gold to only be converting 14 damage here, and the yellowfin, while it is sniping a Codex, and that is a powerful effect, it's only sometimes a hit.
There are 2 of them.
Oh, that's excellent,
Codex
actually.
of Frailty, Codex of Inertia, cut from the same cloth, Kiss of Death. Your 2 yellows arguably incentivizes this choice sometimes. I don't want to give. I can't give you them both, so I guess I'd rather keep one of them.
Yeah, unfortunate for Alexander to see them at the same time. Very happy, Aaron. He will take a look, and he'll think maybe his Inertia the better thing to take, because the Inertia can really hurt you as Marlynn. But
it's quite funny that you saw Aaron see the hand hit the table and immediately go to point at the Codex of Frailty, and then realize there is in fact a second yellow, and I should probably stop and consider my choice. This isn't just free real estate.
So the thing with the Inertia is that it prevents him from putting a card into Arsenal on this next turn cycle, and especially given that the Codexes are going to make him discard a card when they're played out here, he's probably going to want to take a little bit of a setup turn. And so the signal of I know I'm going to want to take a setup turn because you have a Codex, but also then I'm going to lose my setup turn, made him decide ultimately Codex of Inertia is actually the more potent one to take, especially because Codex of Frailty, he gets his pick of the litter to pick back as well. He can take that King Shark like we saw him do last time.
We're going to see Aaron's hand together, I think, in the face of this cut from the same cloth, but there is some cool ones in here. Conqueror of the High Seas, 3 of a kind, alongside Murderous Rabble and that Eye of Ophidia that we saw on top of the deck. That maths out.
Yeah. The problem is that there's a Codex of Frailty coming in. So we're going to have to lose one of these cards to the discard. I don't believe we've seen a Leave No Witness.
No, I don't believe so.
What I'm trying to make sure of is that we still get the boat before we go into the 3 of a kind. In this case, maybe we even go no 3 of a kind, although 3 of a kind gets us the resources we want to play the card that we're going to get off the Codex of Frailty. This is one of those hands where Marlynn is way thinkier a deck than you might expect. There's a lot of branching in the lines that you could take, and Aaron has no clear decision, I'd say, for him, given that the boat and the 3 of a kind are in hand. He has great arrows that he can pick from his graveyard if he wants them.
Yeah, you see, this is why I can't play Marlynn, because I would just look at my 3 gold and go, it'll figure itself out. We're definitely going to boat into 3 of a kind. There's no way you miss. It just doesn't happen. So Aaron here, no doubt in a better spot than me, very experienced with this deck at this point, will thumb on through the options. So we're going to consider which of these. Thankfully, you don't get all 4. Would be a bit good if you did. But
boat into 3 of a kind. Sorry, boat into 3 of a kind is going to be a tough one to pull off. He's going to have to lose one of these cards. Of course, with the gold and the eye, he could maybe ditch the other blue and hope that the gold with the eye can fetch him up to the blue count he needs. Just needs basically 5 resources in order to play out that Conqueror and then still pay for the 3 of a kind after. There's also a world where you just ditch the Conqueror because you're taking some disruption in the arrow from this anyways. I saw him reach for that Murderous Rabble, which is a fun one because he can hope that the 3 of a kind will draw the arrow instead of taking it off the Codex of Frailty, and then it's just a way to get an extra peek before you pop one of those golds, or the 3 of a kind, deal 2 more points of damage, which with his opponent at 9 is quite relevant.
I think there are so many different avenues
So many
Aaron could take
decisions.
here as to how he wants to navigate this turn.
This is
Actually kind of mind-boggling.
This is the joy of Marlynn, is actually these turns. Is there are some turns where you look at it and it's like, I block for 6, I swing for 10 with overpower. And there's some turns where like, every card in my deck is playable on this turn and I don't know what I should prioritize. And what I'm going to hit off of my draw effects as well is a very important part of playing the probabilities sort of in this hero.
I think as you alluded to minutes ago, I think most players that are not experienced on this deck just wouldn't even have looked at Murderous Rabble. It would have been one of these big red harpoons the deck is so synonymous with, just immediately slam dunked into that arsenal to try and set up another big overpower shot. And the fact Aaron is even taking anywhere near this amount of time, which you frankly should, given how many decision trees there are to consider here, is a real testament to just his experience on this deck and how difficult a spot like this is to navigate.
Let's also remember we got here because Aaron decided to take the Codex of Inertia out of the hand instead of the Codex of Frailty. I think a lot of less experienced Marlynn players would have just slammed the Codex of Inertia, as we said Aaron initially went for, and that's like everyone's natural pick, take an Assassin off of Codex of Inertia. But giving the Codex of Frailty allowed him to have this decision. So he basically said, your Codex of Frailty is going to help me with this hand, and I'm actually okay with it.
Does decide it is grab back the harpoon, discard Murderous Rabble. 9 plays 8 when all the damage is done. And Ponder token will resolve. Card is arsenaled, and we are back to Aaron Boyhan, whose tunic will tick up. The hand, 3 of a kind, Conqueror of the High Seas. And this Eye of Ophidia, which is going to crack a gold and go looking at the top 2 cards. It's Portside Exchange, Catch of the Day. Double blue, definitely what you were hoping to see here.
Yeah. So what he was going for here is basically, I want 2 blues so that I can do exactly this. Fish in 2 gold to get those 5 resources we talked about. Now he's got 2 float, he's going to draw another blue. He can now go conk into 3 of a kind, and the role of the 3 of a kind is to draw the resources he needs to fire that arrow that we know is parked there into an arsenal, hopefully with Hammerhead for overpower. So if 3 of a kind only needs to draw 6 resources, and he's presenting another 10 after this Conqueror of the High Seas.
A nice touch here for Aaron, that Conqueror. The promo card for the year he won Nationals is in fact the copy he received for killing all of us over there. So nice throwback, and always love to see these emotional cards on a bigger stage. Not if you're on the other side of the table, of course, but
this is where the disruption of Marlynn becomes a real factor as well, because it's not just a big overpower deck. It's not just a try to dominate to kill your opponent. It's good.
Oh,
wow.
That's actually the best. That is
I'll
the
get to that in
single
just a moment,
best
but
thing.
Yeah.
Double blue 3 of a kind means this is Hammerhead into King Shark Harpoon, Arsenal 3 of a kind. If you ever want a sequence of plays that is in an incentive to play Marlynn, it's just this turn. It couldn't have been any better.
So one of the beauties of Arsenal 3 of a kind is you're going to be able to block a lot and then still swing an arrow probably based on the draw of that. He's not even going to need to do that because he's already stripped his opponent's whole hand thanks to the disruption he's presenting from this Conqueror of the High Seas and now the King Shark. If that's an attack left in Alex's hand, he probably would have known because he saw the King Shark get picked. So he's probably not going to leave with himself with an attack here. But, you know, that card, Alex is on 9. He's probably fishing that or sending that on defense anyways.
I believe it's an Incision, if I'm not mistaken, left over in the hand, which at least blocks 3, but is not exactly well equipped to do much else here.
Don't recall the Arsenal. I guess it came off a Ponder, so we might not have gotten a look. Tunic coming online gives some flexibility here.
Makes this Incision a little more interesting with the ability to swing that Graphene Calicero.
But even so, that represents functionally a 1-card 4, which I don't think... I mean, it's good when your opponent's on 8, but if you weren't taking 9 here, that would be the clear line. It's just very hard to motivate trying to take all this damage. Of course, also, he loses either Flick or Tunic. Tunic is the enabler of swinging that Graphene, so maybe he would have to lose Flick if he wants to hold on to this card, unless that's a defense reaction Arsenal that we don't know about, of course. Then he's considering, do I just want to maximize my life total and block with both Flick and my card?
I have to wonder if this is a codex again, perhaps? Trying to figure out what the follow-up is after this Graphene Calicera.
I think it might be a saver, but then there's no mark, so the flick doesn't get the draw.
So we're at least threatening lethal damage, which is something.
Don't forget that tunic there, Alex. Waiting for the start of his turn very patiently.
Would be an important one not to not miss.
Tunic. And immediately paid for a graphic. It could be a Tarantula Toxin. Let's talk Tarantula Toxin.
Let's not. I don't know. Tarantula Toxin scares me.
The thing about Tarantula Toxin in this spot is that with Incision, it actually only pushes the Graphene to 7 because there is no flick. So there's no instant speed mark and a Tarantula Toxin out of the arsenal here. And so, in theory, if Aaron said ship it, he won't be dying to that effect.
Bit of a gunky hand here for Aaron. Codex of Frailty, Tar Pit Trap, Golden Tipple Portside Exchange, alongside that 3 of a kind in the arsenal. So we'll need to go and find a Harpoon. Alternatively, Codex of Frailty can do the hard part, but there is a 3 of a kind in the way, which is less than ideal. It is Tarantula Toxin. Great shout, Gabe. Up to 7, Tar Pit Trap will meet it after the Tarantula Toxin has done its work. So no reduction there. Aaron Boyhan falls down to 4. Keeps 4 cards to work with, including 3 of a kind and a lethal Golden Tipple.
Do you play Codex before the 3 of a kind here? Takes your opponent off of a card.
Tempting. Interesting line. Does discard the Codex to the Golden Tipple here, makes a gold, draws a fresh one. It is a Harpoon found, which is pretty much perfect here for Aaron as we pay 1 to 3 of a kind and look for the resources required to overpower it. It's Harpoon, Harpoon, and Blue Drill Shot found. Redfin and Shallow Water are plenty here for Aaron Boyhan. The question is, which one do you load in case there is enough reactions to stay alive? Is Shallow Water, Hammerhead loads, Gold Baited Hook activated, and the Overpower comes crashing through for 9. And the game is over. It's not enough. No hand can save Alexander Hell. It will be Aaron Boyhan. Masterclass on Marlynn there for us in the feature match area. Moving on to 4-0 so far this weekend.
Yeah, we saw that one turn where Aaron had that really big think, and then I think that is what showed off the real potential of this deck. Is there were those earlier turns that I think played out in maybe the more expected ways. You had some awkward hands that he found a good way to navigate, and that's the mark of a really good player, is navigating those awkward turns without losing the resources you need for later on. So well done to navigate that and get himself to the position where then when he started to have the opportunity to go real big, thanks to those cards he saw in his hand, he could have the space. He had that 8 life left to be able to deal with that last hand, and of course to take that last T-Tox and not have to play around it as well.
I continue to believe Marlyn's just a deck that's arguably a little underappreciated in the current metagame. Like, I do think the deck is better than people give it credit for. Not to claim it should be 30, 40 copies at any calling, but I think there should be more than there is in a lot of cases, and I'm looking forward to more people kind of figuring that out in real time.
Yeah, I think if we're talking underrated, overrated kind of as a metric instead of raw power, I think Marlyn's probably near the top of the underrated category.
I think so. You know what else is really underrated? Warrior. Warrior was certainly underrated heading forward, at least, because as of August 7th in 2026, you'll be staring at the second part of our grand plan for Year of the Warrior. Mastery Pack coming in full force.
Of course, this time we get 3 heroes in the Mastery Pack instead of just the one Avalda from the Mastery Pack Guardian. Let's take a look at the first hero we're going to get. This is a reprint from a Blitz battle set, classic battle set we had in the past. Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy is a different Dorinthia than you might be familiar with if you're used to the Welcome to Wraith version. The first time your Dawnblade Resplendence attack gains go again this turn, you may attack with it an additional time, so it's quite good in these sort of like low health formats. It often reared its head in either Blitz, and I'm surprised it hasn't seen more play in Sage, but
not currently legal in Sage. That's the part.
Oh, it's Majestic until now, so it will be downshifted
in the classic
to
battle
basic in this
set.
set.
So hasn't been legal in Silver Age until this point. So hopefully she will.
That's an exciting thing that I didn't know about, but let's draw the even more exciting thing at the right-hand side of this page is that really beautiful Marvel Dawnblade treatment. On the back of this Dawnblade is that like just gorgeous sword art,
Yeah,
stained glass style sword art. That's a reason to play a Dawnblade deck on its own.
Yeah, I don't know. I fell in love with the Rosetta Thorn a long time ago. I think it's still possibly my favorite marvel, if not pretty close, up on the pedestal somewhere to date. And this is pretty close. I think it goes to show you the the importance of weapons in Flesh and Blood and to the class identity of warrior in general. And it's not just Dorinthia receiving this, but this one is truly special. I think something that people might have missed, though, is that all of these marvels have unique art on the back side. It's not just a full art Marvel version of the same artwork that's on the front. It is solely its own beast on all of these, really celebrating the craft work of these weapons.
Yeah, just as Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy is coming to Silver Age with the release of Mastery Pack Warrior with a downshift to basic, so too is Hala. We didn't get a young version of Hala in the Armory deck, and so this will be the first time Hala is able to enter into that 20 life young hero format.
Yeah, I just had a feeling when Zenith Blade was a rare, just in the pit of my soul, Hala specialization just felt like it was bound to happen sooner or later. But I'm excited for what this deck can do in Silver Age as well. Again, good numbers, lots of flexibility is exactly what I'm kind of looking for in that format. So, and this beautiful version of Zenith Blade is definitely on the list for me to explore. Speaking of things I want to explore, Olympia, if you haven't seen our Pit Boss promo coming in Vegas, go take a peek at that one. But I am very high on Golden Grail, and I think this Marvel, the backup, the unique artwork in the background, is just quite frankly exemplary.
It's very fun. It's very thematic with the character, but I think the thing that stands out the most is that you can, when you create enough gold, swing a weapon for 0 cost, which is a really efficient way to start snowballing that advantage where gold becomes the payoff itself in Olympia. And so this weapon is really good for Olympia's kit. It also can come in for a breakpoint, which helps those wagers hit, thanks to if this attack is wagered, it gets +1. I think this really transforms the hero.
Yeah, just eat your equipment, then visit the Golden Anvil to put the equipment back on, which means your equipment pays for the sword again. There's so much to explore here in what Olympia is able to do in the near future, and I cannot wait to get my hands in. Speaking of, we saw a few more cards revealed at the keynote over in Yokohama, and frankly, they're all well worth paying attention to. First of all, stellar new artwork on Valiant Dynamo, long-awaited reprint, very important part of these two-handed warriors that like to swing multiple axes. But Stand Tall and Sharpening Sparks, just impressive pieces that should see play in just about every warrior, really.
Yeah, we start to see a lot of these yellow warrior block cards that seem specifically designed to make Assassin have a sad day with this Stand Tall and Blunton, of course. But Sharpening Sparks is sort of catching my eye as another one of those ways you can maybe get 4 value out of a 0-cost reaction, 3 to 4 value out of a 0-cost reaction in the warrior kit. So these are good, like, general buffs to the warrior card pool, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more things along the lines of these sorts of designs as we see more cards from Mastery Pack Warrior throughout the summer.
That is Valiant Dynamo just cold. The artwork there is pretty stellar one way or the other. Exciting stuff. Very, very exciting stuff coming on the horizon. And you don't have to wait until August for exciting stuff, because we're not done pulling heroes you forgot existed in Classic Constructed. 4-0, Arachne slipped through the cracks this time around. How's that sound?
the hazy moment through the ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of war, give us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Beneath the boundless sky, the voyage carries on. The dragons of the north, history untold. He shall rise and the demon will fall. Young fears he will bring them all. Sticks and stones will they chase it all. Young man's name will carry on. Kinsmen crave the island gold. Each night chased and watched them fall. Young man's reign will turn this time. This is a prophet's call.
It's been far from Slippy for our Arachne player so far, but he's about to have a Michael Feng problem, which does tend to end a little poorly for most people. This weekend on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, not really a big surprise in my opinion. How do you feel about Slippy Oscilio?
It's a very fast match, which I think can generally, when you have a fast match, it can go both ways, just because both heroes have the ability to win early. I would say with the loss of Bonds of Agony, this is a safely Oscilio-favored matchup. There is some disruption that can be presented by Slippy, of course, and disruption does hurt Oscilio because of the inability to get around it very often. You don't block necessarily so well. But you present a bit more explosion than I think Slippy can these days, and that is really what you need to be able to win this sort of typical aggro build kind of mirror.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, well, if you're just joining us, I'm just going to break down how we got here, the schedule over the course of the weekend, and then we'll check in with our caster picks before we get started this round as well. There's a big one here to note in a moment, but day one was 7 rounds today. It's just enough players to make that happen, just short of that 8 round of 440 or so, I think. Tomorrow, Classic Constructed 5 more rounds, top 8, and we may or may not be revealing a legendary for you tomorrow. Very, very excited to do that one shortly.
Of course, if you are sticking around for the watch tomorrow and you join us in the finals, you'll be able to be in the running for a Young Marvel in the giveaway. Just chat in the finals while that's happening, but you might just be there because you're excited about this spoiler in the first place. So during the semifinals or right after the semifinals, we will show you a first look at an Omens of the Third Age legendary. No idea what it is yet. We're going to be learning about it live alongside you, and that's going to be a pretty exciting thing to look forward to in the semifinals of the event tomorrow.
I frankly can't wait for this. I want to get cooking with Omens so badly. So many of these heroes are very much in my wheelhouse, and legendaries are a good place to start. And I have the benefit of a reveal of my own shortly after Rotterdam to kind of really get things into swing. So speaking of swing, let's check out our caster picks so far this weekend, see who's winning the stock. I am good at this. Liam Holden, Fatigue Lyath, now sitting at 4-0. Rob Catton, 2-time World's Top 8 competitor, 4-0 on Vincent. Jack Pauley, 4-0 on Maxx, the Hype Nitro right now. Adrien Mangucci's still in the running, 3-1. Happy stories all around on Syndra. Martin Hullock has his back against the wall. If he loses another game today, Martin might not be able to get home.
He's still in it. 2-2 is still in it, and of course there is the showdown tomorrow if he does take one more loss. I'm sure Martin will find his way home, but yeah, it's quite funny to put this post out and then unfortunately fall a little short at the start of the day on day one. Maybe this is the motivation he needs to do one of those hero submarine runs and just never lose again for the rest of the weekend.
Something very funny about this tweet. I just find having very day a apt way of describing what is happening to Martin right now. It's perfectly cropped off in the bottom of that photo. Story to watch with the question mark is apt. Martin is quite the character, and I'm going to cross my fingers, Martin, that you don't lose any more fab this weekend.
We're definitely rooting for Martin, but there's 5 people I'm rooting for above that. Unfortunately, only 4 left. We saw Jaap in that first round lose as Lyath, and he wasn't able to make it work the same way that Liam is. Maybe that's an indication of which versions of Lyath are going to be stronger in the current meta, with Liam on his fatigue list and Jaap on that more explosive setup-y list that we saw him play. Everyone else from my Dutch contingent showing up 2-2. Of course, there's lots of Dutch players in the room outside of the ones you see represented on your screen. I just took a couple swings. Players I know and players who I liked. They're heroes for the weekend. Everyone at 2-2, meaning everyone is still alive. Hopefully, Paul, Ian, Dawn, and Wouter can make a run and join Martin in that hero run towards the end of day 2 tomorrow. But right now, not looking too hot for the squad who I selected here.
I would call that the definition of average, quite literally in this case. Ethan, how are things in your book?
If that was the definition of average, this is a D? I don't know. What is an average? Like C, right? So this is below.
D minus.
D minus.
Something
It's
like
not
that.
an F. We got 3 alive. Thank goodness for Evan. He's there at the top at 3-1. Saw him win, of course, into Sam, who's in my number 2 there. Sam's still alive. Leo Toulouse still alive. So the Brute believers are out there not doing quite as well as if they picked the correct Brute apparently this weekend, which is Rhinar, because there's 2 at XO right now, which is crazy. Should have put those on my list, I guess. But no, the Levias, well, they didn't drop Ike. So, you know, they're having fun? Question mark?
Fun. Period.
Fun at the
Yes.
04
Yeah.
tables.
That's the most enjoyable place to play Flesh and Blood.
It absolutely is. When
I'm
the
like,
stakes
not
are off,
kidding.
it's like totally the best. I'm inclined to agree, and I've been there, you've been there, and clearly Dom and friends are there this weekend for better or worse. But we're joining in with the 4-0 tables because we're in the Cool Kids Club this weekend. That's what they pay us for, one way or the other. And we have a pretty phenomenal one here with Philipp Steinfort and Michael Feng. Arachne slipped through the cracks. Oscilio, you're guessing Oscilio favored. I'm hoping you're wrong because that's more exciting. So let's find out. Let's make our way down into the feature match area, meet our players for round number 5. Philipp Steinfort on Arachne slipped through the cracks, the arguably forgotten assassin in the current metagame. After losing Bonds of Agony and being handicapped in numerous other ways, Arachne Marionette being the best deck in the room sometimes. Not a deck we see all too much of anymore. And in order to continue the undefeated run, Philipp will need to get through Michael Feng, Pro Tour champion, on Oscilio.
Fun story I don't think I've ever told on stream is I have a friend and a teammate who once played against Michael Feng in a side event, meaning he was paired against Michael Feng in a side event, and then Michael showed up and said, I have to run, I have to go to another event, so I'm going to report the loss here, but hey, you can tell all your friends that you beat Michael Feng. So Philipp going for the You Beat Michael Feng badge of approval here in this match.
I'd like the record to show that I am 0-1 against Michael in side events, who I was 4-0 and promptly clowned by bully tactics. That one's not easy to beat from a player as good as Michael. Thomas Goffier, our last result at Pro Tour Singapore on Arachne slips through the cracks. If you're unfamiliar, this hero is fundamentally quite simple. 38 health, first attack with stealth each turn will get go again. Tends to lead to these more red line focused aggro decks that don't need to pitch to facilitate their big, powerful turns. On the other side of things, of course, Pro Tour Yokohama winner Evan Herndon on Oscilio not so long ago. 36 health on Oscilio here, who can discard instants to draw cards as required.
Yeah, I'm a little interested in this Slippy side of the table. Do we get some of those new Chaos cards from Penn? Is that why this hero is making a revisit to those top tables? I'm not quite sure. It'll be interesting to see. Another reason not to pick Slippy is that it's a dual-sided effect. So it's the first attack with stealth each turn, not your first attack, which means if you pair against any of those Arachne Marionettes, you are also benefiting them. So that's maybe part of the reason that Slippy has fallen through the cracks a little bit towards this event. But eager to see whether he's able to pull something unique with this build, or if he's just playing Slippy because he likes Assassin and he likes presenting 3 go again.
Let the chaos begin. Let's check in with the overhead as we get things started for this round. Marvel Slippy is definitely the right way to do things. Let's see what the daggers are. Mark of the Huntsman Hunter's Clave are the picks here. Prey Spotters in the head slot, maybe the only piece of equipment you're not expecting. Perhaps more interestingly for me here, this is kind of what I expected, but worth noting. Old Knocker, the choice here for Michael Feng. Agrees with your assessment pre-game. This one is not going long. We don't have time for a Findle Spring Tunic.
Yeah, I think any matchup that's not expected to go to fatigue will be bringing in the Tunic instead of Old Knocker. The Old Knocker instead of the Tunic, but...
I just want to note, Michael here has 2 Marvel Oscilios. One of them is facing the right way to demonstrate that Oscilio has been activated, and the other one serves as his hero.
I've played with his deck before. I played with his Oscilio deck at a side event at Toulouse, and that got a response from pretty much every opponent I played against.
As it should. Okay, so Channel Lightning Valley kept around here thanks to the Volzar activation before that Sigil of Aether came down. A pretty effective turn 0 here for Michael, just establishing important permanence.
I believe that was another Channel Lightning Valley going into the arsenal as well, or maybe kept in hand, but I think there was a second one, and that leans towards that sort of we want explosion approach that we talked about Oscilio maybe preferring in this matchup. Philipp is probably going to, his turns are going to look a little less explosive, even though he's quite aggressive, and so if Michael can get huge damage dealt before that aggression gets too much for him to deal with, that's probably going to be his best approach to this matchup.
Good hand here for Philipp. We're looking at Razor's Edge, Sink Below, and a copy of Lobotomy alongside this Infect. So 2 stealth attacks, a way to buff whichever one is more important. The ability here to equip an Orbiter class, which is why you see that Mark of the Huntsman typically. It gives a dagger a way to shatter without flicking, lets you send it in for 2 in a pinch if you want to. Lobotomy equipping Orbiter class is a pretty powerful way to buy another dagger, threaten more damage as the game goes on. If you manage to hit a hero while controlling one, they lose their hero ability during the next action phase, which not huge in this matchup, but turning off Oscilio, it does have some upside.
It has some minor upside, especially because Oscilio is a once per turn, not a tap, and so you're going to be able to do it on your opponent's turn and again on your turn. So it's not like just because it's an instant, they can get around it. They will sometimes want to do it on both sides of the table, both sides of the turn cycle, and so there's relevance there. But it is also fundamentally kind of a 0 for 4, in that you get the flick for free and you get a dagger back.
Correct. I do want to shout out the artwork on this one, by the way. What a harrowing piece of art on Lobotomy. Really big fan of this. It's on the playmat on the prize wall these days as well, if you're so inclined. And definitely a card I expect to see more of as the stealth-based assassins find their way back into the meta in the future, be that Slippy or some unknown assassin at this time. Michael with a difficult choice, it seems, here. Did find Seduce Secrets by discarding Lightning Press.
Oh.
Reaching for Flash of Brilliance without a Sigil of Brilliance in play tends to set off some alarm bells.
Is he going for Big Arcane and pop this Sigil of Aether and set it back up? It will draw off the Valley, right? So if he bounces the Sigil of Aether, that's going to create a 1 Arcane. Of course, can be prevented by Philipp thanks to that Prey Spotters with the Arcane Barrier, but...
Wrong one.
Oh, wrong one. That's the boost. So we got no AB.
Indeed, no AB here. Black Tech Whisperers.
Makes way more sense now.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense to me, given you can guarantee Channel Lightning Valley. No Stalker Steps here. Prey Spotters here. 2 Mark, which definitely has some upside in the matchup. Things like Mark of the Huntsman, maybe Mark of the Black Widow, these kind of things. But AB 0 means that, you know, Philipp kind of agreeing with the assessment of all of us so far. This is not a game that's going to be going long.
Correct.
And ABing 1 on Volzar doesn't tend to achieve very much.
Correct. And Flash of Brilliance not needing a Sigil of Brilliance then to draw a card, given that the Channel Lightning Valley is on the board. So I actually quite like this for Michael. Doesn't want to lose that Flash of Brilliance and have to wait for later in case he doesn't see a Sigil of Brilliance, which sometimes does happen in these faster matchups. So taking that free draw off the Flash as soon as he can. Of course, it is 1 damage prevented.
A small acknowledgement there, I believe, Philipp, acknowledging that he would prefer to afflict before throwing this this lobotomy, but may have forgotten to do so while covered up in the Flash of Brilliance nonsense, giving the blood rot pox. So perhaps a small misstep, but 3 damage coming across anyway. We know it's Razor's Edge in the hand here. And unfortunately, this on-hit does care about you controlling an Orbiter class. So without having one, it's just 6 vanilla damage.
I want to just call out that these mistakes happen, and it's not just... very good players can make these mistakes. There is so much to pay attention to, and there is a huge skill and thinking and logic and value assessment element of Flesh and Blood. And there is also a big focus and being able to keep that throughout an 8-round day, a 7-round day, even a longer day if you're into the top 8 of an event, for example. That is quite a challenge sometimes. And we're already here in round 5. One's head can already be booming. And there's a lot of moments where you can make these small mistakes where you lose. This translates to roughly 2 points of value plus the hero ability, which is questionable value. And it's a rough one for Philipp, and that's one of those ways that you can make a big improvement in your game is to stop making those tiny errors and start to find a way to help yourself build some kind of a mnemonic to get around it.
Yeah, if you've never played under the lights before, it's a lot. It is an incredibly stressful experience if you've never been there before. Adds a lot of pressure to the game. Take a look at the hand here for Michael. This is a bit of a menagerie. This is Mind Warp, Blast to Oblivion, Seduce Secrets, Sigil of Solace, and that Sigil of Aether that was picked back up from Flash of Brilliance. A Sigil of Solace was defined by discarding Seduce Secrets to Oscilio, so not a ton of improvement found here.
Seduce Secrets is not exactly a card I was expecting to see in Michael Feng's deck, but it's fun.
I think it's definitely a card that's appreciated in value in these more combo-centric versions of Oscilio. Being able to park it in the arsenal, go up a card, take a look at the opponent's hand, get information about if there's any way of meaningfully interacting with you. Random things like Oasis Respite, some of those more painful cards like Null Time Zone, getting a heads up that they might be on the way can sometimes be quite strong. So for now, Blast to Oblivion. Coming across here for 4, does have the ability to nickel and dime these auras back and forth. This is a card I expect to see a lot of in Ziggy Starlight in the future.
it's not just the auras that Michael is playing out. That Bloodrot Pox is an aura, so if he wants and plays an instant after this blood, or in the link of this Blast to Oblivion, he can choose to basically save himself 2 life by bouncing this Bloodrot Pox token out of the arena as well.
Yeah, definitely tempting to choose the Bloodrot Pox here. Could also choose that Sigil of Aether to trigger off Channel Lightning Valley again, which is currently not drawn a card this turn. And this Sync below carefully covering up that Blast to Oblivion, which is why you see Michael's pausing to reassess. If the physical damage was coming through, then maybe we would expect that much. We're going to see Old Knocker reached for here. So we're cashing things in without Gone in a Flash. It is Lightning Greaves. We don't have time to find Gone in a Flash. We have to make this clunky hand work with what we've got going. I don't know about the Arsenal, to be fair. I guess there's a chance there's a Gone in a Flash that we missed in the Arsenal in the first turn of the game, which makes this way more commonplace. Otherwise, a difficult decision to make, I think.
Ooh,
Electromagnetic somersault. So I like this a lot. I think having access to a second Blast to Oblivion in this hand suddenly ties a lot of these avenues together, given how clunky this looks. It turbocharges a Mind Warp to kind of end on a very meaningful piece of interaction. I think that's a very controlled decision from Michael, and one I wouldn't expect from a player who hasn't got a high level of experience on Oscilio.
Yeah, I think there's a tell here. We talked about Oscilio being the explosive deck, and therefore we felt, or at least I felt, has the slight advantage in this matchup by being explosive. The thing what slipped through the cracks is that it is both normal in terms of its output, like it's standard and consistent, I guess is the word I'm going for in terms of its output, but also most of those cards block for 3, and he runs a lot of those defense reactions that block for 4. So on any turn that Michael's not going in for huge arcane, Philipp, if he doesn't have a turn that deals a lot of damage, has a very easy ability to just like block and then chip in a little bit back when Michael's not able to do that much, because Michael's deck, on the other hand, really doesn't block very well. So Philipp, the 9 life lead he has right now is like maybe to be expected, and Michael might have been getting a little bit afraid of that life lead continuing to gap him if he's not going to take the first opportunity he gets with that Old Knockers and Lightning Greaves combo.
Players making sure to resolve things in the right order here. We'll be drawing a card from that Channel Lightning Valley before Blast to Oblivion is technically back in the hand. I think that was a Lightning Press found for Michael Feng. Of course, we have the action point now available thanks to that Lightning Greaves as the Sigil of Aether does come back. Channel Lightning Valley now expended. Okay, Electrostatic Discharge, not Lightning Press, but vaguely the same flavor of lightning effect.
Are there other attacks at the front of that hand, or is it just that blast as the last attack?
It's unfortunately just the Blast to Oblivion here, alongside that Mind Warp and a pile of instants. So we will see Discharge generating an action point thanks to Lightning Greaves, making Volzar a little bit bigger before, anyway, we continue blasting.
By the way, this is why you run 2 Oscilio Marvels. One to indicate the activation, and one to indicate the tap with Old Knocker.
But Gabe, I'm poor.
Michael would say, get better.
He would. You're right. Win a Pro Tour or something, I guess. It's an easy way to afford all these marbles. I'm clearly missing a trick somewhere. Blast to Oblivion. It's 7 points of physical damage here. And again, that when this attacks trigger still lurking, instant will be played here, and that Bloodrot Pox will no doubt be disappearing. And I think Philipp, we're looking at a 4-card hand from your Oscilio opponent at this spot, kind of assumes that Bloodrot Pox isn't going in to achieve very much either.
There's 1 amp not represented here, I believe, off of the Sigil of Aether bouncing back to hand. Maybe missed, but hopefully Michael will still have that in his mind. So 4 amp right now, plus a 5th from the Sigil of Aether. This is probably the last attack from what we know of the hand. There's a Sigil of Solace. There's that Mind Warp. There's another Seduce Secrets, which you'd imagine is throwing into the arsenal at the end of this turn. And there's the Sigil of Aether, which is just going to hit the board as 1 more Sigil.
On the other side of things for Philippe, we're looking at Lobotomy, Double Trouble, Mark of the Black Widow, and another Razor's Edge. It's all red goodies, and potentially incentivized to hold on to this to make it all come together. That Double Trouble, very powerful if you can line it up with the reactions you already have in play, but I'm very happy to see a block here in some ways, mitigate some of this damage from what is going to be quite an impressive turn from Michael. In others, this Mind Warp is going to, I think the term is suck.
Well, that's also part of the reason is you want to block is if you're holding on to a hand because you like the structure of that hand against Oscilio, then you get triple punished by getting the Mind Warp. Not just because you lose the cards, but because you lose the cards you planned to hold on to.
Very interesting. Michael here decides rebuying Channel Lightning Valley is more important than not taking 2 damage from this Blood Rot Pox.
Just to make sure the channel won't trigger.
It will not trigger again.
Turn again.
And again, this is just heads up stuff from Philipp. That's not how Channel Lightning Valley works. You can't make it trigger multiple times by playing a new one, having it count as the first time you dealt damage. The game knows the first time you dealt damage this turn, and so you won't get the chance to do that anymore. And Michael here just decides that the damage race is the more important thing. So by rebuying Channel Lightning Valley, it's not sticking around after this, but wants the extra charge on Volzar. And so we're going to see another Lightning card played, Volzar activated, and Mind Warp turbocharged to destroy Philipp's hopes and dreams.
I'll give a small correction. You said the damage race is what matters here. I will correct it to Michael's damage output is what matters, because in theory that Blood Rot represents more damage going Michael's way. So it's not a misspeak. It's just an important clarification that Michael's role in this matchup is I have to deal as much damage as possible rather than keep up in the damage race. The framing is really, you deal me whatever you want. I'm killing you before that becomes relevant.
Correct. Yeah, that's very much what I was alluding to. It's not about raw numbers in the traditional sense. It's that if I let this game go long, it's an issue. I need to actually just take care of you. And so a bigger Mind Warp is more important here. 8 Arcane just slaps Philipp across the face and demands respect. And we'll see a hand shuffled into the deck and 2 fresh cards found. Now, Mind Warp is a fickle mistress. Sometimes your hand gets much better. Sometimes it gets much worse. That is Pain in the Backside, Sink Below, which is not bad, to be honest.
No. I mean, I maybe would have taken like Infect Sink Below a little bit more than that, but it's kind of the exact thing you would expect out of this hand. This deck, I should say. Roughly 3 go again, and roughly a block 3 or a block 4.
Yeah, definitely some merit in wanting a 2-attack hand here.
Yeah.
To kind of continue pushing numbers again. Same kind of analysis that Michael's had on the matchup. Just, I don't care how much damage you do to me, I have to do more. And so that's not ideal, that's not the case, but you can't argue with having 7 value on 2 cards overall, and hopefully that ends up playing out well for Philipp in the long run. Michael will reach for Channel Lightning Valley again. I have to imagine there is a shock in our near future. It is going to be Sigil of Lightning first of all to make Volzar just a little bit bigger, and consign to Cosmos Shock for 4. We'll draw a card from this Channel Lightning Valley before any blocks are declared.
It also lets you get value out of playing that Lightning that he wants to play for the go again on his following turn. I saw a Gone in a Flash in his hand, so this helps that Gone in a Flash come in, quote-unquote, the good way if he's got a 0-cost instant available to him, or some other way to draw into one, for example, with Oscilio. So this is getting maximum value out of cards he wanted to play out anyways.
Mark of the Black Widow, sorry, I should say, Mark of the Huntsman being flicked away even by the Flick Knives. Pain in the Backside going to hit as well. Hunter's Clave, therefore, dealing a point of damage and marking Oscilio. I believe it's a null shock in the hand for Michael Feng alongside that Gone in a Flash. So some options available there too, as we see that Sink Below parked in the arsenal for later on. It's 20 plays 24 as we make our way back to the Lightning Wizard. Is more than happy with the position he finds himself in.
With all those flicks, Philipp also taking that stance of I want to maximize damage. Of course, important to point out for Michael here, when the Sigil of Aether goes away, it will draw a card off of Channel Lightning Valley because that arcane damage can't be prevented. And so he gets to sort of think about whether he wants to hold on to this Null Shock as a way to bounce the Gone in a Flash based on an additional card.
And so Sigil of Aether and Sigil of Lightning expiring here. Michael taking a moment to consider if Aether Bindings of the Third Age are due to be cashed in. Would think that we'd have blocked with them first, but
everybody makes
easy
mistakes.
to miss. Easy to miss. So definitely worth considering here if you think the 2-amp is at its best opportunity right now.
I think I would lean towards that. He doesn't have a huge payoff. Like right now, his payoff is the potential of a shock. Not knowing his arsenal, of course, but so maybe he wants to hold it for amping a Mind Warp, but the problem is that Mind Warp might only get amped for 1, and so if is the question, I want max damage, and then you want to go for it here. There's a reality, though, where the Channel Lightning Valley draw leads him, or incentivizes him to ditch that Null Shock, and so then if he doesn't ditch it with Oscilio and get a different piece of Arcane, then he's sort of locking himself into the line of he has to hold on to it if he can't find another piece of Arcane here.
Bindings cashed in, and so we will see Embodiment of Lightning made from that Sigil of Lightning, and we'll see Aether Bindings and this Sigil sequenced in the order as to maximize the arcane damage on Sigil of Aether, and draw from Channel Lightning Valley. So we will have that amp available from the Sigil, which was not forgotten this time, and a Sigil of Solace found into the hand here. Not a permanent one, but some extra life. Not going to be too problematic in this situation. Good to have in the face of a Ragni slip through the cracks. As Gone in a Flash comes across with this embodiment of lightning here for 4 points of damage.
Sequencing it this way makes it so that he doesn't lose the Aether Binding to the 3rd age value on that amp. He could still choose to ditch the Null Shock. He would lose the Sigil of Aether Amp, but he's gotten some of that arm piece value for sure. Of course, the hand presents options. He could also buy back that Gone in a Flash and use it as the pitch card for the Null Shock, depending on how he wants to sequence this turn. The Arsenal, I think, matters a lot. Michael clarifying that the sync is good to resolve, meaning he really wants this go again off the Gone in a Flash, so he might be choosing to, or seeking to use that action point, whether it's for the Gone in a Flash the second time or if he's got a spell in Arsenal.
I think that's a big one. Seduce Secrets here. Letting Sync resolve gives you even more information from this one. But as you kind of alluded to a moment ago, Embodiment of Lightning would fizzle if you bounced the Gone in a Flash in response to Sync Below, and you would lose the action point as a result. So Michael, eager to keep that going, happy to let the Sync Below resolve. We see Kiss of Death on top of the deck alongside Leave No Witnesses. Ow. Oh no, that's not how Seduce Secret works, is it? This is look at the hand and the top card of the deck. Arachne's not supposed to know that Kiss of Death is on top of the deck.
Yes, of course. So an unfortunate, you know, Secret's not played very often, so an unfortunate just, what's the word? Maybe a quick hand way of approaching that. Easy mistake to make as well, to be very honest.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch it straight away. Like, you know, we're always clashing so much in this format.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's very easy to just flip the card over and not think about it. So easily remedied. This is, again, the kind of spot. Just call a judge. You don't have to negotiate with your opponent. Just let a professional take care of it.
Yeah.
That's what our players, no doubt, doing. But all in all, a pretty interesting game. I think Michael taking some lines that most players wouldn't have lent into. It felt like limit testing in a weird way.
Possibly you could call it limit testing. Possibly he has done the limit testing and he knows he can get away with this from these positions. You know, he knows that maybe if he gets the low roll version of these lines, he still has outs in the future of the game. So interesting to see that he's been taking these lines, but I've been quite enjoying seeing the way he's been playing the deck.
And I would like to enjoy more of those. Let's get ourselves back down into the game and see how Michael navigates the rest, or if Philipp can find a way through the secrets being seduced. Looks like we are getting that resolved for you now. It is Leave No Witnesses, Orby the Spinneret, Razor's Edge, and Double Trouble. It feels like a hand we've seen before. And so just getting word here from the judge. We do have a ruling on that. So Michael was given the choice as to whether or not that card stayed on top or bottom of the deck. Is ruled as a hidden card error, so for information that shouldn't be available. Has the choice as to where that goes, and therefore made that decision before we continue as we should have previously.
And that's the standard resolution for an extra card seen off the top of the deck. Even if you knock it off with your hand or something, that's typically the way we resolve it. So no surprises there. Michael, of course, gets this draw off this Seduce Secrets and makes sure to also bring that Gone in a Flash back into his hand. He's got an action point, and now he's back up somehow to 4 cards.
Yeah, that's Oscilio for you. I think one of my favorite and or least favorite things about this hero, depending on which side of the table I'm on, is when I've dealt 16 damage to my opponent and they go cards in hand and I go 5. It's a pretty therapeutic thing when you're in need of a good day at the office.
Mm-hmm. Michael in a bit of a blender here, not because his hand is bad, but because his hand gives some options. It gives a bit of a fork. Of course, he could go Electrostatic Discharge into Gone in a Flash and then pay for that Null Shock as a source of consuming all this amp that he'll have at that point, the amp 4 that he'll have at that point. What that doesn't do is keep Channel Lightning Valley around, because that is on the board with 0 counters. So maybe he's considering a line where the Electrostatic Discharge is maybe less damage efficient than playing out the Sigil of Solace, but if that becomes the pitch card, he keeps a card into next turn with Channel Lightning Valley. Of course, there's probably totally other lines where you ditch one of these cards off of Oscilio, which is what he's also thinking. Are there cards in my deck that make this even better? Is there a way I can get an action point with something like a Blink, and then this Gone in a Flash gets really good as well? Or will I get a better spell that I could use as my payoff? Lots of thinking and options available for Michael here.
Oscilio activation declared here. We will reach for the discharge to discard and find a fresh one off the top. Slow rolling everyone is Michael. A Sigil of Aether found there to go alongside the rest of this hand.
I think that might be a Sigil of Conductivity, but their marvels do look quite similar.
Sigil of red and purple. Occasional dash of blue. And so Michael here continuing how to assess the rest of this turn with that newfound information. It is going to be Gone in a Flash, charging up Volzar just a little more. No go again, confirmed there. But of course, plenty of instant speed trickery.
Well, he's found a way to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around, so he's done the line that pitches the sigil instead of, or that, you know, plays the sigil and pitches the other card, and instead of playing out that discharge, he wanted to say, well, either I draw something that makes this hand better, or I draw another lightning card, and it's kind of a same, different but same sort of trade.
Razor's Edge and Black Tech Whisperers reached for here to cover up the 4 points, as Black Tech's looking to get some value before ultimately being cashed in somewhere down the line. Prey Spotters still available in terms of block, and it is a Sigil of Aether.
So it wasn't a
off
lightning.
the top. Gone in a Flash will come jumping back into the hand where it is best found. Of course.
I think this is, on the topic of limit testing, this one, the limits got tested. I think there were other ways that this turn could have turned out better with that reach for the Oscilio activation for Michael.
So we will pitch that Gone in a Flash to play Null Shock, mostly the shock half in this case. Activate Volzar after it's been played for 5 points of Arcane, and Philipp confirms he can't do anything. Spot and promptly eats 5 damage. Suddenly we're at 12th place 24 here. Philipp with limited cards to work with, 3 I believe, after defenses were done. We're looking at Double Trouble, Orb Weaver, Spinneret, and Leave No Witnesses. And unfortunately for Philipp, that card in Arsenal, I believe, is Sigil of Solace. And so Leave No Witnesses, unlikely to be meaningful interaction.
Pretty clean turn from Michael there. Still finds the way to keep the channel around. Gone in a Flash, not necessarily that powerful in Arsenal after all of that equipment is gone and with no Sigil of Lightning or Conductivity on the board to create an embodiment. So Michael finding equivalent or maximum value out of this 5 or 6 cards he got to see in that turn, and then keep this channel around for future. Already rewarded, I believe there's a shock in his hand. It might not be the cheap version, but
Double Trouble on the other side of the table here. Lines up with Orb Weaver, Spinneret for 6. Go again. Can be bigger if the reactions are available. We know they are, based on the 2 that are, or 3 that are available in play currently. No doubt part of why that Black Tech Whisperers was expended last turn.
we saw a take of the mantle on the very first turn reach block for Philipp. I think that's maybe a hint as why you run Prey Spotters. You combo those 2 cards together and you can turn take of the mantle into an on-demand sort of your best card in the grave. I don't think Philipp has seen a second copy yet, which would have been sort of nice in a spot like, maybe not like this because Double Trouble is good enough on its own, but we'll be wanting to see that before his life total gets too low to hold the kind of turn that requires it.
Does indeed look like, I'm going to say a Null Shock because it's cold foil, but maybe it's consigned to Cosmos.
It's a 1 cost, so it is a Null Shock.
Sigil of Aether, Seduce Secrets, and Electromagnetic Discharge in hand. Michael does filter through into a Blast to Oblivion, courtesy of that hero ability.
Of course, he could choose to go for the channel draw this turn. It does cost resources. You'll give in 2 cards to draw back 1, thanks to the Null Shock having a cost here.
So our Pro Tour champion goes back in the tank. 5 cards to work with. Double Trouble on the combat chain on the other side of things.
These kinds of turns are very fun to watch for Oscilio. You know, he's not dying to this Double Trouble hitting, not on damage nor on deck damage. But really he's thinking, what's the best way I get use out of my cards? As we've discussed, his role is to deal as much damage as possible. And so is there a card that's going to get stranded and wasted on this turn that I might as well just throw for blocks, or that I might want to throw for the CLV fish here with a shock? And chooses ultimately that he'll just continue to take it for now and see what comes in this next card presented by Philipp.
We will see multiple shocks disappearing to Double Trouble as that Graphene Calicera is cashed in with Flick Knives alongside Black Tech Whisperers to enable Double Trouble. And we will see Leave No Witnesses as the follow-up. Michael, very quick to say no more cards, just confirming. I have perfect information. I know what's up. I'm not going to suddenly explode, which is a good place to be. We'll take the Leave No Witnesses, respond to the trigger by gaining 3 life and going back to 14.
Banish had gone on the flash off the top of the deck to create a silver for Philipp, which is not irrelevant. As unfortunately, it's just 1, not 2, and so those black techs aren't getting bought back as one more piece of block just yet.
I'm just closing the comment.
Yeah, you're good to close. Yeah.
Michael still says, I'm having a think on your turn still. That's why that Oscilio is still represented on the combat chain there, and that's why Philipp said, I'm just going to clean up the chain, but you can think as much time as you'd like. Michael, of course, doesn't have Oscilio anymore, but he does have the shock with CLV that we've been discussing.
I feel like these copies of Channel Lightning Valley have done an incredible amount of heavy
Yeah.
lifting this game.
He's gotten a 2-sided CLV draw very frequently.
3 times, yeah, maybe more. Null Shock alongside that Volzar activation bleeds through to Arcane. A fresh card being found to fix the hand is another copy of Null Shock.
They're all bunching for him,
Yeah, you know what? Not a bad problem to have.
I suppose. Especially when you've got this CLV up and your opponent has no AB, but also is starting to get a little bit lower.
Sigil of Aether to start the turn here, of course, will trigger and draw a card from Channel Lightning Valley. I'm starting to understand why this card was watched by development, shall we say,
Yeah.
in Channel Lightning Valley. And it's doing some pretty heinous stuff here with Michael Feng.
I really like Michael's approach to maximizing Arcane in this matchup. He's got that Sigil of Aether that's popping here. It deals in Arcane. It's creating an amp. That Null Shock could even end up in the arsenal at the end of this turn as a way to continue to use his Volzar or the maximum effect on his Volzar in a future turn. Do it against Philipp on Philipp's turn. Maybe if he's able to deal Philipp down to 1 or 2 here, then that shock is starting to represent lethal.
We'll
lot
reach
of-
for Oscilio.
Yeah, a lot of cards that don't do a lot here. I believe that's 2 blue sigils. We got the
I think it's
final
Sigil of
Ether.
Brilliance. I think it's Ether, Brilliance, Blast to Oblivion, and Null Shock. It will be the Ether that's discarded for a Lightning.
Yeah.
So plenty of sigils all around. But Blue Sigil replacing Blue Sigil. This one at least is Lightning flavored and therefore adds a little bit more to Volzar in a pinch.
I mean, he doesn't have the action point generation, but he has a way with Blast to either set up an action point on Embodiment for next turn, or he can just get this Brilliance draw and just try to go max Volzar amp by going, Brilliance and then Blast and then bounce it with the Lightning and then play it again and play whatever card you draw and then pitch for the Null Shock, or maybe you have to pitch the card you draw for the Null Shock. He's got options here.
I assure you, like, maybe 40% of chat thinks you're making stuff up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking on which line I would take. I always find I enjoy Oscilio. I think I'm a solidly C-tier Oscilio player.
The best
And I
card.
find watching great Oscilios, recent examples being obviously all of the top 8 at the Pro Tour, Evan and Yuki, but before that
Martin
we saw
Hollick,
Michael
you know.
Hamilton show up some big showings. Martin Hollick when he shows up at these callings here in the EU. Michael Feng has been a recent example of a really great Oscilio. And so there's a lot of people who've put hours upon hours into this deck over the last couple months, knowing that it would sort of be one of those top picks for the Pro Tour, and they've unlocked an awareness, a situational awareness, is I think the best way to say it, of what can happen given how frequently you're interacting with the top of the deck, that really rewards you when you pilot this deck.
I'm inclined to agree. I think Michael, as you allude to, has taken a lot of lines this game that more reserved Oscilio players just wouldn't have taken, because they don't have the fundamental understanding of what is acceptable and what is not in every matchup, and how many risks you can take, and how often activating Oscilio is going to improve the hand, make it worse, give you additional options with Volzar, how important is Mind Warp. All of these things are permutations you have to consider despite all the decision trees we've alluded to over the course of this game. You can see why the deck is definitely favored by people who have put in the hours and hours to kind of leverage their skill gap over someone who does not have that level of knowledge. Blast to Oblivion is the choice after that Sigil of Lightning, and we will see Prey Spotters jumping in alongside Infect to cover it up. We don't want any damage bleeding through from the physical attack, given we are only on 9 life and cannot stop any of the arcane damage that will be coming in the near future. And so Blast to Oblivion will trigger thanks to the Sigil of Brilliance. We'll see Sigil of Lightning jumping back. Embodiment of Lightning will be made by that one. And we will respond here with this Null Shock once, before, I should say, the Sigil is in play.
Pick this up. I make an embodiment.
Wants to pitch away the Sigil of Lightning.
He has to pitch it away for the Null Shock anyway, so
Because this is like
that effect doesn't really matter.
when I play
This-
this, blast triggers, bounce. Then, well, this is not resolved yet, not in play. I want a picture card so I can. Oh, that doesn't even keep my CLV.
Michael trying to explain that and then realizing that this isn't really going to work.
This
because,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, there is already a counter on the channel. And also the null shock is a 1 cost, so in 2 different ways it doesn't matter. But
It's what you were just alluding to, where I was like, wow, I love watching the great Oscilios. And I was like, I'm not sure what Michael's doing here. I'm going to listen to what he has to say and understand what it is that I'm missing. And then I realized it was not me that was missing something. It was Michael.
And this is, we've actually said this multiple times in this round alone, even great players can make mistakes. And that's not necessarily a gameplay mistake. It's just Michael like overcomplicating his own turn in his head to the point that he's like, oh, I got to do it this way. And then you zoom out and it's like, oh, actually that played itself.
I think it was the for me that really did it. I realized the dice was on Channel Lightning Valley. But Michael here looking at another shock in the hand with Philipp only on 3 here. Can't quite tell if it's Comet Storm or not. Would make things a little clunkier if it is. It is going to be 3 cards for our Slippy player who's looking at Art of Desire Body here to start. This one is fairly potent all around, especially with Go Again. Essentially what Snatch would look like if it had Go Again built in is it's not a bad card to be playing in aggressively focused matchups.
Especially given that it gets Go Again from Slippy. Yeah, it's possibly the premier card to motivate this deck. Oh, the good shock off the top of the deck. Michael's a little bit sad to see it.
So no card drawn here is kind of a huge boon.
Yeah, I don't care about a card draw. I care about a life gain at this stage for Philipp. So Michael actually probably quite pleased by that. Good call out there. I just want to shout back to Michael's last turn. Through all of the confusion and decision-making, his choice of going Lightning and then Brilliance around the Blast to Oblivion instead of the other way around, I think actually constitutes the more reserved play. He says, this embodiment on my next turn is probably a better way to poke you down and to get you killed than just going for a random draw off the top and hoping I draw another Lightning card for Amp 1.
It's just a failsafe, right? The way you lose this game is by drawing a hand that is 4 Blast to Oblivions and can't meaningfully present multiple cards. If you create this embodiment of Lightning to give yourself that failsafe, suddenly even the worst hand you could possibly draw still meaningly convert for damage, which is all you need them to do at this point. So no need to take any additional risks. Sigil of Brilliance draws Sigil of Brilliance off the top of the deck. We're looking at Blink, Comet Storm Shock, Yellow Blast to Oblivion.
That's hot.
And Flittering Charge.
This is very hot. Card in hand. This is like amazing hand. First of all, the Blast can both buy back your action point and a card, both the Sigil of Brilliance and the card it's going to draw, the way he's sequencing this right now. Oh, it's got Go Again anyway, so he doesn't even need the Blink. But of course, that Comet Storm is just maximum arcane damage. And so Michael sequencing it this way, even though the Comet Storm side of Comet Storm Shock ostensibly presents lethal right now, he wants to play around cards like Sigil of Solace or Oasis Respite and deal as much damage as he can before he gets to that point, and accrue, most importantly, as much amp as he can before he gets to that point of the turn.
Just no reason to lose the game to a random card you weren't expecting to see from Arachne slip through the cracks, so just be safe, play the turn out as you expect, draw Mind Warp off the top of your deck to really rub the salt in your opponent's wounds.
He's got 2 action points, so if a Comet Storm isn't enough through a Sigil, he can still play that Mind Warp for just 2 more arcane damage.
Flittering Charge is 4 points of Go Again damage in theory, if there is an instant, and spoiler, both players know there is. That Sigil of Brilliance still in the hand here for Michael in a pinch, if he would prefer to do that as opposed to holding on to the Mind Warp. And I mean, Comet Storm Shock is bound to be enough in most cases. The Sigil will make that Volzar free, so I think we can all see all roads lead to Rome.
Yes. Action points are a bit misrepresented here. To be clear, he has 1 after paying for this Flittering Charge, meaning an instant would just get him his second 1 back. But he's got those 2 yellows in hand. No Sigil on board means Volzar isn't free, but he could play the Sigil, and thanks to drawing the yellow off the Sigil instead of a red, he can now pay for the Comet Storm. So maybe he was trying to have a failsafe against maybe drawing a red here, and that's why there would be lines where you then have to pitch this Flittering Charge. I think Michael is zooming towards victory, but has to really play it careful. And of course, there's a card we don't know there in Philipp's arsenal as well that could be either prevention or life gain.
It's a tough one here, I think, for Philipp, who's now looking at a Volzar that just says you die if there is an arcane effect alongside it. And so you now have to accept that arcane doesn't exist. How do you win the game in a world where arcane doesn't exist? And it's like, well, okay, I have to block this Flittering Charge to at least some extent because this is clearly not the end of the turn. You intend on doing more with this, even if you don't give this Go Again. You have 3 cards in hand, and so it is time to reach for that Tunic to try and cover up the breakpoint and stem the bleeding as best possible. And again, this is just something you really want to be doing, even in situations that look incredibly bleak. you never win those 1% situations if you don't play to them. And so taking the time to try and find a line, despite how unlikely it might be, is definitely something I can only ever recommend.
And to be clear on Michael's side, you never win those 99% of situations if you don't play around that 1% of outright. You don't never, but you don't always win those situations. So really has to play around that potential arsenal of an Oasis or a Sigil, because that's not even that surprising. Like, a lot of decks are packing Oasis right now as a way to beef up their Oscilio matchup. So without having seen one this early in the deck, you can't necessarily guarantee that there's none in the deck. But plays out the Comet Storm for a real big number, and Philipp extends the hand, says, I don't have both an Oasis and a Sigil as I would need there. Michael Feng is able to take down that match on Oscilio. Constella Intelligence here in round 5 of the Calling Rotterdam.
I think just a pretty spectacular showing of what this deck is capable of, why it's being viewed as the deck of the format by a lot of people. It might only still be turning up kind of as that third deck in the room in a lot of cases, sometimes second, as we're seeing right now, but there is clearly a very high skill ceiling to a deck like Oscilio that isn't appealing to every type of player in the room. The fact we're seeing so much of it despite that skill ceiling should be a real testament to how good this deck is.
Yeah, it is a very, very potent deck, and I think part of the reason it is only second or third is because of that skill ceiling, and because a lot of people feel like they might be behind on the curve relative to some of the people who are prepping for this Pro Tour on this hero and putting in a heck of a lot of hours on Oscilio. But it is definitely a deck that is rewarding to play. It'll be changing in the next couple of weeks, of course, with the upcoming release of Omens and, of course, the upcoming ban list update as well. But it is a hero, and hopefully the new version is as well, that can really reward investment and understanding into the deck.
I get that vibe. I think I'm definitely one of those players who feel like they're behind the curve on Oscilio. You kind of alluded yourself that you think you are as well. I put in a lot of time heading into the Pro Tour, didn't quite feel like I got comfortable enough on the deck to do it. And it's definitely encouraged me to pick up the new Oscilio from Omens very early in that release cycle and go, right, well, there's clearly rewards for locking in on these heroes. So I am probably going to do the same thing and not fall behind there. So makes a lot of sense. And if you are also itching to play after watching games like that, thankfully, we've got some stuff for you in the near future. Skirmish season is arriving for you now in your local game stores. April 25th. Hey, look. That's now. That means this is Season 14 already live for you into May 10th. If you fancy a flurry of events near you very soon.
If you're watching this very early in the morning on Saturday and you want to be able to go to a skirmish at 9 or 10 a.m., or perhaps if you want to have a local skirmish tomorrow on Sunday, do make the trip out. Of course, lots of prizes available for you. If you win, you can get that cold foil Bolton Marvel, as well as that Flurry playmat, but there's a lot of prizes for just participants. If you make the top 4, a cut and carve extended art. If you make the top 2, Swordmaster's Shine. But no matter where you end up, you get a gem pack Season 4. You have an entry into one of those Boltons and an entry into a draw for that Swordmaster's Shine playmat as well. Lots of goodies available at Skirmish Season 14, which is, saying that out loud, it's crazy. I played Skirmish Season 1.
Yeah, me too. It's been a while. I'm starting to feel slightly old on that one. I do want to say, do not underestimate that Bolton Marvel, by the way. I think we've alluded to it a few times over the course of the weekend. Raiden becomes Silver Age legal as of the pre-constructed deck from Chapter 3. Things like Edict of Steel being a common. I think there's going to be a lot of potential for that deck in the Silver Age format. At least they're building to it. And you would much rather have one of those Boltons now than having to foot the bill on one a little bit later down the line.
Yeah, it turns out that when you get one of these skirmish promos, you should probably hold on to it. There's been a lot of skirmish promos from the last couple of seasons that there have been less in circulation than you would have expected, and they tend to be goodies that are meta staples and people really enjoy. So I think a Bolton Marvel would be a fun one given the power-ups that hero is definitely getting at the end of this year.
I think so. Speaking of a fun one, there was a fan favorite in the top 8 of Yokohama a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Eugene C on Rhinar. Now, I can't bring you Eugene, unfortunately. I've tried. I've looked. I can't make it happen. But what I can do is bring you an undefeated Rhinar Reckless Rampage in the hands of Gary White. Stay tuned. I feel the need to offer a forewarning for this next round because we have Rhinar Reckless Rampage. On the other side of the table, we have Arachne Marionette in the hands of arguably the biggest innovator of that deck in the form of Emad Kashy. Now, the last 2, maybe more times that we have asked Emad Kashy to step into the feature match area for us for a game, they haven't been great games.
No, he's gotten rolled on like turn 2 and on turn 1 and on turn 3 in consecutive appearances, often by Oscilio, so maybe the change in luck is here that he's playing against a Rhinar instead of an Oscilio, but that's still a deck that can kind of do the rolling.
I would just like to say thank you, because I think there's a lot of people in Emad's spot that after that's happened and the stream luck seems to be so vehemently against you would just decline. And I'm really glad that we get to show a really cool game, because that's not the case. So let's check out the standings heading into this round, show you how things look as we make our way into round 6 of competition. Narrowing down these undefeated players slowly but surely, but some really cool ones here. Vincent, Rhinar, Victor, Ira still undefeated. Two Rhinar.
Rhinar.
That's a lot of Rhinar, actually.
11 players left at 5-0. This bracket is going to start clarifying by the end of the day, but it seems still like we've said it throughout when we look at these standings. We've got the expected ones. That's like 2 Arachne, 2 Victor, and 2 Oscilio, and then you've got those stragglers that are not actually stragglers because this meta has space for those kinds of decks. And so it's no surprise what the top 11 decks are. Maybe the 2 Rhinar is a bit of a surprise, but Yokohama would tell us it's actually not. Down below, we still have a lot of very interesting decks. Of course, we just saw Philipp lose on Slippy, so he's still at 4-1, but Jack Pauley still alive on Maxx at 4-1. Lyath on Liam Holden still alive at 4-1. Another Vincent in Rob Catton. So definitely some variety coming in the second half.
Happy to see the British contingent coming out here, by the way. 6 flags on the first top 20 here. Pretty good showing. And we got Aaron as well turning up in 22nd. Anton in 27th. Some more standouts here. Again, Arachne Huntsman, Marlynn here. More Huntsman, actually plenty of Huntsman on this slide. Jacob Trossing there, still at 4-1 on Arachne Marionette. Jonas on Teklevossen, a deck I know a lot of people are still unsure about exactly where he fits into the metagame. But some sweet ones we haven't really highlighted so far. Philipp on Kashy and I think it's Dreas on Feng here at 4-1 as well. A deck I never respect at all.
Of course, we saw Evan earlier today. This is the only remaining gravy we've seen so far. There might be more down lower in the 4-1. And here's a couple gravies on this sheet as well with Sander and Marcus in 47th and 60th. So a lot of these decks still showing up. One more Bolton, 46 or 1 Bolton, I should say, not one more.
You gotta stop sleeping on that deck. Again, I keep telling people this. Edict of Steel is Luminar Ascension. You gotta play more of that deck. Bolton's really, really good now.
Down at 50th, the hero I've been whispering in people's ears all week and weekend is Jarl, held by Julian from Belgium, still showing up and still at 4-1, very much in things. Katsu at 51, also very much in things. Another Huntsman down at 52nd, still showing up in this 4-1 bracket very strongly.
We have a ton of 4-1s due to the size of this calling and the way the bracket shakes out. RKO at 4-1, another copy of Jarl there, another Rhinar, Phi here, another Kashy, in fact, multiple Kashy. I think all in all goes to show that while we might have these 3 kingpin of the formats, as you keep alluding to, there's just a ton of different things you can play if you have the expertise in this format right now.
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of options. We're seeing the aggressive options like Phi and Syndra being valid picks. We're seeing the defensive options like Jarl and Huntsman being valid picks. There's still a lot of ways to make it at the top of this format here in the end of the compendium season.
So it is time for us to see if Emad Kashy can break the stream curse, or whether Rhinar Reckless Rampage will wreak havoc on our innovator one way or the other. Let's head down to the table and see how this one goes. It will be Gary White on Rhinar Reckless Rampage against Emad Kashy, rocking that Arachne Marionette he is so famous for at this point.
Team shirt versus team shirt, and I'll just give a little bit of a hint behind the camera. Of course, I play with Team Nitchut. That's Gary's team over there, TNG. But TNG and Toxic have tested together a lot throughout the history of both of the teams. So there's a big alliance between these testing teams, and obviously friendship across the table here between Emad and Gary.
Yeah, very lucky to be involved in some of those conversations myself sometimes. It's a great group of folks, and glad to see them finding success on the calling stage by clearly putting in the efforts when they have the opportunity to do so. Mixture of heroes to break down this round. We've talked about Arachne a little bit already. Won't go over that too much. Transformation is going to be the name of the game here. Extra value from those various agents of chaos. Rhinar, though, Look at that. Most recent showing there. Pro Tour Yokohama, top 4 for Eugene C just a few weeks ago. A hero that's been with us since Welcome to Wraith and arguably has ebbed and flowed in priorities since then. But the main appeal to a deck like Rhinar, make your opponent struggle to block.
Well, there's two fun parallels between these decks. First of all, they both just made the semifinals, but not the finals at Pro Tour Yokohama just a couple weeks ago. But second of all, both of these decks had this history, although a shorter history for Arachne, of being decks where people say, oh, I think this is really good right now, and then the results maybe never converting. Maybe you get a top 8 at a calling here, and then don't make it past the quarterfinals or something like that. And Rhinar has had those moments in maybe Guardian-focused metas. Arachne has had those moments when he's just the best disruptive aggressive deck and can put up good numbers. And together they've been actually putting their stamp on the meta just recently and making this showing here in this compendium season off of recent upgrades, changes to the meta, different living legend filter outs from other heroes. So I'm excited to see how they face up head to head.
So will it be the Sneaky Dagger or the Brutish Axe? There is only one way to find out. Let's see what equipment our players have decided to sleeve up this game. No big surprises here for Emad, Kashy, Mask of Deceit, Fiddle Spring Tunic, Flick Knives, and Black Tech Whisperers. And perhaps a small surprise here from Gary, depending on how familiar you are with this Meat Axe Rhinar deck, Savage Sash, the chess piece of choice.
Yeah, I think this is an indication that, well, okay, there's a couple things. First of all, it's Temper 2 block. That's great. Second of all,
bingo.
It might just be the default choice for chest for non-Shadow Brutes these days because it is Temper 2 block. That's great. And it gets you a resource later on in the game. But it could then be a hint, and this is maybe depending on how we see it, that Gary wants to be going quite fast in this matchup. I think sometimes it would be paired with a beaten trackers if that was the true hint. So probably it is a block 2 that then creates a resource or 2 later on in the game. And it might not be that he's going super fast in this matchup and wants to be a little bit blocky and trading blows with Arachne.
Vigorous Smash-Up reveals a copy of Bam Bam on top of the deck. Not one you may expect to see given the distinct lack of club that is currently on the table. And not looking to snipe away items would insinuate that Gary might have just fat-decked a little bit in this matchup. Clave coming across here as the second one. Also worth noting, of course, that Bam Bam does have some additional upside here. You are Rhinar, after all, so discarding this as an instant, you basically get to turn it into a wind-up in a roundabout way to intimidate your opponent as an instant.
And I mean, you need some density of just yellow 6 powers in this deck, and so that could just be that the discard Intimidate is enough for that, and he's happy to take it. Also, there are matchups probably where that Destroy an item is relevant.
Yeah, certainly. I miss Healing Potions so much. Leave No Witnesses is the chain ender here for Kashy, as we do see both of these daggers blocked, neither flicked currently, but concealing information for as long as possible, always a good place to be. Now Gary will need to decide if Agile Wind-Up in hand is better served to prevent a point of damage or to create an agility token. I know which way I tend to lean.
Of course, flicking here does mean that the mark wouldn't stay, so maybe Kashy choosing not to flick here and rather just trying to take cards out of the deck density, and that's why he's threatening with his Leave No Witnesses here. Gary deciding to take a damage and then losing a card off the top in order to get advantage of this Agile Wind-Up, the agility, going into his first turn. Also has a Vigor already, so pretty good setup, I'd say, from turn 0. Only taking 1, losing a card out of deck.
Having played this Meat Axe Rhinar deck a little bit now myself, I do want to emphasize the importance of these agility tokens. It is the really big potent turns come from being able to Golkis Ram or agility or something similar. Thanks to the ability to intimidate with that Meat Axe before doing the rest of your things. You can obviously give yourself some safekeeping on Scabskin Leathers with Golkis Rum to really go for it. It makes those Sand Sketch Plan turns really explosive. Yep. It's why you tend to see 3 copies of Sea Legs in this deck as well, because agility is Golkis Rums. They really are the premium resolves that really ties the big, potent turns of this deck together. Much like we're seeing here. Sand Sketch Plan is already going to get ready to start spinning the wheel.
I didn't know if you'd spotted it, but you said Sand Sketch Plan, and there it was, the top card of his hand, as if you willed it into existence. I think there have been different eras in history where people either sour on this card or love this card, and I think recently some of the uptick of Rhinar has been people admitting that Sand Sketch Plan is actually probably one of the strongest cards in the deck and coming back around to most, not only including it, but prioritizing playing it out as well. If you're not familiar, you can search your deck for a card, put it into your hand, and then you discard 1 card from your hand. that'll make you shuffle because you've searched your deck. But the important part is if you discard a 6 or more power card, you gain 2 action points. So basically, you're trading this card for a second action point. But if you search up something like a Beast Within, you might negate the card negative part of the exchange.
Yeah, looking for Beast Within or Sea Legs pretty commonly in these spots. It will be Command and Conquer discarded, so no luck on the bonus value here. We'll intimidate a card away, of course, because Command and Conquer is a 6, so Scar Tissue will not be on blocking theory, not that it was likely to be in the first place.
The agility negated a little bit by the existence of that Sand Sketch plan, so there's a lot of action points available on this turn, but there is still a way to get that Beast Within that it looks like he searched out of the hand. Is that a Terror Limb? No,
it's a Wrecker Rom, so I'm pretty sure. So we would have to meat axe to get the Beast Within out.
Which can happen.
You do risk losing this aggressive pounce if you sequence things that way. So we're going to be pouncing to start with, and then essentially 50-50ing on the meat axe. And unfortunately, this agility token is just kind of getting eaten by the pounce here. So Gary taking the safe line and making sure the turn is just consistent damage as opposed to trying to really go for it.
Yeah, well, also when he played out that agile windup, he didn't know of the existence of the Sand Sketch to the top of the deck, and so of course he's choosing to play the windup and take that 1 damage, but then hold on for the future and get that Sand Sketch. He got lucky with the Sand Sketch here on the draw.
So worth noting as well here, though, as much as this agility token is being eaten up, Sand Sketch plan means there is 2 action points here. So you can still send the meat axe here, and if you do spike the Beast Within, you can continue the turn.
Oh, he's also intimidated this turn, so the aggressive pounce has go again. To be clear, it's just that he has a rich, an embarrassment of richness in terms of the action points.
It's more that there is potentially more to do. Obviously, if you don't discard the Beast Within here, it doesn't really fit in the arsenal very well. But if you do,
oh, let's go.
Then you might continue the fireworks.
Who
so we'll see
doesn't love it?
Show of strength as the card from the top, and you kind of hear the visceral reaction from Kashy there. Oh.
Now, did Gary draw another resource card off of the meat axe? Intimidating 1 more card. Kashy only down to 2 cards to block with on this turn.
That looks like a Sea Legs to me in the hand next to that show of strength, which would basically be perfect. This inertia trap. Blocking
doing
3.
a whole lot. It blocks 3. Blocks
Blocking
3 out of
3.
Arsenal against a offensively strong turn from Gary.
Inertia could have been very powerful if that Beast Within hadn't put this all together, but Show of Strength will come screaming in for what is... you can see why Gary is such a fan of this deck. This is the kind of thing you can do.
To be clear, Gary is a huge fan of this deck. He started, well, he's played it a lot in different periods of history, but he really started picking it back up about half a year ago, maybe at the ProQuest season to start this year, I believe, and he's been obsessed with this since. It might have even been the ProQuest season to end last year, but he loves Rhinar. We made fun of him, and then as Rhinar started to do well, he started to feel even more and more vindicated with this Meat Axe Rhinar list. Having a lot of fun on Rhinar is Gary.
Show of Strength crunches in for 8. Kashy declares no blocks and will have 4 cards to work with. Heading back into his own turn. We know Scar Tissue and To The Point were intimidated away. It looks like Savor Bloodshed and Tarantula Toxin are the other 2 cards in that hand. 38 plays 24 confirmed by our players there with a somewhat sheepish giggle.
A little bit of a chuckle from Gary. Ooh, Kashy might need to stop saying yes to stream games when he can.
Let's not write him off yet. Savor Bloodshed will line up by pitching 2 reds.
Tunic's still not online. Like this is turn 2. Turn 1.
I'm sure Kashy knows that. I'm sure he's aware. Yeah, this is Silver Age, right? That's the last reason we have life totals
Bloodshed
like
would
this.
be real good.
I'm just looking at the life totals. It's just no, okay.
No, I don't think Gary could get up to 38 in Silver Age. Reaching for some cards, and that's some of the beauty of a deck like Rhinar is like you have those very explosive turns that he was able to piece together with that agility and with that Sand Sketch plan. And all of those intimidates, of course, the Beast Within very important there as well. But here, it's the just the fact that he has access to so many 3-blocks that when he needs to, he can just defend.
So Gary here blocking 8 on 6 after that Hunter's Clave jumps up just a smidge, thanks to that piercing that we're also guilty of forgetting. Flick Knives will turn Hunter's Clave into a mark, and then we'll see 2 the point coming across. And Gary is admitting that he may have forgotten about piercing.
No, but he said, I'm very glad it's to the point specifically because then my block still wouldn't have been enough. Like, even without piercing, you would have reached 9 against my 8.
This could have been worse if this was like Shred, Tarantula Toxin, something of that ilk. Well, obviously no Toxin on the Hunter's Clave, but it's very possible there are worlds where this Savage Sash just didn't find its way back into the equipment slot afterwards. So it could have been worse, but a pretty solid rebuttal from Kashy given how awkward that ham was. 5 will turn us into Tarantula this time around. And then Gary here, happy to play a smaller hand. Looks like a yellow Vigorous Smash Up alongside Reckless Stampede, which is a
pretty good smaller hand. You said smaller hand. I hadn't taken a look yet. I was like, he might attack for 6 or Arsenal off the Medax draw. Nope. Still attacking for 7, probably. Presenting a bit of a bind if Kashy wants to block. Of course, Kashy incentivized to block for this turn. You probably imagine he wants to throw that Mask of Deceit in front of this attack and turn into Orb Weaver, which means that is a card going forward and block, so the Reckless Stampede damage would come through, but choosing instead to prioritize Medax here, and maybe we can hold that Stampede if we're lucky on this 50-50 for a future bigger turn, or when my opponent is lower.
One picked, we'll flip it over. It is the Stampede, unfortunately discarded by the Axe there. We'll see under the trap door in response to the Intimidation trigger to go and grab that trap before it disappears into the Banished Zone and can no longer do its thing. Gary is confirming that's exactly what happened before this Intimidate happens.
Gary is, I think, holding priority here because he drew into this Bam Bam. So he's thinking, knowing that there's an Inertia Trap banished, that, I guess I'll just discard this and Intimidate twice in this spot. So Reckless Stampede would have been better in Arsenal, and maybe this line actually paid off, that the Stampede got discarded.
I love that. It's, this gives on-hit destroy an item, and Gary goes, no. Which is it's an apt response to explaining what that card's doing here. So another card being intimidated away to just deny options from Kashy. He's got 1 card to work with on defense if he would like. That Mask of Deceit will immediately be reached for, and we know that Inertia Trap is lurking thanks to Under the Trapdoor to cover up the rest of this. No big surprises here. Arachne, Orb Weaver jumping in to the fray. Going to try and get that Graphene Chelicera online to start making those turns way more appealing.
Has a life deficit to make up, that's for sure. But he's now online in the safe way. He's got that Chelicera, of course, but he's also got Tunic. So these next couple turns can all do the very efficient Marionette math, sort of Graphene with Go Again or with reactions, maybe follow it up with something in this turn. He might be able to follow it up with Leave No Witness, it looks like, in hand. So Kashy, I think, has stabilized a little, but it took him 16 life to do so.
On the other side of things, it is Splatter Skull, Swing Big, and I think a pair of Thick Hide Hunters in hand for Gary White.
Not sure.
Might be Alpha Instinct in the back there, actually. Looks blue to me.
Yeah.
So just the 1 Thick Hide Hunter, but 0 block on that blue.
Yeah, that's a little awkward because you'd want to hold this Thick Hide Hunter for the block, probably, but then the blue is a 0 block. I mean, it also depends what follows it up, right? So this could go very tall, and then he could just discard these cards on the block of the next link as well. Only blocking 1 means that's a bit less favorable.
Scartitchy bringing the Chelicera up to 7. Means Gary will fall down to 35 here. 4 damage comes leaking across. And we will see Kashy reaching for the Arsenal. It's Meat Madness here, which definitely poses exactly 3 questions.
Well, it poses 1 question, and it says, how lucky do you think I am?
You're one of those.
Yeah.
They either have it or they don't kind of people. Okay.
To be clear, the life totals are a bit out of date. Gary's life pad there in the top right says he's actually on 31. He took 4 on that last swing.
Sure.
It was something earlier that had knocked him to 35.
Just haven't updated those life totals on the graphic yet, so we'll try and get those updated for you as soon as possible. But for now, Meat Madness will pick a random mode if it's allowed to connect. Might cause chaos with the hand. Would not cause chaos with an Arsenal. It could just pilfer a card from the top of the deck. No blocks declared, so 3 damage will be taken, and we will spin the wheel and see if the bad mode comes up.
I think Gary's seeming pretty happy with, even if the bad mode comes up, he says, if I can choose, this hand is still functional. So this is Arsenal, which means nothing happens, assuming that Kashy does that in the standard order.
Yes, you would think so. Arsenal there, not super relevant, but Arsenal of Leave No Witnesses might be in the coming turns as we move back over to Gary, who is looking at that hand. Contains Swing Big and holding on to that thick hide hunter and pitching away the alpha instinct here. Got to wonder if that's an IP1 to keep that one around to block with.
Could just be a 2-card 6, right? Of course, you can just pitch a yellow for it. If it goes into Arsenal, you just need to make sure you're not holding on to another card for Arsenal.
Pretty immediate block here from Kashy to earn the quicken token on Swing Big. We know that Arsenal is Leave No Witnesses. I wonder if it's a double attack turn here. Certainly is. Kiss of Death, the last card in the hand there, to make this pretty appealing value all around. On the other side of things,
whoa,
that's a Rhinar hand, okay?
Yep.
That's a Sand Sketch Plan, Alpha Instinct, Eye of Ophidia, and the yellow in the middle there in the form of Sea Legs.
Now, there are people who would
I wasn't sure where you were going with that for a second. There are people.
play out the Sand Sketch Plan, get a Beast Within, and simply leave that Eye of Ophidia in their hand.
Most of those people top 8 Pro Tours.
I'm referring to those that people.
That's that people. Well, let's see if Gary is also one of that people.
Now, no promises that's actually the line Eugene would take in this spot. Eugene does put a lot of thinking into his Rhinar play, but I've seen him make plays like that is really what we're implying.
Kiss of Death connects and is Leave No Witnesses as the follow-up. Will no doubt have Gary reassessing the situation.
Does still have access to plenty of block on the equipment, so he could always throw Gauntlets and Scab Skins here to just cleanly cover 4. Kashy has no way of buffing this up, and of course it's pretty face up that Kashy's probably flicking that Kiss of Death for just 2 points of damage. Did a very good job to stabilize that, you know, as we said, once he got that Graphene online and his deck started sort of working the good way, that life deficit was, I think, 27 to 38 or even 24 to 38 at the time, and now it's 24 to 24, so things have been very evened up by Kashy in this game.
I think it's been a pretty spectacular recovery. We saw that big power turn from Miak's Rhinar. Haven't managed to put a second one together. Going to see Sea Legs just blocking 3 here. So we'll have the flick of the Kiss of Death for the bonus 2 damage. And then 1 point leaking across and clearing out that Arsenal. We know it's a thick hide hunter.
Yeah, Gary seems like he'll accept the... he can opt to leave Gary with it, knowing that Gary chose to take this damage. That's what Kashy is clarifying there. That's funny. It's another thick hide hunter off the top of the deck.
Can Kashy sniff it out? It is optional to banish from the Arsenal here on Leave No Witnesses. And you did see Kashy just immediately try, whoa. Let me think. This wasn't a case of we saw the thick hide hunter or anything of that ilk. And we'll leave it.
I think that what might have shifted his decision is if that top card had been red and he could get a second silver if there's a red into Arsenal here, but knowing the top card is yellow, then there's maybe also no reason to go fishing for that odd number silver.
That would require Kashy to remember the first silver.
He didn't. It was a yellow.
It wasn't hit in this case,
yeah.
so we're fine.
I think he would have caught that, but Gary now having to find a way to clear that. Of course, he's got the Sand Sketch Plan. That creates an action point. He's also got that Eye of Ophidia, causing a little bit of danger for him.
Are you a coward, Gary White? Let's find out in real time.
He made his math harder.
Did certainly do. And again, Kashy alluding to it here. You have all the armor in the world. Surely you won't let this Leave No Witnesses hit. So when you do, I have to assume you want to clear your Arsenal. So no Scab Skin roll, but Eye of Ophidia will see 2 cards, one of which is a Beast Within. Both are going to the bottom. For now, Thick Hide Hunter will discard a random card here.
Hurting that he blocked with that Sea Legs. You know, I don't think he cares. I think he's probably... actually, that Sand Sketch would have been nice in Arsenal.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, hitting the Beast Within is then you get too many cards and you Arsenal an extra card or you IP, I guess.
Well, that last card in hand is Alpha Instinct, which is way less appealing than Sand Sketch Plan.
Right,
so
the Beast Within required the Sand Sketch Plan getting played. In my head, it was already in hand.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fortunate stroke of variance here for Gary, who has not had things breaking his way in these last few turns, but does just declare no blocks, falls to 18 here as the Thick Hide Hunter connects, but now a full 4 cards to work with for Kashy, who will start things off on Cut Through the Same Cloth.
That is part of the power of Rhinar, is you just present 6 and your opponent usually says take it, and eventually their life total starts to get low and they can't continue to just take it.
Swing Big, Riled Ride, Strongest Survive, and Blood Rush Bellow. There is a Savor Bloodshed in the hand here for Kashy. If I'm not mistaken, I think it might be up, sticks, and run as well. So this is going to be plus 12 onto this graphic calculator.
This is
There's no mark right now.
13 currently.
Yeah,
This
that
does require
makes it better.
that does require the clave to be flicked in order to get the draw and another +1, I should say, and to go again. But it's just a very big number. So Gary's probably maybe weighing, can I, kill you on the clapback? I do have a pretty strong hand. He has the Blood Rush, of course. He's also got access to Savage Sash to make things a little bit easier to pay for. No clear action point generator at the moment. No agility, and of course no rum on the board.
No, Wild Ride in the hand, though, does potentially offer some go again there if it's dodged on the Blood Rush.
If it's dodged on the Blood Rush, which is a 50-50 with the way this hand is constructed.
Equipment sitting on the table, potentially capable of taking this last card out of the hand of Kashy as well. Scouting Flesh Bag looking appealing if you're worried about Tarantula Toxin really putting the screws to you, but no way to take lethal damage here at least. So Gary does have the flexibility of taking some risks if the hand makes sense to do so.
I think there's ways to take lethal damage if you don't Scowling, because a card will be drawn off of Savor Bloodshed. So, okay.
And the punish for doing so, Reaper's Call discarded to mark gives that extra point. That means we will be drawing off of this without a flick this time around.
Keeps the clave around, so he still gets the draw and gets 1 extra point of damage.
Take a peel of a fresh one. Stains of the red back there.
I think it was the blue version, so rather not stick that in his arsenal, just get rid of it and clave for 1. Gary probably pretty happy to see that as opposed to something like another Leave No Witnesses or even a Codex of Frailty.
Some upside here, though. This clave, if it connects, would allow Kashy to transform, and that's why we see Scabskin Leathers jumping in front. Piercing knocks the Hunter's Clave to 2, but Scabskins does the job. Stops the mark and stops the bonus transformation at the end. It is now 18 plays 9, a remarkable recovery from our Arachne Marionette player in the face of a brutal assault from Gary White on Rhinar early on. Now finds himself in a commanding position, but Gary here would like to see if he can end the game. The fake surprise from Kashy is very much appreciated.
He's already shuffling his hand. He knows. It was before this Blood Rush even hit the table. He drew that hand and he started shuffling it to lay out for Intimidate, of course. Gary has to discard first, so it's interesting to see, or we're excited to see whether that Wild Ride is hit or held.
Praying, swing big, and Kashy knows how big of a deal that is. They both know it's the Wild Ride left in the hand, and so Intimidation will begin, and we will hopefully be going a couple of attacks wide this time around. It is Alpha Instinct and, no, Sand Sketch Plan and Bam Bam, I believe, off the top of the deck there.
5 resources picked up.
Does have the ability to Wild Ride and clear the Sand Sketched out of the hand. Of course, you can
Does have the
also
ability to
Sand
play
Sketch.
the Sand Sketch. Play the Sand Sketch should be a fun way to get that action point. You might lose the Wild Ride, but you also might hit a Beast Within.
This is the more reserved line. Less risk required here. Wild Ride will go dashing all the way.
Fun in that. I love Gary, to be clear.
Draw and discard from this Wild Ride. Will Intimidate another card away. We'll see which one is getting discarded here for Gary. Flip it. Is another swing big.
2 swing bigs lost in 1 turn, and of course he had the resources floating to be able to play that. 8 go again here on the Wild Ride. Has the choice to maybe Scabs after this. He has a yellow left in hand, so no, there's no way to make use of that.
Second card intimidated away. It is 8. Go again to start. Card in hand, card in arsenal for Gary. No blocks declared. Any reactions for Rhinar?
Alpha Instinct is a 3 cost, right?
It is indeed. So we know it's a Bam Bam in hand. So there's a few options here. The Bam Bam, of course, can just intimidate and then send Meax after this to try and intimidate the last card away. Alternatively, you can get that Alpha Instinct out of the arsenal, but intimidate significantly less. And that is a decision tree we see ahead of Gary here.
Of course, even 8 into 7 or 9 is not actually presenting lethal. And so Gary, knowing not presenting lethal, he probably would rather
Bam Bam discarded.
Probably would rather not give Kashy the choice of whether he wants to block and stay alive. Instead, he wants to say, you have to hold that hand, and if it's non-functional, I'm going to try to kill you on the following turn.
8. Any reactions? Takes the 8. Brings Kashy down to 10. Metax will be the follow-up with those remaining 2 resources. We'll draw and discard in the blind. No!
Second time today. This happened on the very first hand of Gary's very first round this morning in round 1 here at the Calling in Rotterdam. Metax only for 5, not for 7. Missing that last Intimidate, meaning Kashy has the ability to still block and give himself some of a life buffer. Poor guy for Gary.
Looking for any potential block from this last card. Perhaps the card is important to be kept for Kashy. That's what we see. 6 plays 9 with 4 cards to work with for our resident assassin who survives a scare from Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Hunter's Clave to start things off here from Whittle from Bone. 1 point of damage with Go again. It's only ever 1, I promise. The hand here for Kashy. Look at this. Pain in the backside.
Oh.
Kiss of Death. Tarantula. Toxin.
Many scarred players from the last couple of metas don't want to be looking at that hand.
Fun fact, I lost a Pro Tour game to Kiss of Death, Tarantula, Toxin in draft. If that makes you feel better about yourself. That was not my favorite memory. Thank you, Pro Tour London.
Yes. That's something.
That was not my favorite day, and I was quickly qualified for the calling shortly after that. Looks like Buck Wild, Beast Within, Send Packing, and Agile Windup for Gary, all of the yellow variety.
Just blocking 2. Beast Within getting less and less attractive as this game goes on, of course.
Pain in the backside. Follow up here, 3, threatening a mark and an extra point of damage if it's allowed to connect. All the danger lurking in those final 2 cards in hand for Kashy, who is hiding it very well. Tough decision here for Gary. Hard to keep meaningful pressure.
Oof.
And we're going to see that equipment expended here on the pain in the backside to block 3.
3's good. It's coming down.
3 is good, and we will see Kiss of Death reached for as the last attack of this turn. Of course, it could be much bigger than it is now, and Gary could find himself very punished for choosing to respect it. Any of these cards in hand.
Can't present lethal. Oh, it can present lethal with a to the point and flicking the clave. With the Tarantula Toxin, it doesn't present lethal, but Gary, of course, doesn't know that.
And Alpha Instinct just, again, trapped in the arsenal here for Gary White. Not ideal, to say the least. Difficult one to get out. Much rather use it as a resource card out or discard it for those various effects that care about discarding a blue 6 or 6s in general. Send Packing. Beast Within. Agile Wind Up. The remaining parts of the puzzle here. As you allude to, not impossible. The game ends from this spot. We're going to see the Black Tech Whisperers being cached in here. Kind of like this.
I like this line in that, obviously, if Gary blocks, he doesn't do this. He just gets the T-Tox in on this link, and then he creates some amount of value, probably 6 against 3, and pushes forward 4. But this way, he enables flicking the clave down the line, and he's still got the Tarantula Toxin on this line.
Oh,
meaning block 3 here.
Flick the kiss, too.
That's, sorry, what I meant.
Yeah, sure.
And so now blocking 3 here with a Tarantula Toxin is lethal. So we found a way to turn what wasn't lethal on the previous link to extending it with that 1 resource floating, and is now presenting lethal if Gary continues to say no blocks. Of course, even a 1-card block, I believe, now leaves him dead.
I think you're right. I think this is incredibly heads up, as you say. And Gary, clearly good enough here, goes to look at the graveyard. Needs to figure out, to the point, I'm dead to that. Tarantula Toxin, I'm dead to that. How many of these cards can I actually beat in this spot? And as you say, a heads-up decision here from Kashy. Understands that there is a way to present lethal with the tools that were available, thanks to those Black Tech Whisperers. Really difficult question here for Gary. It looks kind of innocuous, this card, like going in the arsenal fairly often, but you know it's not a codex because
Yeah,
there's no go again here. Like
the existence of the Kiss of Death means this could still be an Arsenal card, and that opens the question for Gary because it's just about extending and getting that flick of the Kiss, which is 1 more point of guaranteed damage, and then flick is lethal over the next 2 turns the normal way, maybe 3. So Gary choosing to block 6 here, which is, I think, correct. He's just dead to too many things if he doesn't.
So flicking the Kiss is guaranteed to bring Gary down to 3. The question is, do you park this Tarantula Toxin?
Playing it gets 1 point of value. Of course, you put the Graphene up to 4 and then block down to 3. I think you'd rather hold that for where it's worth more than 1 every turn from now on, sitting in Arsenal, just the threat of that extra card. Even if Kashy blocks 9 and then comes in with a blue and dagger, that T-Tox can come on either dagger and present lethal that way.
Inclined to agree. So we will make our way back to Gary. 3 health and a dream. It's the Ravenous Miax here, drawing and discarding Splatter Skull to intimidate away a random card and push 5 points of damage. Unfortunately, 5. Nobly not 6. Doesn't command respect from Kashy in any way.
Not a brute card.
True enough.
This is where the pain of the miss on the previous turn, or the choice not to play the Alpha Instinct as well on the previous turn, maybe it was 2 turns ago, comes to bite you a bit, because Meat Axe for 5 is a really good weapon that would be presenting lethal in this sort of spot had he gotten those extra points of value a couple turns ago.
So Kashy here reaching for some amount of defense. We see Lair of the Spider at the front of the hand. It stains the red back and a second Tarantula Toxin in the hand here. So
but no
I get
resources.
the feeling this Stains might be on resource duty. And the double Tarantula Toxin might be causing all kinds of chaos. So Kashy here just alluding, bear with me, I'm paranoid. I need to confirm this is what I want to do. Am I willing to cash in my tunic? What goes horribly wrong if you pummel this axe?
If I just tunic, is there a Reckless Swing that you've revealed to me? Do you run
Yes.
Reckless Swing? Could I die to that? Of course, Kashy might have a resource card there in the Banish Zone as well off the Intimidate. So, and with the D-React, I might as well throw that. So not really going into Reckless Swing range, but maybe wanting to stay out of Reckless Stampede range if he isn't able to kill on this turn.
Yeah, that last card, Intimidate away, could very well be a resource card. Just pick up the point in this case. So offers some flexibility about how this turn is played. We're going to go for the gross way this time around. Pick up the point, being pitched for just 1, pitching your go again attack to send in your Chalicera for 1. Definitely 1.
Definitely
2 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal. I promise it's just 1.
Definitely not 11, and no matter how much you block, it's not enough.
God, get me out of here. There's a Wild Ride here in the hand for Gary as well, which also blocks a whole fat nothing.
This is a tough spot. I mean, Kashy piloted towards this point where he was playing very carefully earlier, and now he's been rewarded with taking that slow setup early, blocking where he needed to block, and dealing disruption, and holding on to the right cards in Arsenal where he needed to hold on to them instead of just playing them as soon as he got the opportunity. Gary blocking for 8 here.
It's important that we resolve the Vigorous Smash up first, for clarity.
Very
Let's
important.
Clash. Codex
Clash 1.
versus the Aggressive Pounce.
1 resource on his next turn.
Yes. Next
And
turn.
Gary says what we might all be thinking. Kashy, picking up those cards, says,
Flick
I'll
to
flick
2.
you.
And it is time to unleash the cannon of attack reactions. Lurking in the shadows. Tarantula Toxin, Stains of the red back.
Just to add insult to injury.
Oh, this guy's just a girthy dagger, and that is more than enough damage to show those 2 red Wild Rides in the hand. The curse is broken. Emad Kashy finding some support from Jacob Clements there, moving to 6-0 on Arachne Marionette, taking out Gary White's Rhinar.
Jacob and Kashy, of course, very good friends. Jacob will be well aware of Kashy's unfortunate streak of stream games now over, sending back some love his way by hugging him as he takes down that game. Gary piloted well. He showed up a valiant effort. I think he showed that there's different approaches to playing Rhinar too. He showed a much more, let's call it, reserved approach to playing out some of those hands than some Rhinar players might do. Those sand sketch plans.
He's not Voldemort. He has a name. You can refer to Eugene.
Well, I think there are other people who would play the Eugene style of Rhinar, but there are sand sketched plans, baller plays that he did not go for that he could have gone for in this game, and maybe they would have won in the game, but maybe they would have lost him the game if he'd missed on them as well. And so Gary not taking those lines here, not able to close it out after that one big turn early. It stumbled a little bit in the later turns.
Yeah, I think there is some appeal to the Gary approach in these kind of matchups and the more reserved, timid. And there's some appeal in the spots where you're behind to the he should not be discarded approach of playing Rhinar as well. I think part of mastering the hero is understanding when you're supposed to do both, realistically. You need to take risks in spots, and arguably maybe Gary took too many, maybe didn't take enough, and like it's going to be a really interesting game to go back and review, I think.
Controlled risk-taking is definitely the name of the game, and piloting Rhinar to the top of one's ability.
I've loved this event so far. We've had some really cool games in the feature match area. I'm also very excited for the world premiere in Prague, which is not too far away now. Lucky enough to be in the booth on this one. But if you want to come and join us, May 22nd to 24th will be the grand debut of Omens of the Third Age on the biggest stage.
Sooner than it seems. 22nd and 24th of May is just under a month away. I will be there. You will be there behind the booth. And as the tag says on this this slide, it's selling fast. The world premiere last year in Prague sold out about roughly now-ish towards the event, maybe in a week or two relative to the event. But definitely buy your ticket if you're considering it. Prague is a beautiful city, but more importantly, Omens of the Third Age, the return to the limited format, the return to Lightning as a talent. Lots to love in the Flesh and Blood to be found on that weekend in May.
Yeah, to give people a heads up there as well. Like, if you're still debating coming, I understand, no problem at all. If you know you're coming, don't put off buying a ticket on this event. World premieres sell out regularly, and I've had to deal with the disappointment of players at world premieres on a regular basis who wanted a ticket, did not get one, left it too late. If you know you're coming, go pick up that ticket now. There is no point in waiting and being sad about it later on. Speaking of things I won't be sad about, some of the perks, the world premiere package for this one is just gorgeous cardboard. You're going to pick up this Marvel-style reversible cold foil of the macro for Omens of the Third Age, obviously limited format, which means we get access to Omens of Arcana as a macro there. The playmat to match, which is this key art that so many of us have fallen in love with from Omens of the Third Age, and then a 2-card booster pack that contains what are, in my opinion, some of the most gorgeous Marvels I have ever seen.
Yeah, we're really getting treated with this series of in-deck Marvels that we've been getting in recent product releases from LSS. So here you get the booster pack, of course, includes that Omens of Arcana macro, like you said, but then one of 3 of these duality cards at random that hint at being maybe directions or even cores of how you want to be building these lightning heroes come the release of Omens of the Third Age. Voltbound duality for Aurora, Nebula duality for Oscilio, and Cosmic duality for Ziggy. All very beautiful arts hinting at the duality of living in the stars. As we do
I've still
in the
got
Lightning
some
Tower.
theories here. Duality of light and dark. You know, I'm still a Monarch believer. I don't know, but I'm a believer. That's kind of what we're insinuating. All I know for a fact is I need like 9 of these, which is gonna sting my paycheck for that event quite significantly, but I'll make it work. I always do. Speaking of things I need, these calling premiere packages, we've alluded to them a few times in the broadcast already. If you want to, sex up your deck.
Who would have said that before?
Gabe, you want to make these ultimate promos really stand out. This is how you pick them up. Grab this package, grab your bronze tickets. If you're joining us on an early bird weekend, you get even more tickets for the trouble.
I feel like we're really getting blessed with all the ways we can get beautiful cards from this set. Of course, the Lightning Flow on the left I mention every single time as what's drawing my attention, because those will be the core resources at the heart of this set for all 3 heroes.
Let's take a look at that Astral Strike in better detail. Honestly, I'm really impressed by this entire cycle, though. If you've played much Puffin, you'll know how much flexibility there is on multiple time instant effects to, I might want this attack to hit, I might want to keep it smaller, maybe I gave this thing go again with an embodiment of lightning. How much do I really care about this lightning flow? Seems like a decent amount of deception in this entire cycle, frankly.
I thought you were going to talk about the art, because I'm quite into there's a character art, the big frame character art of these lightning cards that we see on the right, but also I agree, very flexible. I wouldn't be surprised to see these make some of of the constructed decks. They do block 2, that's a downside, but that's maybe to be expected in the Lightning talent, but probably at the minimum core cards in the limited format for sure.
Some upside as well. I think Tomasz is here this weekend in Rotterdam signing cards. Does turn up on the circuit pretty consistently as an ice, so if you're a fan of signed full art cards, we'll do the circuit pretty frequently and give you the ability to pick those up in the process. Each hero does have a unique flavor of lightning flow. You'll get one of these tokens at random as well. They'll give a little more flavor towards the hero of choice, but I know I'll be hunting down the Marvel versions of these in set myself. But they're very pretty, and it's going to make for that world premiere just being a lavish set of tables with just gorgeous-looking cardboard all over the place.
And of course, if you're one of those people who likes to have individual copies of every token instead of just put a die on to represent how many you control, then you got to get a whole bunch of these RFs or even the Marvels to make these decks as sexy as possible. If you want to get these cards first of anyone in the world, or play this format first of anyone in the world, make your way down to the world premiere in Prague, May 22nd to 24th. We will be there, and I hope to see you there as well.
It's going to be a spectacular event. Not one worth missing if you have the ability to do so. Now, chat, I've been seeing what you're asking for. I like to check in periodically, and after the masterclass we saw from Michael Feng, we're interested in seeing some more of that. So we're going to bring Michael back into the feature match area to show you a little bit more of Oscilio. But Michael's not in the draw here. No, no, no. Because on the other side of the table is my favorite hero to cast these days, an undefeated copy of Vincent, Iron Maiden. It is the final round of day 1 here at the Calling in Rotterdam, and I have been here before. There is an undefeated Vincent playing for 7-0. I'm starting to see a recurring pattern in some of those stories, don't you think?
Are you saying that the Vincent's going to make it there? Or not make it there?
No.
Or just that Vincent is showing up to this extent at like now many callings in a row?
I think we've alluded to it a few times this weekend where, yes, there's an established status quo at the top of the format, but it's just evident to me that people are being rewarded for their efforts at the moment. The amount of repetitions, the amount of just matchup knowledge is what's paying out in spades in the current format. And so we're seeing that with a deck like Vincent. We saw it with June, who was clearly just a master of all things Vincent, and I've learned Sense is just a one trick on that deck, which makes a lot of sense. I don't know about James. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him yet. But I get the feeling that if you're sitting at 6-0 in a Calling right now, you're probably living a similar pathway.
Yeah, and Oscilio is at the top of this hero pool, and we talked about the benefits of Oscilio being a mastery deck where you put a lot of hours in. But Vincent, though it's not in those top 3, is also definitely a mastery deck where the more hours you put in, the more reward you get exponentially as you go along.
Okay, well, these aren't going to be our only players playing to be undefeated overnight. So let's check out who is still in contention for that accolade. It's very hard to achieve. There are 5 playing for the undefeated slots, and it is 5 different heroes in the process. We're going to see James Vincent Wong against Michael Feng in the 6-0 game, Vincent versus Oscilio, but Marionette, Ira, and Syndra as our other undefeated players?
Yeah, I don't think the Marionette is any surprise. I think the Ira is probably the biggest surprise for most people here, in that Ira was just like not even considered as a really main option for the weekend. But I think Syndra might take some people by surprise, in that a lot of people had sort of slept on her and decided she was not that powerful anymore after the last set of bans. And because there are these other fast decks and these very slow decks as well that can sometimes shut her down or disrupt her or whatever it may be. But I think it's a very good meta pick for a variety of reasons. I was not surprised to see so many of them this weekend, and I'm not surprised to see it make it all the way to 6-0 at the end of day 1.
Some other big names still in contention here. Filippo Barbani, Sammy Wegs, Tommaso Vecido. Philippe there, 5-1, still on Arachne, slipped through the cracks. Jack, Pauley,
Let's
the
go,
people's
Maxx.
champion right now. Maxx the Hype Nitro, the only one in the room, let me remind you, sitting at 5-1. My boy, Liam Holden, I know people want to see this deck, this unique Fatigue Lyath spin, sitting at 5-1, still very alive. Took a loss to Rhinar, which is the a bit of a difficult
counter.
one. No, I mean, you have 5 cards in hand. It's harder to intimidate away the ones
That's
you care
true, that's
about,
true.
but you do block like soup sometimes. Aaron Boyhan, also sitting here at 5-1. Arachne Huntsman in Danny Otto's hands. Just, again, look at the variety here.
Yeah, there's a big variety in this meta right past those top 3, of course. Also, the top 3 seem to be fading off a little bit. They're not disappearing for sure, but it seemed like the numbers were almost like each of the top hero or the top representative of each of those next batch of heroes was starting to filter to the top, and we were having quite a lot of second-tier representation in that first page of standings there, the top end of the 5-1 bracket, and of course the undefeated bracket that remains.
So, Oscilio, Vincent, not a matchup we're going to have seen too much of. I'm eager to see how both of our specialists navigate it in the dying days of day 1 of Rotterdam. So let's make our way down into the feature match area and get things to work. It's going to be James Vincent Wong against Michael Feng, Vincent Iron Maiden, Oscilio Constellium Intelligence. I think the thing that stands out to me here most, Vincent going first.
Yeah.
Really big boon for the deck in general.
There are some matchups where my eyes don't even go to that part of the screen when we look at it, because it's just not that relevant, and it's just standard whoever won the die roll will go second. It's a marginal edge, but in this one I'd say both heroes probably want to be choosing to go first. So James probably winning that die roll and choosing to go first gets a bit of a large edge against Oscilio here.
Let's take a look at the heroes. If you're unfamiliar, Oscilio we've seen on camera already today. Combo-focused deck, looking to chain together big Gone in a Flash turns alongside Lightning Greaves, often using that hero ability to discard instants, draw cards, tie the combo pieces together, funnel through the deck to find that copy of Gone in a Flash. Gonna use all these Lightning cards to turbocharge Volzar and make those big arcane effects come together. Vincent, though, fundamentally, a bit more complicated to understand.
Yeah, it's still a very aggressive deck in its typical construction, or typical, I should say, play out, even though it looks like it's going to be blocking a lot and then throwing a couple cards cards, the numbers just look so huge, and you'll have some of these turns that play like massive off of what seemed like not many resources coming in. So a lot of explosion and relative aggression from Vincent. No big stamp on the World Tour. Of course, you alluded to June earlier. She had the biggest result in second place out of calling earlier this year, but definitely has been showing up more and more as time has gone on. And the Shadow Runeblade card pool has been shown off as just a fundamentally really, really strong card pool that Vincent has access to.
So will it be a Lick of Lightning or the Seduction of the Shadows that is undefeated here overnight? Let's find out. One game left to play for these players. Equipment suites turned over. It's Old Knocker again here for Michael Feng, who clearly believes this matchup is going to be quite fast. No time for Findle's Spring Tunic to do its work. And no big surprises here from James either. If you're unfamiliar with the equipment suite, we're looking at Dyadic Carapace for AB2, which does give you some flexibility there. Face Purgatory, Vexing Quillhand for AB1 gives you a total of Arcane Barrier 3 and that Spellbound Creepers. Perhaps most importantly, it's Grimoire of Felling Song over the Grimoire of the Haunt, which means we're not going to be aggressively cracking this Quill Hand if we can help it, because it will take us down to a much obliged AB2.
And it's one more way to get access to a rune chant early on, or a rune chant in the exact spot that you need it to be able to maybe present some explosion early, I think is maybe the hint that he wants to not take the foot off the gas by having this rune chant creator on board.
And so to start things off here, we see Widespread Destruction banished by James, rune chant generated. And I say on a pass being attempted, Michael did activate Oscilio, did discard away a card, tried to fix the hand, failed to find something satisfactory, and so will pitch away to Volzar, the Blast to Oblivion, set that one up for later on. Blink played to get it out of the hand, is immediately rewarded for that by finding Gone in a Flash as the last card drawn to this first set of 4 to get ready to combo nice and early.
Last time we had Michael on stream, we talked about how diligent he was with when to activate Oscilio and how it felt like he really understood his deck. He was activating it a lot too, I think a lot more than some players do. Rewarded immediately for here. Here's the sort of luckier side of that exchange, of course, getting it on the second hand instead of a little bit lower, but maximizing that by working towards it as quickly as he can, filtering out that hand and understanding he needs to hit this card really early in this game.
It is Flash, savior of the universe, to start off this combat chain. Met by a reduced to rune chant here. Now, Michael did have the opportunity to fizzle this, but not the choice as things stand. It's curious given the lack of go again stapled onto this.
Might be that he's still thinking about it and James went ahead and represented that rune chant. I'm not sure whether Michael acknowledged the creation of that rune chant.
Potentially. We'll see in a moment as Michael thinks about this hand. Does appear to be multiple shocks there, various shades of cold foil alongside this sigil of conductivity, which is going to bounce back that Gone in a Flash. Looks like that rune chant is being generated though, so we may have let that one resolve. Before continuing things on with Volzar into Consigned to Cosmos Shock to juice out 4 points of arcane damage here.
IPing one reportedly by holding onto this Gone in a Flash and Consigned to Cosmos. It's defensible on turn 1. He didn't have an opportunity to block, of course, but more importantly, that's still a great card to hold onto in this position, so it's not even that sad to hold onto a Gone in a Flash going into, I'll talk about hand or arsenal in a moment, and holding onto the Consigned to Cosmos Shock. There is a widespread destruction in the Banished Zone for James, and he will be reaching through enchants on this turn, so I would have guessed that that Shock is probably the card that went into Arsenal, and that Gone in a Flash is probably held in hand.
You would be correct. Gone in a Flash still in the hand alongside Channel Lightning Valley, Seduce Secrets, and that Consigned to Cosmos as well. So another shock found there. Big turn coming for James Vincent Wong. We see Beseech the Demigone into Machinations of Dominion to enable this widespread destruction. Vincent payment, of course, makes rune chants unpreventable in a pinch. There is Arcane Barrier on those Lightning Greaves, so we'll see Overpower go again, thanks to both of these attacks. And it should be, if I'm not mistaken, 9 points of physical damage coming across thanks to Beseech.
Could be that Beseech targeted the Eloquent Eulogy if he
Very
wants to
possible.
split up this damage.
This is 9.
Oh, no, they're correcting this to 9 physical and the 2 remaining arcane.
Indeed, thought I may have missed the target of Eulogy, which was a good shout that that option was available to kind of spread out how this turn is navigated, but just dunking the damage here and no doubt parking an Arsenal, maybe saving that Eulogy for later on. Michael now with a difficult choice because 2 remaining arcane after that one is forced through. does line up okay with some of these yellows if there's no better way to make use of these cards, but Arsenal is going to be gone, however you cut the mustard.
I don't think you're finding a way to protect against this, given that the gun is in hand and you want to be holding on to that. And in order to protect against this, you would also have to be blocking quite a lot because it is the disruption from Vincent is presented on a hero who has taken damage or lost life this turn, I should say. It's not about an on-hit effect, so
Yeah,
it's really hard to turn off in its entirety. And Michael probably just committing to losing it and then thinking about his sequencing here. We saw him reach for that Channel Lightning Valley, and we know / guess there's a shock in the arsenal.
So it's entirely possible here. Yeah, so okay, we're just confirming there was an unpreventable rune chant on top of this Sigil of Conductivity, which does bust through it in the traditional sense, but looks like Michael wants to respond before that happens, and so we'll see Channel Lightning Valley deployed, and the Consign to Cosmos Shock out of the arsenal alongside Volzar. So
Shock for 3 here.
So this was important here. The Sigil disappearing would have made Volzar cost. And so doing this before the Sigil is broken through by that unpreventable rune chant means that we're not pitching to Volzar and we're drawing a fresh card before it disappears. Now this Channel Lightning Valley is in play alongside an embodiment of lightning. So players happy to just have a small pseudo rewind there to clarify some sequencing and make sure that everything was A-OK. And now the destruction will begin once the Consign to Cosmos is out of the arsenal. There's no window for James to close the chain and punish Michael for not firing it ahead of time. Getting value from that card alongside Volzar before the damage is done.
Channel Lightning Valley, of course, also going to boost up his next turn, so still functionally a 5-card gun and a flash turn if he wants to pull it off, but of course with that embodiment of lightning, he doesn't need to do the massive combo turn. He could just do a sort of medium gun and a flash turn and set that in arsenal again, now that the threat of that widespread destruction is gone. Michael, a little bit tired at the end of the day, it seems, making having a bit of a tougher time following the game state. It's not very easy against Vincent. There's a lot of moving parts, but clarifying how much damage is taken, Michael already down to 24. Seeing that Grimoire pay off as a resource or a rune chant generator, I should say here, for that Eloquent Eulogy to also be played out of the banish zone by James.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge how much I really like that decision. Obviously, the sequencing makes sense. Phantom Wraith, not the best arsenal in a spot like this. But now that you know Michael has found Gone in a Flash, you don't have the luxury of waiting. You have to put the foot down, get the game done before the big thing happens. Because Face Purgatory doesn't normally save you because of the ability to bounce back that Gone in a Flash, fizzle that effect. Well, not fizzle the Face Purgatory, but fizzle the potency of the turn in a number of ways. And so Eloquent Eulogy here, coming out of the banish zone, will make that Eloquence for a future big turn, and just pushing the damage while the damage is good brings Michael Feng down to 19. And curious here, Michael didn't block with the equipment, so that suggests to me that we're not expecting to fire the cannon this turn either.
No, this is an embodiment of lightning Gone in a Flash turn. Probably not firing the boots. You're getting a little or a good amount of value off this Gone in a Flash being like a lightning 4 on a stick, so it's getting some Volzar amp. It's going to come back to hand and still be held for a future turn. He'll be able to end on some amount of Arcane from Volzar, and then probably going to stick that Gone in a Flash back into Arsenal. And the thing he's just hoping is that James didn't find specifically widespread destruction off the top of the deck here.
So, good news and bad news. There is a widespread destruction in the hand for James. The good news is it was the card that was being hovered sideways to block with. Generating 3 rune chants here is not easy. Probably requires Vexing Quillhand to make it happen.
Which is the click of a button pretty easy.
Yeah, in the traditional sense, yes, but
he maybe wants to hold on for more information, see if Michael IPs again, because if he doesn't, if he just holds that 1 card Gone in a Flash into the Arsenal phase, then James is now aware that that widespread destruction is going to actually hit the Gone in a Flash and actually present real disruption to Michael. But if Michael holds the Gone and another card, then he can do the same pump fake he did last time, and James might take a different tack on his turn.
Yeah, you got to where I was going to with that. Very much a case of it's a difficult card, and the fact that it's a bit stuck if you don't want to block this with this Quill Hand, and utilize the Quill Hand, I should say. But it's really kind of important to winning this game if the Gone in a Flash does find itself in the arsenal. It buys you so much time if you can take that away and force it through. So holding on for additional information and kind of forcing Michael to make a choice, and it would be very heads up to IP again, playing around a widespread destruction you don't know about. But you have the ability to hold on and wait for the information as James, so you really should.
Have we resolved the Channel Lightning Valley draw?
I believe So I don't recall this current funnel being in the hand.
Would be
so
because
I
it's 4 cards plus the Sigil of Lightning that's been
correct.
played.
Yeah, I believe this current funnel was the draw, which is not a bad one here.
No, it's pretty nice. It lets you get more activations of this Gone in a Flash as a pseudo weapon on this turn, and of course, got that Seduce Secrets, which maybe will be a Oscilio away, maybe will just be a way to get 4 more offense off of this Gone in a Flash at the end of this turn.
Zap declared.
So this is 4 go again. Seduce would bounce it back, play it, play it again, and then he does have, I believe that's a 0-cost shock to bounce it back a final time and use all this Volzaring.
The destruction is deployed on defense here.
Wow.
1 point leaking through, and Michael reassessing, because when you see this block and you know you were going to Arsenal Gone in a Flash, what does that mean your opponent's hand is?
Does that mean there's another one?
Because to me, it kind of has to be the third destruction, right?
So now maybe he is thinking of the IP play, but it doesn't look. Oh,
you can
the
just
beauty
find out.
Oh, rethinks it, but it will be a beautiful play to ask the question. The thing is, if he commits to playing that Seduce Secrets and he bounces Gone in a Flash back to his hand and then sees that there is the third one, now he's committing to just not arsenaling on this turn.
I think this is so incredibly heads up, because you have to choose between, like, do I manage this Channel Lightning Valley? Do I Arsenal in a different way? Do I fire off the Consign to Cosmos? Seduce Secrets obviously takes a peek at the top card of the deck as well. But because you're like, I think this has to be another widespread destruction because of the block, it's self-control, you fire the Seduce Secrets, you get the information, and you realize, okay, it's not.
It's not, and now I can do the turn
what?
the good way. The great way, I should say.
Gone in a Flash fired again, continues to charge this Volzar up to 5. We know it's Envelop in Darkness, widespread destruction, and a deep recesses of existence in the hand now for James, and both players aware of that. Michael also aware of the top card of the deck, although we are not.
I mean, he has a line to use that Vexing to get towards widespread annihilation, and maybe that's what he had his eye on, needing the resource card to play the Envelop anyways, that maybe he's, you know, doesn't want to hold on to the destruction in case Michael plays around it and doesn't arsenal, and then now he would rather just make the hand smaller to always take the damage down of that Gone in a Flash turn, but taking a lot of damage to this shock in the final Gone in a Flash.
Down to 15. Channel Lightning Valley will expire. Gone in a Flash in the arsenal as widespread destruction makes its way to the graveyard. It will instead be one of these 4s being banished. It is the Annihilation to make a rune chant here for Vincent. And we'll no doubt see this Envelop in Darkness coming on through for the second rune chant, and Vixing Quillhand footing the bill for the rest of this incredibly potent rune gate. Just trying to deny exactly how wide this Gone in a Flash can go, but when you're sitting on 14, it doesn't have to go very wide at all. Face Purgatory going to have to do some heavy lifting here.
Yeah, definitely face Perk to be able to just live a little bit through this Gone in a Flash turn, but the existence of the Sigil of Lightning continues to buy Michael the space he needs to do these small mini Gone in a Flash turns before he has one big one to finally kill, and the more damage he's able to deal, the less he needs that final one to actually be big. Like a Lightning Grooves for 1 action point or 2 action points might just be enough in 2 turns if he continues to threaten these sort of small-ish turns. In this case, recognizing that the turn is not so potent and recognizing that if he tries to do this medium turn and then come back with a Gone in a Flash in the future, he will have taken a lot of damage to do so, and now Vincent's in the same position of, if Vincent's able to deal a 12 or a 10 on that turn, then Michael's in a bind. So Michael prioritizing his life total to not put himself in the same bind that he's trying to put his opponent into.
This is such a powerful thing to do into Vincent too, because with no Malefic incantations, no Runeblood incantations, the Quillhand is gone, the Grimoire is gone, there's just no rune chant generation available here. So if you can go, I pass, what are you going to do?
She's got an entirely reset board. There's a way to get up to, nope, 1 rune chant.
There's a way to get to, no.
There's a way to get to 2 rune chants, but unfortunately not able to then use your action point to fire an attack. Spellbound Creepers, of course, could be a way to buy back an action point with that Succumb temptation that I believe is in hand, or without Creepers if the Arcane is taken.
It is the 3rd widespread destruction. Oh my god, is the declaration there, yeah. Slow turn from James says, I need to set this destruction, make 2 rune chants, and just kind of get the engine back on, take a blood there. And Michael goes, I got away with one there.
Yeah, Michael realizing that was the best possible outcome for him. He was really rewarded for that block 12 decision that he made on that previous turn.
James finding a Deadwood Dirge in this hand would have been pretty fantastic to find that just mere moments ago. Instead, gone in a flash will start things off. The good news, that Purgatory is online if you want it to be. You can activate it, but not currently getting val. Michael just confirmed he saw the destruction on top with Seduce Secrets, which is incredible information to know.
And then he arsenaled that gun in a flash anyways, and that's why he said, oh my god, he was worried about it and getting away with the fact that James didn't have a way to get to the 3 rune chants, which is probably the bet that Michael was taking.
That's so
He was like worried as soon as it got banished. Does him banishing it means that he does have the Deadwood Dirge. He is able to fire it rather than banishing something like an Eloquent Eulogy if he was able to draw it. But Michael rewarded as James just goes for the setup. He probably has a roller coaster of emotions. I would have loved to see a heart rate monitor on that turn, but Michael quite comfortable now that he's able to pass to his turn and start firing this Gone in a Flash offensively with his full equipment suite still on the table.
Deathly Whale, kind of one of the bread and butter pieces of this Vincent deck, for the first time being reached for on defense. The rest of that hand looking a bit sheepish too. On the other side for Michael, Blink, Discharge, that Gone in a Flash that we've seen. Sigil of Brilliance alongside it. It's Whale, Dirge, Whale in the blue, and Funeral Moon on the side of Vincent.
A second Gone in a Flash that is in hand, so Michael in theory had the out if he had to just tank a bunch of damage and lose one to widespread destruction, but
Whale on defense will let a point bleed through, brings James down to 12 here as the turn continues for Michael. With this Discharge to keep things spinning, will no doubt bounce back this Gone in a Flash as well. Continues the charging of Volzar, and very importantly, plays the copy that was picked up to try and insinuate there is not another one down the pipeline. You just try and keep that information as shadowy as possible, and it will finally be that face Purgatory that is reached for here. It gets the most of the 7 block, and I'll discard a Gone in a Flash to your face Purgatory before blinking this one back into my hand. And it goes again. Another 4 points of damage here to continue the assault for Michael Feng.
well, I think Michael's indicating here that he's just willing to IP this Gone in a Flash, so to speak. He's not going to throw it into Arsenal at the end here because of the face-up widespread destruction. So he'll just present maximum damage, and in the face of this face Purgatory that he bought, he doesn't need to put that... Oh, he's thinking about it. He chooses to put that Gone in a Flash in Arsenal. Maybe he's even thinking that I kill you without the Gone in a Flash.
Oh, sorry.
I think you're right. I think there is a very real chance that Michael Feng
Wants
just
James to
first
destruction?
of all, attack me. I want a Flash of Brilliance, a Sigil of
Yes.
Brilliance. Second of all, I think you lose the game anyway. So I'm going to make you do it, because if you don't widespread destruction me, I mean, you definitely lose the game if my hand is full of instants. So quite the choice. It's 5 and 6. Of course, no shadow here, so Michael can AB if he's so inclined, but...
I mean, this would be a whole hand reset to be able to prevent this. Probably not what Michael wants to do at this stage, but he does have a life total, so it is possible. A life lead, I should say.
Down to 13 as the rune chants connect, at least. Worth noting here as well, that widespread destruction is typically double-sided if you've managed to take damage. Of course, in this case, James has not managed to do that, so that Arsenal is safe enough for now. Flash of Brilliance will do it. Sting discards Flittering Charge to bounce Sigil of Brilliance, draws a fresh one. Sigil of Aether found off the top.
Oh, look at that.
Succumb to Temptation, played from the Arsenal here to rip away something.
I was about to say, look at that. Michael drew the third Gone in a Flash in this hand, but it is about to maybe get ripped by the Succumb to Temptation. James knows that one is gone, one can be gone off this, and the third is in Arsenal. So if he's willing to leave Michael with the remaining cards, which Blast is a very potent effect, so leaving Michael with Blast is not necessarily the best move, but I think taking away any Gone in a Flash while those boots are still available is the correct play here for sure. Unfortunate for Michael that the Succumb came in and took away the final one. All of the Gone in a Flashes are gone, and Michael still believes he can win this game, and I think there's a world in which that's true.
Funeral Moon jumps in to make a rune chant with that extra action point provided by Succumb to Temptation. James will pass, and Michael's hands will hit the back of his head again, as he needs to decide if he would like to do anything prior to moving into his own turn.
Yeah, thinking maybe about ditching the Null Shock. Of course, it is an arcane source that he could hold on to, but it's a cost-inefficient one.
I'm good.
Okay is fine here. Go into my own turn, says Michael. Vincent draws up, and we start with Sigil of Brilliance. Volzar charging as Blaster to Oblivion comes down. Pretty good 1-2 pairing with that Sigil of Brilliance, of course. Deathly Whale on defense here, blocking 3 on 3. Will reach for Oscilio to tap it sideways for the old knocker, and Lightning Greaves will now do its work. We know Gone in a Flash is no longer a part of this game. It is time to make the most of the hand we currently have alongside this Blast to Oblivion, so Sigil of Aether is going to do its thing. Create an action point on the way in, trigger Blast to Oblivion, pick that Sigil of Brilliance back up, trigger the Aether Bindings, and draw a bonus card to go alongside the one already in hand.
Funny
Looks
that
like
you say...
Sigil of Lightning to me.
Funny that you say make the most of the hand we currently have. The Lightning Greaves actually did nothing in the hand he currently had, but he's hoping that it does something with this draw off the Brilliance.
Yes.
He's cashing in maximum effect and knowing this is the turn he has to kill because Vincent can get that 9 damage relatively easily. Draws another Sigil, I believe, so presented with a plethora of instants.
Yeah, no extra attack here. Bit of a shame to not make the most of those Lightning Greaves, but
Can
plenty
still
of
activate
juice for
Oscilio.
Volzar. And, of course, as you allude to, a Oscilio activation, just because it's sideways from the old knocker, does not mean that it has been used. Michael doesn't seem all too happy with... Yeah. Will Oscilio discards the Sigil, looking for a fresh one. Finds Etchings of Arcana off the top. That seems like a pretty big win.
Yeah, maybe now would have been nice to have ditched the Null Shock instead, but I think he's fundamentally still happy with this. Can get a lot of damage in. There's some AB on the other side, of course, AB2, thanks to that Dyadic Carapace. That Etchings of Arcana is also going to fetch an extra Sigil, which can be used either in Arsenal or to play more stuff.
So we reach for the Sigil of Brilliance. Extra Lightning card, of course. More juice in the Volzar. A beautiful Marvel. It's been highly coveted by these Oscilio players.
I think I can close chain.
And so the chain will close. Sigil of Brilliance comes on through. 2 action points, 3 on Volzar as this arcane trends to get bigger and bigger. The question now is how do you navigate the rest of this? Etchings of Arcana and Null Shock left available for Michael.
4 amp on the board. Unfortunate that the arms amp is only 1, meaning he can't guarantee the surge here without committing the Volzar now.
Does reach for the Etchings of Arcana. Does activate Volzar alongside it. As you alluded to a moment ago, definitely a line where grabbing back a Sigil and using it to fund the bill on the Null Shock was very appealing if this Etchings of Arcana was amped a little higher from the Aether Bindings, but it is 7 points of arcane damage and will be grabbing back a Sigil from the graveyard.
Well,
action point remaining
Haunting
here.
Rendition and AB2, there are ways that Vincent can still survive or turn off Surge, I should say, through this type of effect.
AB2, take 5, falls down to 3. It's Shadow Puppetry, Envelop in Darkness in hands, and no attack for James Vincent Wong to banish to the Vincent ability.
Thing about those cards is they both block 2 and are red, so they weren't good defense against the Blast to Oblivion, and they aren't good defense here against this Etchings of Arcana. Michael reaching for
Conductivity this time
essentially
around.
life gain in this matchup.
Yep, in theory.
Some of the time.
Does offer that embodiment of lightning as well when it is required, and so we'll see it added to the board here. And Arsenal Park to continue the assault, and James kind of just forced to stare at 2 cards that don't really achieve very much. And again, you have to imagine Michael will breathe a huge sigh of relief when the card going into the banish zone is not a 2-cost rune gate.
I think Michael also knows that taking 1 more card out of James doesn't actually change that turn if he fires off that Null Shock, because if he's got that 2-cost rune gate, he's got it on the 1 card anyways. So the turn doesn't change materially by threatening a couple more points of damage after he's already committed block. In this case, Michael rethinking and thinking if he can maybe find maximum shock damage to just go for lethal now.
Discards Lightning Press, finds Blast to Oblivion. The hand here looking like Discharge. Shock we knew about. Another one in this case. They kind of glued to Michael Feng. And another Etchings of Arcana here to put this turn together.
Somersault is a lightning card, which means that and the shock, he can amp twice, get it to 3 arcane. Not enough with James having 1 card left in his hand. Not enough to present lethal. Could be that he chooses to just let James do something and then go to his turn and try to kill there.
A card in hand is a red, and it is only Arcane Barrier too. So there is a world where you just go, that's a red. But I don't think Michael needs to take that risk.
No,
I think ultimately you're very far ahead, and so...
Especially with the Brilliance drawing you an extra card to clean up the resource curve of this turn. The Aether already presenting an arcane damage of 1, and Comet Storm in hand, which is just the biggest spell you could have drawn.
Big thing here for Michael after drawing that Blast to Oblivion. Just Sigil of Faith to target myself. Sigil of Conductivity eats the hit, makes the embodiment of lightning, and now suddenly the floodgates open.
Lose that Comet Storm. Even though it's big, he's got the Etchings of Arcana, which is a lot more card efficient. Tries a Channel Lightning Valley instead, so definitely an upgrade, although only a small one. But this turn is going to be hard for James to live through at 3 health.
Blast to Oblivion alongside Channel Lightning Valley. It's the red copy too, so it is 4 go again. It's Iron Rot Jordans on defense alongside that Machinations of Dominion to cover up the breakpoint here. Michael Feng will respond, has the ability to somersault, pull this blast back, pull the Channel Lightning Valley back to make this Volzar even juicier. Extra lightning card played in the turn will be pretty devastating by the time we get to that Etchings of Arcana. Somersault back. No, 1 action point I should say. No bonus action point is more what I'm alluding to at the moment. This Blast to Oblivion is sent.
I haven't seen a blink or anything.
It would be a bit of a problem. We do, of course, have access to that shock as well, so it's possible this Blast to Oblivion into the shock is the line Michael wants to take, as opposed to the Etchings of Arcana. Either one is very potent in this spot. Channel Lightning Valley, Volzar to 4, Comet Storm Shock will blow... Oh, might not blow the line. It's 2 reds, so there's no Volzar activation here on Comet Storm, and Michael does catch himself. So Etchings of Arcana, Volzar activation means it's 7 arcane. It is enough to get over the line. And James Vincent Wong falls to Oscilio Constellar Intelligence in the hands of a very tired Pro Tour champion, Michael Feng.
Michael Feng making it to day 2 undefeated here on the Lamp, the ever scary Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, who has taken the format by storm in the last couple of weeks. Of course, winning the Pro Tour in Yokohama a couple weeks ago, just in a mirror match in the finals. Michael's showing that this deck continues to be strong. It was not a one and done. It has been a real deck for quite a lot of time now. And of course, taking it to 7-0, one of our 3 7-0s, or maybe 2, depending on how those break out, going into day 2.
I think that was a testament, again, to the complexity of Oscilio. Please remember, this is a man who won a Pro Tour on Oldham.
What are you saying about Oldham?
He's used to long, grindy attrition games.
Yeah.
The amount of decision density is clearly... I don't mean to speak on Michael's behalf, but I think you could tell during that game the fatigue is setting in. It's been a long day, a lot of micro decisions, and even the best players in the world could struggle with some of the density of, on Channel Lightning Valley, which we got to at this point. But I do want to give a huge testament there to James as well. First of all, 6-0 with Vincent, which is a fantastic start, but still very much alive at 6-1. Clearly has an understanding of that matchup and a plan into that matchup. Unfortunately, on the wrong end of variance, gone in a flash, turned up quite early. The rune chat generators weren't there. The 2-cost rune gates weren't there when they really needed to be. So just a bit of a bad break, I think.
The 2-cost rune gates were definitely the sinker there. He had the destructions, but they didn't align perfectly because Michael had ways to play around them. One of them, the Gone in a Flash, wasn't an arsenal. The other one, he had the correct amount of defense, despite it being buffed up to 9. So Michael finding ways to take that out, even in the face of a little bit of antagonism from the Vincent player, a little bit of unfortunate disruption being presented by Vincent there.
Yeah, shout out to that Seduce Secrets line, by the way, which was still pretty sick. Big fan of that one. Should we see how things wrapped up at the end of the first day of competition?
Let's do it. Let's see who joins Michael.
Sounds good. So we know it's Michael Feng, who's undefeated at 7-0. It is also Angelo Zaccardi, who will be playing against Michael in the first round tomorrow on Syndra, who has managed to make a deep run there. We see Jeremy on Ira, Emad Kashy on that Arachne Marionette, unfortunately falling foul of that last round. But I got to root for two big fans in this group right here that I want you to watch. Jack Pauley 6-1 on Maxx the Hype Nitro. Liam Holden 6-1 on Fatigue Lyath.
I do want to say one thing about this Syndra that we might see, that we'll be seeing tomorrow morning. There might be a reason that they're 7-0, and it might be that the Oscilio matchup is part of that reason, as Syndra tends to be favored into Oscilio. So I wonder if Angelo is happy knowing that the other 7-0 going into day 2 is that Oscilio after all. We see 2 Gravies in this right-hand column I want to shout out as well, Evan, Tanguy, and Sunder Naft. Local hero Sunder Naft. So Gravy definitely continuing to show his face as a contender at the top of this meta as we go into day 2 and settle up with all of these 6-1s here.
Tommaso Vecchio, Sammy Wext, Thomas Preyer running it back on Dash Ion, the infamous Dio there as well, running deep alongside Jacob Trossing against huge names that are still in contention here this weekend. As we move a little bit further down to the bottom of our 6-1s, a Phi there in the hands of Vincent. Lucas Ward also on Syndra. Gary White falling to 5-2 on that Rhinar. Same with Aaron Boyhan, who we saw on camera. Philipp 5-2 on that Arachne slip through the cracks. Some late losses for a lot of our feature match heroes.
Yeah, well, unfortunate, but it's, of course, going into day 2 at 5-2 is not out by any means. There are a lot of ways still to make it into top 8 from 5-2 at a tournament of this size. Lots of people hoping to make that, or to take that stamp on this tournament as we go into tomorrow. Katsu down in 39th place, still at 5-2. Big showing from Katsu, who's had just 1 or 2 appearances at the top end of the meta recently.
And we have Arachne Huntsman mixed into this page as well, as we'll take a look at the rest of our players who are joining us for the course of the day. 4 more after this. Jason Rolfe there, 5-2 on Victor. Couple more Huntsmen here. So Jonas, I should say, there on Teklavos, and also joining us in the second day of competition. Fan favorites, George Malasakis, Yorgos Samaras also joining us in the second day of competition as well. Timo on Bolton, making it through as well. Kashy from Frederico. Just, again, more things just we haven't seen breaking through.
Definitely. This seems like the story of this meta is you've got this tier 2, you could say, of heroes that are definitely a reward, commitment, and an understanding of their deck and how you approach that deck in all of the different matchups and different types of matchups that are present at the top end of this meta. Another Rhinar there in 57th, of course, showing that Rhinar is also still a real deck, as we've seen quite a couple of them make it through.
Top 64 was the name of the game here, so a couple more Gravy players. Tobias, of course, all the X2s making it, but top 64 looking very promising heading into the next day of competition. So all these players still alive. Good news for the likes of Jacob Clements, who is sitting in 75th on that Arachne Marionette. RKO also there in 74th place. Another Jarl in Noah Cagle in 78th.
2 Jarls on this page.
Gray,
also James Gray.
68th as well. Andrea Mengucci, one of my picks, making it through there at 5-2. Tim there in 64th, giving me hope that Prism might disappear into the Aether. Good stuff all around.
Yeah, definitely quite a variety of heroes available in this day 2 that we are going to be watching tomorrow. I'm quite eager to see how it all plays out.
Shout out there to 80th place. Rock Havlas playing Oscilio is upsetting to me with a name like Rock. What are we doing here? Just throwing it out there. Caster picks. Shall we run through and see who was the most successful caster during the first day of competition?
I have some guesses.
I do too. I feel pretty good about my picks so far, and quite the story this is. Jack Pauley, Liam Holden are just my boys. I'm so excited for them both. Cannot wait to see how they do in the second day of competition. Martin Hollick was 2-2 and has managed to just keep running. It still has a hope of getting home at the end of the weekend. Andrea Mengucci submarining. Rob Cam with the opposite problem. Rob was 4-0. Loses the last 3 to miss day 2 one way or the other. If you haven't caught up with Martin's story, couldn't miss a European calling, couldn't miss a last chance to play Oscilio. Took a 24-hour trip to get here and was 2-2 with a one-way ticket and needed to win prize money to get home. Good news for the believers. Martin might get home.
Cleanly made it into day 2, winning those last 3 rounds with a back to the wall, as we anticipated. My picks not going so well. Of course, we saw during the standings that we went through, there were still a lot of Dutch representatives left, so I tried to pick a variety of Dutch players and a variety of heroes represented by Dutch players. I don't think anyone, when they looked at my picks at the start of the day, would have said the Tough Nut had the best record by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's abysmal. That's
Really notable players on this page too, Paul van Gijsel, Ian Jong, and Jaap IJlst, but none of them able to hold a candle to Wouter's Tough Nut play. He's been talking about this deck for a couple weeks. I haven't even bothered to look at his list because I thought he was joking the first time he said that he was playing Tough Nut at this tournament. But 4-3 on Tough Nut, unfortunately, just missing out on day 2. Let's say just by a hair missing out on day 2, but really well done to him, showing that maybe there's a little bit more to explore in that hero as well.
Well, does Ethan have me beat?
Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of 2s and there's a lot of 5s, and you don't need to look so close at what order they are in.
That's not how the game works.
I see 2s and 5s. I'm happy, I think. I think. I don't want to be wrong. I think I'm happy. No,
you would be wrong.
This is well, at least I picked Evan, right? Evan was on page 1. The rest of the guys were on page 200. But they tried very hard and all got matching records in the end, which sure, makes my OCD tingle in a good way, I guess.
Yeah, all I've learned for certain is that Leo really should have changed his surname.
Leo 25. Yeah, you're right.
Leo 25 that's brutal. I'm not a fan of that. I was just aiming for Leo Rotterdam, but Leo 25 is a deep cut. That is, well, unlucky stuff for both Ethan and yourself, but thankfully not so much for me. If you want to be the one who is lucky and enjoying some flesh and blood in the near future, remember it is time to get in early with the early bird packages, and I will continue to call them that for the rest of time. You can pick up a free side event voucher when you buy your package during these early bird weekends. If you come and join us at any event in the near future, there will be a designated window for you to purchase. If you do, you gain yourself a bonus bronze event voucher.
Of course, otherwise these are the normal calling premium and go again packages with all of the goodies, the beautiful goodies you see on your screen. Calling entry in the case of the calling premium package, and an extra silver voucher in the case of the go again package. Either way, if you buy it on the early bird weekend, you get an extra bronze event voucher, enter an extra side event, and these vouchers go a far way to make sure you get the most out of your weekend, no matter which way you're trying to enjoy it, whether it's as a competitor in the main event or just playing side events throughout the entire weekend.
But caster person, what weekend do I need to pay attention? Well, right now, if you're joining us for Las Vegas for the Pro Tour, they are on sale. Go pick up your tickets. Make sure you come and join us. If it's Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, or Kansas City on your calendar, May 2nd to 3rd for the first one, May 9th to 10th for the other 3.
Of course, that is an early bird weekend for a tournament in every single format that is served by Flesh and Blood. So if you're going to be going to any of those summertime events, do pay attention to the purchase on May 9th to 10th. But Pro Tour Las Vegas is the hot event of the summer, taking place in mid-July. Early Bird Weekend is right now. If you've been excited by the promos we've been showing off, go buy your package this weekend, April 25th and April 26th only. You'll get an extra bronze side event voucher if you buy your ticket now.
Big stuff, big money. Looking forward to Vegas all the way around with our pit boss Olympia. But you know what? I can wait for that, because this has been pretty spectacular. We've had some incredible games on camera, some unique decks on camera, and frankly, we have some incredible story threads to follow tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of players going through the thinkers as well, so it's definitely showing that even at these calling levels, there's a lot of competition and a lot of care you have to put in to be able to perform at the top level, like we've seen Michael do now twice today, being able to pull the maximum out of his deck. And all of these players in this room and everyone qualified for day 2 is going for that, is trying to pull the maximum out of their deck and win 4 to 5 more rounds tomorrow, make it into that beautiful top 8 cut at the end of the day that we'll be bringing you tomorrow afternoon.
Don't you dare miss it. Let me remind you, it's 7-0 Oscilio at the end of day 1. It's Fatigue Lyath, it's Maxx the Hype Nitro, and it's a legendary from Omens of the Third Age being revealed tomorrow. Don't you dare miss it. We'll see you there.